Hey there, story lovers. Welcome to Wingman Joker, where every story comes to life. Dive into captivating tales that will thrill, inspire, and entertain. If you enjoy the journey, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe to join the adventure. Chapter 311, The Real Wedding Ceremony 1. Victor finished his brainwashing session by carefully pushing Elise into the waiting room where the brides were relaxing in their fluffy dresses while retouching their makeup. They were a little sulky because Victor was using their wedding as some kind of fly trap. But as soon as Victor walked through the door, they brightened up. That was for a second before noticing Elise. "Who is this?" Margaret asked immediately. "The new bride," Victor said as the girls looked at him and then at Elise. They were curious. "The one we got the extra dress for?" Arya asked. "Yup," Victor nodded. "Isn't she a little too young to marry?" Margaret asked, making the other girls take note of this very important fact. "She is old enough," Victor replied. Elise nodded. "Legally enough. I have the consent of her parents." "Tell that to the cops," Margaret replied as she inspected Elise. Fresh and pretty, just the way Victor liked them, she knew because she liked them that way too. "I will if they dared to come. Help her put on her dress and get ready, you only have 15 minutes, and make sure to wear the masks and the prop I prepared." "You call that thing a prop?" "It is whatever I call it to be. Not that I am not into this bondage play, but some of the girls here are shy, and do you know how much it weighs? It is pure gold, it has to be heavy. Think of it as a big necklace," he said then, turning to the priestess girl, Ruby. "You did good earlier, I will be counting on you again. I might need to improvise a little, so play along." "I understand," Ruby replied as she looked at Elise. She was not much older than her. "Did you finish with Alex?" "Yes, he already took his new role," Ruby said. "You should really find a manlier butler, he kept squeaking like a little girl as we shaved his head." "He is the manliest I could find, for now," Victor said. "You will get to like him if you spend some time with him and dig deep enough behind his stupid persona." "Victor, about that Nova, was she really that foolish guy?" Margaret suddenly interrupted. "Oh, so you realized?" Victor wasn't really surprised, he already noticed that Margaret had some crazy intuition. He suspects it has something to do with her soul, but he was not sure. "Of course I did," she said as the other girls frowned. They knew that Nova was a fake, but they didn't know her identity. Was he really a guy like Alex? "Yes, it was him," Victor nodded. "Holy sh*t. Then he and that arrogant idiot Caspian are already did. He took it like a man." Victor interrupted. "HSS's, really? In the butt, or would the body-changing pill give him?" She didn't continue as Victor got the idea. "Who knows, you can ask him if he returned alive." Victor shrugged. "Like I would ever do that." "No, I probably would." Margaret nodded, she was really that curious. "Who are you talking about?" Mina asked curiously, as the other girls looked at Victor. "Later, I will tell you privately tonight," Victor told them, making them blush. He didn't want to affect their mood or cause them to be absent-minded during the ceremony. "That is for now," he added. "Then get out, the girl can't change with you looking at her like a pervert," Margaret quickly said, pushing Victor out and then turning to Elise. She only had 15 minutes to interrogate her. Ellipsis. Victor, who got the door shut in his face, chuckled and then turned around to face a very pretty girl. Lily, who was following him from the hall. "Is everything ready?" he asked. 124 corpses are being burnt now as offerings instead of the 11 originally planned." She nodded. "Thankfully, those guys came and offered themselves to us. Yeah, the more we offer the stronger the bond would be. I didn't think that we would be this lucky to get all of those selfless people volunteering," he said then looked at her. "Don't worry, you will be able to pull it off. Just relax and remember your lines," he said as he held her hand, realizing that she was a little bit tense. I understand," she nodded, biting her little lip. "Is that stupid priest still hanging on?" "Barely. Sorry I was careless earlier, I didn't notice that he was planning to stab you. Does your hand still hurt?" she said in a worried tone. "No, I already took a healing pill, and that curse is useless against me. It was my fault for not appraising him quicker. I didn't expect him to be so high level or to attack this quickly," Victor said. "He must have wanted to quickly subdue me, then order me around." "No, he wanted to really kill you after making you act a little on stage. The extra dose of soul wine made him spill much more than his morning breakfast," she said. "What did he say exactly?" Victor was surprised. He is a sleeper agent for the Von Sui family. They wanted to kill everyone here, forcing the families to host a grand funeral afterward. There they planned to release the ultimate weapon to kill all of the important people who would attend. That's all he knew. Oh, I didn't take that into consideration. This must be their backup plan because my grandmother's grand birthday party was cancelled. Quote. Lily didn't say a thing. She had no idea of what the original plan he was talking about was. Why can't we just kill him? She asked hatefully. That bastard planned to kill her young master. Unforgivable. I need him alive for now. Then at least allow me to cut his balls and feed them to him. She said. Her worldviews had gone very astray ever since she began serving Victor. It was definitely his effect. It could be Margaret's too, but that girl was not on friendly terms with Lily. No, he wouldn't be able to walk for 3 days if you castrated him. Victor said. This guy definitely holds a big position. I need him to walk out alive out of here with an intact body. He will be carrying a hot potato with him. Hot potato? She frowned. Scalding hot. We'll tell you later, and don't worry about killing him. He will not live to see tomorrow's sun. Just keep him drunk for now. I want him to be as docile as a lamb. Understood. Now go help the girls guide the guests to the other hall, and make sure to bump into Julian. I want him to feel relieved that you are not a bride. I know what to do. Ellipsis. James Trove 3 smiled and nodded to the polite maid who guided him as he sat at the table in the replacement hall with the other invitees. This hall was 2 times wider and 3 times more gilded than the previous one. It was as if this was the real wedding venue and the old one was just a mock-up. A stage for a lousy play. Not only he, but all the invitees were also looking around in shock at the walls and the ceiling. They were not filled with screens like the previous hall. On the contrary, this hall was more traditional yet more magnificent as everywhere you looked, was filled with all kinds of colorful roses and flowers of all kinds. Many of the girls who attended wished they had their phones to take some photos. They all wished for a wedding like this. The stage was 2 times grander, like a real dragon temple. If he didn't know better, he would have thought that this temple was built using otherworldly materials. It had a unique and authentic atmosphere that was highlighted by the distinct smell of blood and bleach. Many of the guests didn't notice a thing, but he could tell that a massacre happened here minutes ago. Many people died a horrifying death. There was evidence everywhere, from the signs of furniture flipping on the marble ground to the well-concealed blade and bullet marks on the walls. They must have quickly sprayed paint over them with gold paint and then dusted some gold leaves around after that. It was nearly perfect, but old snakes and foxes like him could notice it easily. James already knew that someone wanted to attack the wedding as there were many reports about the Von Sui movements. That's one of the reasons he came here to protect Lily and extract her if needed. But he didn't expect the Von Weiss family to be able to single out every one of the assailants and led them to a separate hall from the beginning to finish them off cleanly. He sighed. Theodore was smarter and more shrewd than what is on the reports, or was this Alice's plan? It could also be Mike. He was not sure. The Von Weiss family was not easy at all. Especially Anne and her offspring. They were smarter and stronger than all the others. No matter what, they managed to finish things cleanly, without anyone noticing. He felt it ever since he entered this place. The array that had been monitoring his every movement, Alice must have used one of the Heavenly Sect's exclusive arrays. James, like many others, didn't suspect Victor at all. Although the lass was as smart as a fox, he was too young to weave such a scheme that saved the wedding from a disaster and was able to fend Caspian off easily and avoid a bullet. James finally understood why it was a mass wedding. If it were to be just a double wedding like his men reported were originally planned, losing a bride to Caspian would make Theodore and Victor lose a lot of faces, but in doing it a mass wedding with 8 brides, losing one bride meant nothing much. She could easily be replaced and no one would ask too many questions. James sighed and looked at Julian. He was in a deep conversation with Alice about free wrestling. He dabbled in it to earn some money a year ago, so he had a unique perspective that Alice seemed to find entertaining. Hopefully, nothing would happen between them. It is not that Alice didn't have enough background, but the problem was her reputation. Julian's mother was very particular about such things. Being a princess from a hidden power and all. Ahm, a slight cough alerted him. It was the same fake priestess girl from before. She stood on the stage and was preparing to talk. Ladies and gentlemen, if you may return to your seats, we will start shortly. Sorry for the disturbance. She said. Being a trained prostitute, she didn't really feel shy. The attendees who were having random conversations and sampling the delicacies quickly quieted down and looked at her. First of all, I have an important announcement. Because of the situation earlier, we were missing one bride, she said. Sonova Astra who ran away will be replaced by Elise von Geldstadt. Oh, James nodded. He guessed right. He didn't expect that the old fogey Harvey was also in on this. The other attendants also began to nod. Another bride. Elena frowned. Did you approve of this? She asked her husband who was sitting at her side pampering his other wife. Yes, I had nothing to do with arranging it though. It was an agreement between the girl's grandfather and Victor, he said as he looked smugly at Olaf who was, as expected, having a nervous breakdown. Theodore had realized earlier that Olaf was not an ally, especially after he stopped him from helping Victor earlier. From the desperate look in his eyes now, it was easy to tell that Olaf didn't expect Victor to marry a von Geldstadt bride, he seemingly didn't like it at all. Theodore had an idea now that Olaf must be working for the other branches of the family. They must have been aware of Nova's problem and probably hid it from his mother Anne on purpose. Thankfully, Olaf couldn't say a thing to ruin the wedding now as Harvey was sitting in the hall, and if he dared to anger the patriarch of the von Geldstadt family his position as a main butler would be lost. Even the one behind him would probably not be able to help him. Now, the priestess said as she moved around the stage elegantly. Due to the constant delays, and our young master's need to reach the wedding chamber before his medications kick in, we will quicken things up a little. Quote, what medications? Lara asked. No one answered as no one knew for sure, but in a way, what medications does one take on his wedding day? I think it is some kind of electrical, no erectee. Elle, who had been a little drowsy on wine for a while now, began to speak but a smack on her little head stopped her. It was from Mike who realized what she wanted to say. It is not time for that. He scolded as he looked at the stage. After the ceremony, we will move on to the dance immediately. Finishing that, the groom will leave with the brides to their bridal chamber, leaving you to enjoy the entertaining evening program we prepared. The priestess said as Lily slowly stepped onto the stage with a wobbly priest in her hands. He was wearing a black garb with his dragon bone mask falling all over his face. She just threw him on the dragon throne like a bag of dirt then retreated as if in a hurry. Wasn't he wearing a white robe earlier? One keen-eyed girl called Mia asked. Due to the grenade explosion earlier, the priest wetted his pants, so he had to change. A mindful maid clarified, making sure that all the attendees heard her, especially Mirage who squinted her eyes at the priest and then gasped. Oh, Mia nodded as Iris smacked the back of her head so that she could stop being a smartass and making trouble. Since this morning, she planned to expose Victor for the villain he really was and had been failing miserably. How can she investigate Victor if she couldn't even lift her mouth from the delicious dishes on the table? She would probably become a little piglet by the end of the day. Ahm, the priestess cleared her throat as she looked at the watch in her hand. Let the wedding begin, she shouted as the venue grew dark with only some of the flowers which kept giving off a fluorescent light. Would they repeat that stupid ritual from before? Some smartass asked. Don't be rude, his father smacked his head. Chapter 312. The real wedding ceremony too. Everyone held their breath and waited in the pitch-black hall, then the sound of a horn could be heard followed by a series of harp tones that gave the hall an ethereal feel. Many small flames suddenly lit around the hall, illuminating it with a very dim gray light while leaving the stage in total darkness. That was until a bright spotlight suddenly shone there and the brides entered walking in line. Something was different this time though. It took the attendees a few minutes to make it out due to the illumination. The 8 brides who were in different long dresses and unique masks were all chained in a long delicate golden chain that hung between anthems and went from their wrists to their ankles. They were being dragged by a bald man wearing black garb and a wooden mask on his face that made him look domineering. It was as if he was an executioner. It was as if the girls were some war trophies being brought to be married against their will. The attendees gasped, especially Theodore and his family. They had no idea what Victor was doing. Grandfather, will Elise be okay? April asked nervously. She really liked the little girl. And didn't like this roleplay Victor was making at all. It was a little humiliating. Yes, Harvey said absent-mindedly as he watched with a frown. What's wrong, grandfather? Gary asked. His grandfather would only make that expression if he found something interesting. Quote. I don't understand it. This doesn't add up. Why is he doing this? Harvey said. Doing what? This ceremony, it is as if he is trying to fool someone. No wonder the spy's report said it was the Back Dragon Mountain ceremony and not the 8 kingdoms, but still, something is hidden. Harvey suddenly squinted his eyes and began to look around inspecting the attendees for the second time. What do you mean? Gary asked. Can't you appraise everything with your glasses? No, that fox is using an appraisal blocking talisman, about 1,000 of them, the paper flowers all over the hall and in the middle of the tables are talismans. He must have paid a fortune to hide his tail. Oh, then is Victor using some kind of an illusion and doesn't want anyone to discover it? Gary said, carefully inspecting the carefully folded paper flower hidden between the real ones on the table. He really didn't notice it. That's impossible, he is attempting to do a system-binding wedding, any sort of illusions on stage would render it void, Harvey explained. System-binding wedding? Yes, look at the symbols around the stage, the signs, the orientations, he hid it well, but he can't fool my old eyes. What does a system-binding wedding do? April asked. Well, we don't fully know, it is an old tradition, as its name indicates, it's a marriage that will give you a system status, and it is very hard to annul. And, we don't know, some players used to do it in the past, and some claimed it has something to do with the ceremony. Others said that it made them feel connected all the time, but other than that it didn't seem to have any benefits. So it went out of fashion. Who would like to feel connected to his wife while cheating on her or murdering her mother? Oh, so why is Victor doing this? I can't tell yet, but I will definitely be able to figure it out before this fiasco is over. Gary frowned, not understanding his grandfather's point. He just looked back at the stage and carefully watched Elise. Why was she smiling as if she was having fun? Was she into bondage cosplay? Did she even understand what this meant? On the other side of the hall, Master Ahmm was silently cursing. With all of those talismans around the hall, he couldn't see a thing. He was curious about what Victor was hiding. No, he quickly focused on the stage. He almost gasped. I see, no wonder, he was just a pervert after all. Ahmm relaxed, believing he uncovered Victor's secret. Ellipsis. Victor, who was carefully inspecting everyone's eyes, didn't care about Ahmm or Harvey at this time. He was focused on Mirage, the Fate Sex Elder, who seemingly began to read the fates of everyone, not caring for the high cost. He could tell as he could see that her order points were dwindling fast. Earlier, he kept delaying the wedding until she finished reading the priest's fate. As Harvey said, he couldn't use his disguise skill after the ceremony officially began. He was not afraid of Mirage reading his fate again during the ceremony, as she already knew that he had the fate of the Harem king. And would not waste her points reading someone twice. As for her reading the girl's fates, it was a risk he was willing to take. It was very hard for him to disguise others' fate unless they were his blood slaves after all. He just sighed and gave a signal to Ruby to continue. Sorry about that, the young master was worried that one of the brides might escape again, so he had to chain them. According to him, he didn't have that many spares. The priestess said awkwardly. The attendees looked at each other but said nothing as the girls who wore colorful masks that didn't really disguise their identities slowly stood next to each other, feeling a little shy. Especially Arya. Elise, who was wondering how she ended up here, was being pushed by Margaret, who grilled her earlier. Now, here comes the hero, the priestess announced, as a more dramatic song began to play from the back. Few could tell that it was being played by the Wyron Principality's National Orchestra, which was hiding in the back of the stage. The musicians didn't complain though, they were paid handsomely. The stage went dark again as the groom walked into the spotlight. He was wearing a different hero mask this time. This one covered his face and had one long horn to its side. He looked at the brides and then bowed to them. They bowed back. Stupid, you bow too, you are in the frame. One of the girls who was taking photos to the side scolded the bald man who was still holding the chain. The man nodded awkwardly and then bowed. The hero quickly stood up elegantly, turned to the dragon, and bowed. The dragon priest snored. The priestess quickly ran to his side and poked him a few times, making him wake up. Who? What? He asked in a rough voice. The ceremony continues, she said as she threw a paper in his hand. Read. Oh, well, quote. Can I have some light here? A light suddenly shone on top of the priest's head. My dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to bind those brides by the draconian marriage bond. Let this wedding be an eternal connection, let the world be a witness as you give yourself to your new master. The priest read in a monotone voice. The girls bowed. If any of you object, then retreat now, this is really your last chance. No one retreated. Are you sure? Quote. No one objected. One of them was tempted to curse, but she kept her silence. Another wanted to laugh, she let out a giggle, but no one cared. Quote. The priest had seemingly fallen asleep. The priestess had to kick his leg and point at the next line. Oh, right, if any of you object then retreat now. We already finished that, the next line. Then this shall be your eternal choice, to love and be loved by your master for all eternity. The girls bowed again, and the hero bowed back. If any of the witnesses object to this marriage speak now, or hold your silence forever. The priest said, quote. Anyone at all? The priest asked again. You might not get another chance. Quote. Stop this madness. A young man suddenly appeared from under one of the tables as if he was waiting for this moment. Mira is mine, he didn't continue as 10 bald burly men appeared next to him in seconds, sacking him in a plastic bag, and then they began striking him with their steel batons before dragging his lifeless corpse out. Quote. No one objects, you may continue, the priestess said. But that guy just now. He will hold his silence forever. Oh, good, the priest nodded then went silent too. Quote. The priestess kicked the priest's dragon chair again. The wine was really a little too strong for someone his age. Oh, what, where, who, he woke up. Continue, there were no objections. She pointed to the next line. Quote. Since no one objects, then what? The priest asked the girl. She frowned and then quickly flipped the paper. Oh, as of this blessed day, your life is your master's, and his life is yours, Bo. The brides bowed to the hero. The hero bowed to them then back to the priest who was asleep again by this point. For this dragon Bo, the hero and the brides bowed to the dragon. Then this marriage is valid and the eternal contract shall be forged. He said as the entirety of the stage was lit and an old ceremonial table was brought in by 2 girls, one of which was Lily. On the table, a golden contract was placed. The priestess held the contract high showing it to the audience. There were some strange symbols all over it that no one understood. The hero, shouted the priestess, making the valiant hero approach the table then take out the ceremonial dagger on it and prick his delicate finger with it. Hold his hand and slide it over the contact, the priestess told the priest. Oh, the priest nodded, then took the hero's hand and slid it over the contract. Forming a diagonal curve, the brides, the priestess shouted as the hero stepped to the side. The girls were quickly dragged by the bald man who got them to the table where the priest followed the commands of the bossy priestess and used the ceremonial dagger to one by one prick the finger of each of the girls, then stamp it on the contract. Crossing it over the diagonal line. They did it in turns, Lynn, Mana, Mina, Arya, Margaret, Mira, Monica and finally Elise who was to be helped by the bald man, making the priest mistakenly prick the man's finger instead of Elise's then slide it over the contract before the priestess caught and corrected him. He quickly kicked the man away in disgust and took Elise's hand instead, finishing the ritual. The brides quickly retreated to the center of the hall after that and bowed again as the golden chain binding broke into pieces and fell to the ground. The priestess helped the priest stand as she whispered the words he had to say next in his ears. Let the world bear witness to this draconian marriage, he shouted, raising the contract up high for everyone to witness. A light shone from the contract for a second, but subdued later. For ordinary people, they thought this was some special effects, but for players, they realized what it was as a notification appeared in front of their eyes. Wedding ceremony witnessed. Wedding completed. Theodore frowned. He only realized it now, but his scheming son was doing a system marriage. Eamon, James, Martha, George, Olaf, and Mirage were amazed too. As old players they knew what it meant. They didn't see this coming at all. James quickly looked around the hall, then breathed in relief when he saw Lily walk from a side door and look at the stage with an envious look as if she wished she could be there too. Please don't do that, he wanted to tell her but couldn't. The wedding is complete, the priest announced. You may kiss the groom, he said as the stage grew dark. Then, 3 seconds later, a spotlight revealed Victor who slowly removed his mask walked toward the girls who slowly removed their masks one by one as Victor held them one by one and gave them a deep kiss under the envious eyes of the attendees. For many of them, this was the first time they witnessed the real beauty of those brides. They were in shock. Elena sighed as she watched her son kiss the girls. Her little boy had grown up. Finishing with the kissing, the spotlight moved to the priestess again. Thank you for attending this ceremony. The story goes that after the ritual, the hero and the brides lived happily ever after living under the care of the magnificent dragon. She said awkwardly. Now, she wanted to continue but was interrupted. Shit, get out of here you idiot. I almost mistook you for a girl and kissed you. Blah, there was the voice of Victor scolding someone seconds later. Chapter 313, The witnesses' signatures. The priestess cleared her throat. Now that the wedding is over, as we give the brides a chance to change their outfits before the dance, we will take the opportunity to let the witnesses examine and sign the contract. The priestess said as the stage grew dim, and the lights in the hall flickered on again, illuminating the entire place once more. Everyone gasped. The roses on the walls were no longer colorful, but now they were all gold, giving the hall a majestic look that was matched by the fragrant flowery incense smell that filled it, giving it a refreshing atmosphere. As the attendees began to look around, they quickly noticed the golden petals that began to fall from the ceiling like snow slowly drifting. The music changed into a slow swing, but no one noticed that. We realized that everyone was looking forward to the bouquet, but due to the tradition's restraints we couldn't, so after consulting a historian, we chose to sprinkle those golden leaves. According to an old tale, whoever collects most of them would be able to marry the prince in her dreams. The priestess said, setting the hall on fire. Ellipsis. Those are real gold. Willow, Victor's maternal grandmother, asked as one of the petals fell on her head. She quickly took it and bit it. Don't put that thing in your mouth. Her husband scolded his cheap wife, but she didn't listen. It is real gold, she exclaimed loudly, almost screaming. What? Her children and grandchildren asked as they quickly began to grab the petals near them, making their father look around nervously, but then sigh in relief when he noticed that everyone was doing the same. Ellipsis. Are these made of real gold? April caught one and examined it. She was no longer poor after marrying Gary, and she was not looking for a husband. It is just that she was curious. She never heard of such a tradition before, but she felt that this was somewhat romantic, as all the girls will get to take something with them. The petals were pretty, they were very light and had a unique organic texture that made them a little stiff holding their shapes, unlike regular gold leaves that crumbled in seconds. Yes, I wonder how much it cost, Gary said. They must have been made one by one, he added as he inspected one. Ho, ho, so that's it, Havy said, striking the table suddenly with his hand as he looked at the stage. I see now why he did it, that sneaky fox. Did what? Gary asked. You will see. Harvey didn't answer. Your friend is a fox who is ready to do anything to line up his pockets. You should be more like him. Quote. Grandfather, do you know how those are made? Gary frowned, changing the subject. Oh, what? Those trinkets. You were the one who sold them to Victor, you should know better. Harvey said as he finally noticed the golden petals. What? How? Gary asked. You can tell from their texture, they are golden eggs that have been peeled then stamped. Harvey said dismissively. Golden eggs. Gary frowned. When did he sell Victor golden eggs? Wait, he seemed to have heard that word before. From the goose. The ones that didn't vibrate. Harvey said. Now they apparently can. Oh. Gary finally remembered. Ellipsis. On the stage, when the lights turned on, everyone could see that the priest was no longer there, only the brides and the groom who were still making out. The girls, seemingly not satisfied with their first kiss, were taking turns trying again. That girl Margaret even grabbed Victor's ass and wrapped one of her slender legs around him as she kissed him. Bitch, Elena silently cursed as Theodore cleared his throat loudly, making the bride blush as they noticed that the lights were on. So, headed by Victor, they quickly retreated backstage with a heavy blush, forgetting Coralise who was waiting for her turn on the stage. Arya had to quickly return and grab her. Now, the priestess said as she stepped down awkwardly, let us view the contract, starting with the groom's family. She added as the golden contract was placed on a golden tray and then brought downstage by a few girls holding it as if it was a treasure. Seconds later many bald burly men walked in and began to professionally disassemble the stage behind her to prepare the floor for the dance. After placing the tray on the table, Theodore raised one brow as he inspected the objects on the tray. The contract, the red feather quill, and a bottle of ink beside it. If any of you wish to officially bear witness to this contract, please sign here, below the black dotted line, or on the back. The priestess said just as Victor left the backstage and hurried to his parents. He had changed into a white gilded suit that was a little easier to move with. Lily, who appeared from a different door, ran to his side and quickly replaced one of the girls holding the contract tray. She had a very bright smile on her face, but no one saw it thanks to her veil. Is this some new trend? Elena asked as she looked at the strange contract. It was made of pure gold and on it, there were words written in some kind of strange language with black sparkly ink. Diagonally across the paper, there was a purple blood S-shaped curved line overlapping a bright red one. Across it, horizontal streaks of blood were marked next to some other words. They were clearly the ones made by the brides. What are those? She asked. This is an old ceremony, Victor, who just reached the table, said, ignoring his father's glares. Those are the bride's names and blood signatures, he said. Oh, what language is this? Black Dragon Higher Tongue. Is this some new trending conlang? Luna was the one who asked. She heard of those things on the internet. It's an old obscure one, Victor said as he chuckled dryly. I paid a famous expert calligrapher to write them. He lied, he wrote it himself as no one knew how to read these nowadays. You probably got scammed, Alice said as she looked at the contract. It was neat, but as an elite disciple of the heavenly sect, she had studied a plethora of ancient languages in order to be able to decode some of the secret scripts in the sect. And the symbols used here, although they resembled some of the ones she knew, it was easy to tell that they were just empty imitations. The poor girl had no idea that the ones she spent years learning were imitations. Dragon languages were a wide area of expertise that even Victor with his vast knowledge could only understand the main dialects of it. Julian also inspected the contract, but he didn't find anything interesting. He was just too preoccupied with Lily standing a few feet next to him. He wished to hug her and tell her who he really is, but decided to hold himself. She would not believe him, and both of them might be in danger. This piece of paper doesn't matter, it is just for the authenticity. Victor lied casually. Only a few understood what he meant. As the system had already acknowledged his wedding. Why didn't you officially announce the bride's names? Elena asked, noticing the thing that most didn't. It is to keep the ritual's authenticity. In old times names were believed to be magical and they held great power, so people avoided announcing them. He didn't really lie, but he didn't tell the truth either. He couldn't simply slip in two brides if he announced their names. Especially that one of them who had no idea that she was getting married. Oh, she was not convinced. Now come on, use this quilt to sign it. I want you all to be witnesses to this day. He said, presenting the strange red feather quill to his mother. She frowned, then nodded and dipped it in the ink, then signed her name, which Victor pointed at with the bright red ink. Little did she know that this feather was an artifact that drew some blood from her body and mixed it with the ink. Theodore glared at his son, then signed his name too, followed by Mike and Alice. You too, brother-in-law, Victor said to Julian, as Lily presented the quill to her brother. We are one family now, Victor added with a smile that he reserved for those whom he was going to FCK their sisters. Julian nodded, then quickly took the quill from Lily's delicate hand and signed his name. He was feeling that Victor was not that bad. Wait, why did that blood streak in the center make him feel strange? The feeling disappeared moments later as Lily put her hand on the contract to take it back. It must be an illusion. Can I sign too? Lara asked as she jumped on her chair. Of course, Victor said and watched as the little girl took the quill and then began to sign with bright purplish red. Did you change the ink bottle? Elena asked as she noticed the color difference. No, the bottle had some old leftover ink. Victor lied as he looked at his sister's signature, then quickly withdrew the contract. He really needed to investigate his sister's bloodline. Its color was so strong that even less than a drop was enough to dye this especially made ink. Now, if you excuse me, Victor said as he gestured to Ruby and the girls holding the tray and began to move around the tables, making all the attendees, especially the VIP ones, sign the contract. Aunt, what do you think? Amelia asked her aunt after finishing the signing and watched as Victor moved away to scam someone else. It is an old marriage contract. The kid is no fool, Martha said. What do you mean? Amelia asked. He wants to use this to ask for help once his family ends. He made a contract with both us and von Geldstadt to secure an escape route for himself. Oh, you mean he knows about our plan? Probably not, but he is an elite of his family, and I am sure he is aware of the recent problem they encountered. What problem? Amelia asked. It is too early for you to know. Martha didn't answer. The matter of the destroyed awakening artifact was still hidden. Will we help him if he asks? Amelia asked. Are you a fool? Of course, we would. Then we will make sure to take everything. She said. Ellipsis. Master Harvey, you can sign here, Victor said as soon as he reached Harvey's table. Harvey glared at Victor and then inspected the contract, making sure it didn't have any problems. It was an ancient marriage contract. He could also easily spot Elisa's name, which was hastily written next to the last blood stroke. Draconic language? Harvey asked. Supposedly, I had to use an old dictionary to write your granddaughter's name. Thankfully I managed to get it written in time. Oh, a dictionary. Family secrets, Victor said as Harvey carefully inspected the quill, then nodded and signed the contract as a witness. Gary and April quickly followed. Young Master Victor, could you introduce me to your wedding contractor? April suddenly asked as she held Gary's hand under the table. We want to hold a wedding soon too. Gary added. Oh, congratulations, Victor said with a bright smile. Who is the other bride? What other bride? Gary and April asked at the same time. My wedding contractor specializes in mass weddings. I thought that's what you wanted. Victor said innocently. No, sorry, we didn't mean that. April would be my only bride, Gary said nervously. Feeling April's high heels penetrating his shoe, it gave him a strange feeling of fulfillment. Oh, well, I will send you his number in case you change your mind, Victor nodded to himself. No thanks, Gary said. He was a really faithful guy. Victor, Harvey suddenly as he pointed to a specific strike of blood on the contract, the one before the last. This one belonged to that bald guard, right? I don't know what you mean. Victor sweated as Gary and April looked at Harvey and then at the blonde stroke that seemed a little abrupt. You made all of this show to marry another guy, didn't you? I knew you had some peculiar fetishes the moment I saw you. I am sorry, although I don't discriminate, I only like girls, Victor told the truth. Then why did you fake Alex Donner's death and then marry him in front of everyone? Harvey said, making Victor look to the side to make sure no one was listening. No one was. Harvey was using an isolation artifact. Master Harvey, please keep it a secret. Alex saved my life and we just happened to make a bond on a cold prison night. I couldn't stop thinking about him ever since, Victor whispered in fright, making Gary and April look at each other. Oh, don't worry, Harvey said, I will not tell anyone, but when you plan to scam that poor lass to take you inside the Thunder Sect to get their vault, make sure to let me know, Harvey said, making Gary gasp. So that's it. Victor was plotting some scheme. Ah, so Master Harvey already knows. I understand, Victor said as he quickly took the contract and then ran to another table to scam them. As if he was afraid Harvey would ask something else from him. Ellipsis. Alex bit her lip then tried to twirl her hair and failed after remembering that it was shaved clean earlier. She was looking at the new field in her status window. Married to less than Victor Von Wise's greater than. Marriage type. Dragon concubine. Effects. 2 ways experience share. Order points share. Unconditional obedience. Soul connection. Soul defense. Dual cultivation. Alex couldn't believe this happened. First, that stupid priest made her sign the contract by mistake. Then when the stage went dark, Victor also kissed her by mistake. When the system displayed the message, "Do you approve of this marriage contract?" she pressed yes, totally unaware that it meant her marriage. Was Victor aware of this? Probably. What would he say? She didn't know. What would he do? Hopefully, he would sleep with her. No. What was she thinking? Would he find out the truth about her? Would he hate her? Would he send her away to work at a brothel? She didn't know. Can this marriage be annulled? She remembered hearing Victor that it would require a king's ransom and a great sacrifice to annul it, so probably not. What should she do? She had no idea. Stop spacing out. Did your brain shrink after the girls shaved your hair? Alpha, who was sitting next to Alex, asked coldly. She never liked Alex since the moment she saw her. Ah, sorry, Alex replied nervously. Just focus on the screens, the dance party will start shortly, and we must make sure that nothing bad happens. Alpha said then looked at Yin, and you need to stop sulking too. I am not sulking, I am just not happy that Victor went easy on that demon. I know I could have killed him. Yin said. This was her first time seeing another demon after her parents' accident and she was full of hate. That's impossible, he had many protection treasures. And even if you did, that would put us all in grave danger. Alpha sighed. I am sure Victor has some plan for that Caspian, so just relax and focus on your job. We have a long day in front of us, she added as she looked at the screen displaying the hall. Victor was slowly making a beeline between the tables, getting all the VIPs to sign his stupid contract. At the front of the hall, the stage was almost finished being dismantled by the chicks. A dancing stage was slowly taking shape with the previously hidden grand orchestra fully revealed. Did the burning of the offerings finish? Yes, thanks to the incense. The young master gave us. No one noticed a thing about the smell in the hall. Camellia, who was responsible for managing the background operations, said. That's good. Alpha sighed as she looked at the screens, then squinted her eyes and focused on one particular woman who slowly and silently withdrew from the hall without being noticed. Tell Victor to hurry up with his stupid dance. The target is already on the move. Chapter 314, The Dance. Victor slowly made his way toward James Trove's table with the contract. Principal James, can you bear witness to my wedding too? Victor asked meekly. Yes, of course, let me get a look at this contract first, James said as Lily placed the contract in front of him while making sure to stand close by to cloak her blood and smell on the contract. James Trove just gave the golden paper a casual look when suddenly he felt his blood boil. Shit, could Lily be one of the brides too? No, he quickly found the reason. It was a purple little signature with the name Lara von Weiss, just the look of it made him shiver. What the FCK? Is everything alright? Victor asked. Ah, yes, James said as he quickly signed his name. Excellent, Victor said then quickly headed to another table. James sighed as he saw Victor go with Lily then frowned. Wait, weren't there 9 signatures on the contract? He was not sure. He counted them again in his head. No. There were only 8. Ellipsis. Lily sighed in relief after Victor successfully got Julian's and James Trove's signatures. Finishing with the contract, she was signaled by Victor to take it away as he headed to the front of the hall where the dancing stage was finished and 8 brides walked out wearing colorful gowns. Even Elise, who was a little nervous about being pushed by Margaret, was wearing a pink gown that made her look very pretty. Lily really wanted to dance with Victor too, but she knew that it was impossible for now. Victor did promise her and the girls a better wedding later though, and there would be a special dance tonight at the mansion, he. Behind the veil she wore, Lily blushed and smiled like a pervert as she looked at her status window. Married to less than Victor von Weiss greater than. Marriage type. Dragon main wife. Effects. 2 ways experience share. Attributes share. Order points share. Unbreakable connection. Soul connection. Dragon soul defense. Dual cultivation. Dragon command. At last, Victor was hers. She couldn't believe it was true. She was Victor's main wife. She was no longer afraid of her family or that B*TCH Margaret. And on top of all this, they managed to pull it in front of everyone's eyes by changing their costumes and using Alex and the girls around the stage as a scapegoat to direct the attendees' attention. No one noticed it, but this was a Black Dragon marriage ceremony, not the 8 Kingdoms one they started in the other hall. This was not a marriage between the hero and the 8 princesses but between the evil dragon and the defeated female hero with her companions. The sacrifices before the wedding signified the battles before the defeat. It was an entirely different ceremony altogether from the gesture to the wordings. So when everyone supposed that the bride was marrying the hero, it was in fact the hero and his colleagues getting married to the dragon. Bowing to him, she also got the girls to bow to her once as she was the main wife. Yes, she was the hero under the mask that covered her entire face. The stupid priest that wore the dragon mask was played by none other than Victor. Everyone made the wrong assumption because of the previous ceremony in the first hall. When Victor pricked her finger with the dagger, he also pricked his. The blood mark in the center of the contract was a combination of both of their bloods as they moved their fingers together. That's why she had to stand next to the contract, in order for Julian and James not to feel her blood. The Lily that they saw outside disguised as her was none other than Theta, who only appeared after the main ceremony was finished. Now she was Victor's wife, and no one would ever be able to split them apart. Ellipsis. Victor quickly reached the center of the freshly built dance stage and turned to face the anticipated attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, if you may allow me a first dance with the ladies, then I will give you the stage. He said as if he was in a hurry. His medication is about to kick in. Elle, who was at the moment sitting with Lara and her 2 maternal cousins Bob and Miley at a side table, said, Elena wanted Lara to get to know them better as she grilled Alice and Julian about some details that young girls shouldn't hear. Yeah, I heard that Priestess mentioned it before. Bob Jr. said then looked at Lara, does your brother do drugs? Drugs are bad, you know. He said, acting righteously. Yes, Miley nodded. Her mother told her to make Lara like her, but she didn't know how. She wanted to ask Marley, but her sister was still going around like headless chicken searching for her lost fiancé. Drugs. Lara frowned. What did they mean by drugs? She wondered. Her brother did usually take a lot of pills, do those count? Drugs are not that effective on those with bloodlines, so now one taught Lara about them. As I said before, I was rudely interrupted. Hiccup. Elle, who was completely drunk after secretly sipping 3 bottles of wine, said. It is definitely medication for his electrical dysfunction. All men take those on their wedding days. Hiccup, she said with a nod. My Uncle Black used to buy those from abroad to sell for tourists. Electrical dysfunction, what's that? What does it do? Bob asked. Make him as strong as a bull. Elle nodded as she banged the table, remembering what her Uncle Black said with a dirty smile. Oh, can we take those too? Bob asked. He wanted to be strong too. Probably. Hiccup. I will ask Mother when we return home. Miley said. Lara nodded. If they made her strong, they would be perfect for her training, so she also intended to give her poor mother a heart attack by asking her later tonight. Ellipsis. Victor smiled as he looked at his shy brides who sat neatly to the side in their fluffy dance gowns on gilded chairs. This time they were not wearing masks, allowing the crowd to be amazed by their beauty. Mommy, I want a bride like those too, one guy said to his snobbish mother. Father, I want to marry 8 wives too. Another said. Dear, please beat some sense into your son. Father, why aren't you responding? Dear, nothing, I was distracted for a second, the father said, totally not showing that he was having the same thoughts as his son. Quote. Many men had the same thoughts. After this wedding, they would never be the same, not after they realized what they were missing all these years. They were blissfully living in their ignorance, but not anymore. Now they know that every man should have a harem. Ooch, Julian yelped as Alice pinched his thigh. Gaze at them again and I will gouge your eyes out. Alice threatened. She had no idea why she was feeling jealous. Julian was a fake boyfriend after all. Yulina nodded. Why did he do that? He doesn't need to listen to her. She looked cute when she was angry. Why the hell was she angry? Victor chuckled to himself as he watched them, then cleared his throat. Since I didn't get to introduce the girls earlier because of the ceremony's tradition. I will do it now as I take them for a small dance one by one, he said, then turned to face the musicians to the side. First act, music, he shouted. The orchestra quickly stopped playing the song they were at, adjusted their instruments, and then began to play a strange yet serene melody that touched the hearts of everyone and made them feel happy. What kind of music is this? Elena asked. She had never heard anything like this. This is a sample from the soundtrack of the new movie, A New World, The Dragon Princess Saga, which my company is currently producing. It will be released in the cinemas next year, starring Mira. Victor shouted, extending his hand to Mira, who slowly approached him and threw herself in his embrace. She was wearing a white gown and had a golden flower on her chest. Her silky hair was tied into a braid around her head, making her look like a noble young lady, like a character from some movie to be exact. Now, although all of you guys know her, let me take the pleasure of introducing her as my wife. Mira, my first love, Victor said as he took the blushing Myra's hand and then guided her to start a dance. I fell in love with Mira when I saw her in the movie, Very Dangerous Young Lady. I was 11 years old back then, and that night I couldn't sleep all night thinking about her. She looked super cute as a child assassin back then, and she grew up to become a very beautiful lady as I expected she would be. Victor slowly explained as they danced, allowing Mira to twirl around in her dress while blushing. She wished her father would be here to see her, but as one of the family's agents, he had a lot of responsibilities and couldn't come. Victor slapped her butt as she collapsed in his hands. She changed her mind. Thankfully her father didn't come. When I met Mira for the first time 2 months ago, I knew that I wanted to marry her. I proposed, and she accepted. She also fell in love with me at first sight. He lied, looking her in the eyes, making her look away while blushing. He was not lying. She did fall for him and his handsome face, but she couldn't just let him know. The attendees watched the dance for the next 5 minutes, fully mesmerized until the dance slowly ended with a deep kiss. Victor reluctantly let Mira go after that. She slowly returned to her seat with a blush as Victor turned to face someone else. Next is, Victor paused and extended both of his hands. Mina and Mana slowly stood up and walked to his side, taking both of his hands. They were wearing 2 matching black gowns with blue and yellow roses. He drew back his hands, pulling the 2 girls into his chest under the envious looks of the viewers. Mana and Mina, as you see, are twins. I fell in love with them as soon as I met them that day when I first arrived at my mansion in Vane City. They work as maids there, you see, Victor said. They accompanied me for an entire night, and managed to steal my poor heart. He said mysteriously, then began to dance with the 2 girls at once, twirling one as he hugged another. Harvey, who was an expert womanizer, had to confess that Victor was doing this, 2 girls juggling, perfectly. He was even tempted to go find some twins and play with them. Theodore was feeling the same. Was this really his shy son? He sighed and looked at Elena by his side. She was mesmerized by the dance. Theodore pondered if he should take her with Luna to a dance after Victor finished. He couldn't lose to his son after all. The twins' dance lasted double the duration of Myris and ended with Victor kissing both of them, then slapping their little butts so that they would let go of him and return to their seats with a blush. Now, for the girl who stole my heart. Quote, how many girls stole your heart exactly? One rude guy asked. All of them did. It is my fault for leaving it unguarded. He said with a smile as he hugged Arya, causing many of the unmarried girls in the audience to start having nefarious thoughts. Now this is someone you all know. Arya, the current CEO of Horizons Media. When Arya stole my heart, unlike others, I couldn't take it back or ask for hers in return, as I thought she was my sister back then. Victor said as Arya slowly reached his side and took his hand. She was wearing a blue-maroon shoulder-cut gown, and putting on a diamond necklace. She looked like a noble lady. HSS's, some gasped. There was such a thing. Willow, his maternal grandmother asked as many other attendees who didn't know the story began to gossip. Yes, apparently, some guy nodded, he heard such rumors. Iris, who was watching, sighed, wondering about some very random things. Arya was her replacement after all. Now, when I found out that Arya was not my sister due to an unfortunate accident, I was both sad and relieved. Now I could marry her at last. He said, that was my first thought. He added, looking her deep in the eyes. She couldn't look at him anymore, so she just buried her face in his chest as they began their slow dance. I think they look nice together, Theodore nodded. He really likes Arya, unlike most of his sons, and despite having no bloodline she was talented, humble, and polite. This is perfect for her, she was his daughter-in-law now after all. I think so too, Elena said with a sigh. The third dance ended with a deep kiss too. The next one is a girl I fell in love with at first sight. Monica, Victor said as Monica, who was dressed in a frilled golden dress, shyly held his hand. Do you fall a lot at first sight? Some rude girl called Mia asked. Yes, I always fall at first sight. Victor replied. For Monica, it was a very nice summer day when I kidnapped her from the street. What? Elena asked among others. Yes, it was clearly a mistake, a case of mistaken identity. Victor clarified as if kidnapping people was alright if you got the right person. Ever since then she has suffered from Stockholm Syndrome and couldn't stop following me. So I took advantage of that and proposed to her to marry me. And she accepted, Victor said as the dance started. Monica was not listening, she just breathed heavily as she kept up with him. She was a really good dancer. This wedding is taking a dark turn, Gary said. I agree, his grandfather nodded. Don't worry, he is kidding. Theodore told the nervous Elena and made sure that others heard him. They go to the same school, he met her there. Oh, I almost had a heart attack. Elena sighed in relief. Her son is really evil. Monica's dance ended quickly as she was no longer able to dance anymore. She had to retreat quickly to her seat after pecking her new husband on the mouth. Victor chuckled as he turned to the next girl, who moved confidently to his side with her sparkly one-piece turquoise-colored dress. She just extended her hand and he took it. For Lynn it was different. As you may know, I was the fiancé of her bitch sister, Linda, whom I didn't like. That slut escaped the day I was forced there to go propose by my family, and this was the luckiest thing that ever happened to me, as it allowed me to meet my love, the girl who offered herself as my fiancé instead, the girl I fell in love with at first sight, Lynn. He said. Again, April asked. Yeah, he falls in love a lot apparently. This is getting boring though. I agree, I don't. I think he is romantic. Shut up, you are just jealous. Quote. True. Ellipsis. Let's dance. Victor told Lynn, who took his hand elegantly and stepped forward as the music sound flowed. She made sure to shoot Lily, who was standing to the side, a triumphant look that Victor pretended he didn't notice. It was a really nice dance, one had to say. Lynn was very strong after all, so she managed to force Victor to do some stressful moves that the other girl couldn't. Like extending to the side while supporting herself with her legs around Victor's waist, forcing him to resist falling while keeping with the dance. In the end, she raised her slender leg and placed it on his shoulder as he held her waist, then she used it as leverage to climb onto his shoulders, where she hugged his neck with his legs and then dived into his lips, giving him a deep kiss while he carried her. That dance ended abruptly with that. She secretly practiced for this for 2 weeks using poor gargoyles that she summoned as partners. She broke the necks of 124 of them before she got it right. Lynn tried hard to make the kiss last as long as possible, but the sound of her mother clearing her throat 3 minutes later made her reluctantly do a backflip to the ground, where she let go of her husband. We will continue this tonight, she said arrogantly, making her mother frown. Was this her feeble daughter? Victor smiled, catching his breath, then turned to his own slut who didn't wait for him. Now, let me introduce you to the one and only Margaret. Victor said as Margaret took his hand and then stuck her body onto his. She was wearing a crimson slim dress that had a long cut to the side that reached her thigh. It perfectly matched her braided hair color, making her look hot. Did you also fall in love with her at first sight? Some guy asked. For Margaret, that a no. When I first saw her I had one idea in mind, Victor said as he began his dance with Margaret. This girl is definitely a slut, he said loudly, making her step on his white leather shoe with her high heels. His shoes were already metal-plated, so ignored her. Really, she is slut? Someone asked as Margaret's friends nodded, remembering that day at Tom's birthday party. She was really acting like a slut, right? Tom, where was he? Still, in the ladies' room banging some girl. No, Victor said. I learned the truth about her 3 days later when we were exploring the ruins near the filming set of the movie Dragon Hero 4. I saw it when she selflessly sacrificed herself to save her friends from a group of perverts. They chased her for a while before I could save her. Victor said as his mother and everyone else listened closely. There was such a thing. Maybe this girl was not that rotten after all. That's when she threw herself on my chest and began to cry. Victor said. No, she was rotten to the core. Everyone thought this was the oldest trick in the book after all. Victor ignored them and continued. I thought she was a pitiful girl. But I didn't expect her to take the opportunity and grab my unguarded heart at that moment, leaving only a damp shirt in its place. My heart has been hers ever since, and she is still refusing to let it go, so I chose to marry her in order to get it back from her. He said, making many looks at him and at Margaret, who was perfectly dancing with him with some complex eyes. He just confessed to being taken advantage of. Would you give me my heart back now? He asked as he held Margaret and moved around while she clung to him. No, that's impossible. I already traded it with some cash at a pawn shop. She giggled with a smile as she twirled around him. Then turned and stopped behind him, hugging his chest from behind and resting her head on his back. Too bad then, I will have to make you work for me until I get something of equal value. He said, turning her around and slapping her butt. It was a part of the dance. She just hugged his leg with hers and hugged his neck with her elegant eyes, looking him in the eyes as the dance finished. How long would that take? She asked. According to your work qualifications and considering your age. Let's see, that would take you about. He didn't continue as her mouth covered his. Elena cleared her throat 21.3 seconds later, forcing them to let go of each other. Margaret slowly retreated to her seat after pinching Victor's butt, making sure everyone saw that. Now, the last girl on today's menu, Victor said as he slowly walked to Elisa's side and then carried her from her wheelchair, making her yelp in embarrassment as she hugged him, afraid of falling. Don't worry, I have got you, Victor said as he began the dance with Elise immediately. He professionally swayed her to a piece of joyful slow music. I was not expecting to marry Elise. I wanted her cousin, but her family thought Elise made a good match for me, he said to everyone, and now I agree, as I fell in love with her at first sight too. He said, then paused a little as he gave Alpha some secret instructions. Isn't she too young for you? Someone had to ask. How old are you? Victor asked Elise as he twirled her around and caught her again, making her gasp. I am 25, she said with a cheeky smile. You heard the girl, Victor said as Harvey frowned. Wasn't Elise crying earlier? What the fuck just happened? Was Victor's skills with women real? Wasn't he acting all the time? Gary and April were feeling a little shocked too, though they were a little relieved as they saw Elise's smile. The girl deserved to be loved. The dance with Elise was not long, as Victor was technically doing all the dancing. It ended with a quick kiss, Elise's first. So after Victor carefully put Elise back in her wheelchair, he turned to the attendees and bowed as all the brides stood up and walked to his side, bowing beside him. Everyone clapped, including Master Amon, who was affirming the next step of his plan with his bosses. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the dance stage is yours. Enjoy your evening, Victor said. This young master has a husband duty to attend to, he added as he quickly withdrew with the girls. Chapter 315, The Supreme Ruler. Ladies and gentlemen, Theodore's voice sounded in the hall moments after Victor left. Now that the groom has departed, let us enjoy the rest of this party this evening. We have a program full of pretty singers and handsome models, he said. Just wanted to comment on something through. Did you notice the brides, shiny and youthful skins? He asked. Many nodded. Many girls wished to be as pretty, and many men wanted wives this pretty. Perfect, right, This is all due to our new beauty cream product. SKINPUREX. Theodore added in a salesman tone, taking a white pearly gilded package from his pocket and displaying it to the attendees. You all saw the commercials on TV lately. They are all true, Theodore said, just look at my wives. He pointed to Elena and Luna, who blushed a little under the eyes of the attendees. Their skin was really smooth and pretty. Hell, even look at my mother and sister-in-law, he added, pointing to Willow and her daughter, whom he pretty much forgot her name. They had been using the cream that Victor gave them when he came to Golden Waterfall Town a month ago, and now their skins were as smooth as a baby's. The attendees were a little intrigued as they carefully inspected Elena and her family. Maybe this cream was effective, but wasn't Theodore a little too shameless for marketing his products at his son's wedding? Now for every one of our guests who attended this wedding, I will present a gift basket that not only includes this beauty cream, but also many of our new things like the yet unreleased beauty shampoo, bath salts, and exclusive diet biscuit. Although it tastes a little bad, you will not feel hungry for 24 hours after eating one, Theodore said as many servants poured into carrying the gift baskets for everyone. The attendees looked at each other and then ran to grab their baskets. How much does this thing cost? Julian asked as he inspected the cream bottle that a polite maid put beside he got. Alice was interested too. She heard her father talk about this thing, but never got the chance to inspect it. About $20 per package, that's the official price, Luna said. She was helping Theodore with his business lately. Is it more on the black market? Yes, due to the limited supply, its price can reach $100. Luna said. Why are you asking? Are you intending to sell this? Elena asked, feeling strange from the way Julian looked at the cream bottle as if it was a treasure. No, Julian is our sales manager, he is just analyzing this product. Alice interjected as she stepped on Julian's toes. He was truly going to sell this thing outside. Ellipsis. Don't taste it, this thing tastes like sh*t. The drunken Elle warned the kids at her table, who were looking with interest at the energy bar. Even my Aunt Paula, who ate everything, would not dare to taste it, she added as she leaned on the table, feeling a little sleepy. Really? Lara frowned. The last time Victor gave her one of those it didn't taste bad at all. So she took one from a nearby servant and gave it a bite. The next moment she was running out of the hall to the ladies' room. Her taste buds were crying for help, but as a lady, she couldn't spit her food in front of others. Theodore chuckled as he saw his daughter leave. This was never meant for humans but for those players among the guests. This thing would make the perfect rations for dungeon explorers, and after testing it for the last month, it was ready for the mass market, with the only problem being the taste that no amount of sugar could fix. Now, let the dance begin, he said, but no one listened as they examined their baskets. Well, he didn't mind. He will get the dance stage for himself and his wives for a while at the very least. Ellipsis. That's how things should be done, Harvey said as Gary and April got their baskets and began to check them out. Are these things real? Gary asked, a little not believing. Many beauty products are just scams. Yes, according to a recent report, Theodore had just struck gold. Harvey explained. A few months ago Victor, that lucky bastard, was messing around and happened to discover an F-ranked dungeon and clear it. It just so happened to be on a mountain that belonged entirely to Theodore, not to the Von Weiss family, but to Theodore himself. Oh, he can exploit it himself. Yes, he would have to silence his family with some scabs, but he got most of it, Harvey said, feeling a little jealous. In it, they found this strange algae. It seems to have the effect of rejuvenating skin. He made that cream out of it. He also seemed to have found some mushrooms that made people less hungry, but it didn't pass the testing stage yet. They are using dungeon plants for consumer products. Wouldn't it hurt normal people? April asked. Exactly, otherworldly products are super effective on normal people, so many tests are needed and the doses need to be adjusted, but every once in a while, some things just work, he said. He really likes April. She was both smart and considerate. A good wife for a merchant. Especially with her class of a doomed negotiator. She can make some very compelling arguments and find faults in others' reasoning and weaknesses in their actions. April, earlier when I spoke to Victor, did you feel anything wrong? Harvey asked April, who was checking the new cream she got. She couldn't wait to try it. No, not really, he seemed pretty sincere. Other than avoiding talking a lot, I felt nothing strange, but... What? Harvey squinted his eyes. That maid who held the contract, she was really nervous. Oh, the veiled one, Harvey said as he looked around. That maid was not in the hall. She must have left with Victor. Yes. Interesting. Ellipsis. It was sunset when Mirage, who left the wedding right after the ceremony, watched as the drunk priest walked out of the hotel with the help of one girl who bowed respectfully to him after she threw him like a garbage bag into a taxi. Follow him, Mirage told her driver. The black SUV stealthily followed the taxi as it left Midtown and headed to the suburbs. When she was reading everyone's fate earlier during the ceremony, she saw it. His fate was not the one she was looking for, but it was a clue. The only clue she found. Defined fate, reach glory as one of the world's supreme ruler's servants. This guy was sure to guide her to her target. According to her sect's conclusions, the disturbance started about 3 months ago in Vane City. And the target is in his or her teens. At first, they suspected Victor as he was a major newcomer to the city around that time. But after she scanned him, she was sure it was not him. He was just your old pervert. His fate as a harem king was interesting as it was rare, but that's it. At the wedding, she scanned the girls one by one, and none of them had a defined fate. They were just minor characters, destined to be breeding material for that pervert Victor. She never suspected once that their fates had just changed recently. Only the Fate Lord can change fates after all. She scanned the attendees too. There was nothing major. Sure, some had very bad fates, others had nice ones, but nothing earth-shattering. No, there was a Scion sitting to the side, but her fate had nothing to do with the Lord's plan. And then there was a dark Scion who was married against his will. Reading his defined fate was a waste. Cuckold your husband and die at his hands. She read it 2 times. At first when he acted as Nova when the wedding began, and then the second time when he was dressed like a guard and loitered around the stage for a while. What did his fate mean? Mirage also was curious how he managed to survive Caspian's attack. Her first question was answered after seeing what happened on stage. Later she figured it out. Victor was his husband. This was not important for now. The taxi stopped next to the main temple, a grand building that was built with the donations of thousands of worshippers. The priest wobbled out of the taxi and fell down, forcing the guard at the door to quickly ask for help to send him to his room. Mirage quickly out on her SSS-ranked hiding hood, gifted to her by her boss, then silently followed the priest in until she quietly stepped into his room. The moment the door shut, she intended to kidnap him, but what she didn't expect was that he sat right up. He was not drunk at all and his eyes were angry. He stood up from his bed with difficulty, then sat at a nearby table, taking a red orb from his ring and placing it in front of him. Looking at it, he began to slowly manipulate his expression to appear hurt. Then he took a green pill that immediately made him look sick. He coughed some blood, then took a deep breath, then touched the orb in front of him. Moments later the orb flickered, then a hologram of a young man appeared. Mirage knew that guy. It was Levi Von Sway. A snake in human flesh. Jack, what's wrong? Did the plan succeed? Master, the priest coughed up blood. They are dead. All dead. That bastard Theodore, he was waiting for us. It was all a trap. The men were taken to another room, and all of them were killed there. It was as if we had a spy among us. The priest coughed up blood. I know, my other agent at the wedding had already told me what happened on stage. When I arrived, I didn't even get to attack. I was subdued immediately. They drugged me, then made me perform that ritual. How did you escape then? They gave me poison, then sent me away. They didn't want the priest to die on their hands. The priest explained, but they didn't expect that I tricked them. My corpse warrior class made me immune to their medicine. I was always awake all the time but couldn't do anything. Victor had 4 high-level players around him all the time on the backstage, and one of them was from the von Geldstadt family. I really wanted to make a move and subdue Victor, then make him kill that bride Lynn, but what? It was impossible. I was already poisoned and those guys were watching me like hawks. He began to cough up blood. I see. It was as if Victor was a honeypot set by them to catch all enemies. That pervert was never really an elite. It was all a scam. We already know that. But if von Geldstadt is on it too, this complicates things. What's wrong with you? I told you I was poisoned. Although I won't die, I am not good at all, the priest said and coughed some blood. I already took an antidote pill. I just need to rest and heal up now and maybe use their strange poison to strengthen my corpse power. I just wanted to make this report before that. They expect me to be dead in 2 days. I see, Levi said. Rest for now, and I will contact you with instructions later tonight. Understood. The connection went off. Mirage watched as the priest smirked and stood up after putting the orb back in his storage ring. He was no longer looking sick as he flexed his muscles. Slowly blood returned to his face, making him look healthy again. He was clearly acting. He quickly took out 3 isolation talismans and activated them, making sure that his room was secure, then took out a mirror from his ring. He placed it on the table where the orb was, then bowed to it. A picture of a shadow soon appeared on it. Supreme Ruler. The priest saluted. How did it go? The shadow that resembled a young man asked with a cold voice. Perfect. There were some complications as Victor made me a little drunk so he would be able to marry Alex, which we didn't expect, but other than that, it went according to plan. A pervert is a pervert, the shadowy young man said. Did you fool the Von Sway family? Yes, when I disappear tonight, they will surely suspect the Von Weiss or the Von Geldstadt family. The priest said. Perfect. This would be perfect for our plan, as the chaos would get us the chance to set our piece to its place. The man said. But what if Von Sway didn't act as planned? Possible, that Fox Martin might realize something was wrong. But it doesn't matter, the families would fight it out sooner or later, so adding some fuel to the fire is never a bad thing. The young man said. Did the Fate sect send anyone? He asked, making Mirage squint her eyes and nearly gasp. I couldn't really tell, thanks to Victor's shenanigans everyone was looking around all the time. I suspect a woman who is next to Luanana, but I am not sure. Too bad photography was not allowed. The entire hall was jammed with anti-photography tools and talismans. Only specially calibrated cameras would work. Draw a photo and send it to me, maybe we can kill her and blame Victor for it. Mirage squinted her eyes angrily as she bit her lip. I understand. Would they really be drawn away from you with all the noise we were creating around here lately? I can't tell yet, but my fate is a damn hot potato. And with such a good honeypot as Victor, it would be a shame if I were not to use it, the man in the dark said. I believe in Master, the priest said with an unwavering belief. Did Caspian appear? Yes, thankfully Alex was able to fend him off, and he also did as I told him and accused Caspian of being a demon. What a good boy, Alex is the perfect agent. Victor thinks he is manipulating him, but on the contrary, he is the one being led by the nose. Is that Alex really trustworthy? Of course not, but he wants to rebuild his sect and preserve his father's legacy. And the greedy Victor would never really give him that. Neither would we, the priest chuckled. We can't tell him that just yet, the young master said in a sarcastic tone. I understand, the priest said, making Mirage nod to herself. Alex was really a dark scion. Probably the darkest of them all, everyone was manipulating him. Now, you know what to do, right? Yes, I just need to disappear and stay low for a while. The priest said. Exactly, your turn in Vane City is over anyway, just get rid of the Fate sect's agent before you contact me again. The young master said. Will be done, the priest said as the mirror went dark. He slowly stood up and stored the mirror in his ring, then turned to face Mirage, who was supposedly hiding. Welcome, Lady Fate sect agent, did you enjoy eavesdropping on me? He asked arrogantly. Chapter 316. Getting rid of the hot potato. Hearing the priest talk to her, Mirage didn't even flinch. That guy was facing the wall opposing her. She was not sure if he really knew that she was there. Her hiding cloak was a top-tier artifact after all. Quote. So you want to play hard, huh? Well, I noticed you since the moment you stepped into the temple. Do you know why I let you see all of that? He asked with a dirty smile. Quote. Because I will enjoy you later. It should be about time, he said as Mirage began to feel dizzy. **T. She was poisoned. Slowly she felt her strength disappear, having no more power to activate the cloak that she was wearing, which stopped working seconds later. She needed to act, but she couldn't move. It was as if she was frozen in place. Mirage could just silently curse as the priest turned around to face her. Oh, sorry, you were here, he chuckled, showing a mouth that had more than one decaying tooth. What kind of poison is this? She asked with difficulty as she felt her mouth grow stiff. She tried to move again but failed. Something new, he said, not explaining any further as he grabbed her cloak, looked at it then put it in his ring. You have some nice treasure here, let me see what else you got. He took a dagger from his ring and then professionally began to peel Mirage's clothes layer by layer until she was totally naked. He must have done this hundreds of times before. The dagger was so slow and steady, that the protection talisman she had on her body failed to register it as an attack before they were cut. She had no energy to activate them forcibly. Damn you, she cursed. She couldn't believe it as the perverted priest began to check her perfect body. She quickly tried to activate her skills, all of them, but none worked. Don't try, This poison is a newly developed one that disabled someone's powers. Its only drawback is that it is very slow to activate. He said, I will make sure to fully enjoy you, then I will pin it on that pervert Victor. By the time your master realized that it was all a ploy, it would have already been too late. He added as he took her ring from her finger, took a look at it, and then stacked it in his robes. She glared at him as his eyes darted around her body. Calm down, she told herself. The Fate Lord's protection would save you, she believed in her lord. You are pretty, he said as he began to touch himself indecently. Your lord should have sent someone more normal instead. I was only able to discover you because I kept checking you out at the ceremony. You are my type, he said in a depraved tone as he began to unbutton his pants. Especially that ass, he said, groping her butt with his other hand. Mirage's face turned white as she closed her eyes and silently cursed, not wanting to see that man's things as she felt his dirty hand touch her pure body that was dedicated to her lord. He began to chuckle lewdly, then paused. He began to scream, making her open her eyes to see that he was holding his crotch with his hands as blood seeped out. He quickly took a pill from his ring and ate it desperately, but from the look on his face when he fell to the ground it was clearly not working. Damn it, it must be Theodore, he poisoned me back then. He screamed, I am going to find him and fuck him up. Damn him, damn his family, damn, no, please, help, quote. The priest's voice slowly disappeared as a river of black blood exploded from all his orifices above and below. No one came to his rescue as the room was fully soundproof to hide the old man's perverted hobbies. It was not a pretty sight at all. No matter how many pills he took, they were not effective. Mirage was terrified, not knowing what poison was this. She could only watch as the old man died and slowly began to decompose after that for the next 3 hours with a very stinky smell. Only his old bones and 2 storage rings were left of him. Slowly she began to feel that her body was no longer stiff. The moment the poison affecting her was weak enough and she could move, she quickly took herring from the floor with some difficulty and then took a general antidote pill from it and ate it. It was super effective. She could move freely 30 seconds later. She quickly took a silk scarf and wrapped it around her face, covering her nose, and then put on some cloth before she began to search around the old man's room. Finding nothing interesting, she just took a sample of the priest's black blood and his storage ring before escaping. Ellipsis. Victor, who was sitting to the side of the room, smiled coldly as he watched Mirage leave with the hot potato. Lily's fate. It was all him before she closed her eyes, and the real priest after. Yes, it was all a ploy by him to make the Fate sect forget about him and start focusing on some imaginary enemy that he didn't name on purpose. He was not sure what powers worked for the Fate sect after all. He hoped that they would make a connection between the mirror and the dark chamber, but this was not that important. Just a side detail, Mirage was poisoned initially at the party, and the poison was activated later with an additional substance that he released when he entered the room. The ring Mirage took was not the priest's ring, but a fake one he prepared. No one would be able to open it the normal way, not even the Fate Lord, as it needs a lot of authority to remove Victor's imprint. It would take them a while, and if they did ever manage to open it using some other underhanded means. What happened in Troy's mansion would be an example of what would happen. Victor chuckled as carefully he left the temple and began heading home while whistling to himself. This was destined to be a long night. Ellipsis. Alice collapsed on her chair after returning to her seat from the ladies' room. She had to go wipe and adjust her skirt after 2 rounds of dancing with Julian and 1 with her father. She couldn't believe it, but she was having fun. Julian was a good dancer. At first, she was reluctant but had to do it to please her mother, who also danced with her father for an entire hour. What's wrong? She looked at Julian, who was sitting at her side, and asked. I may have drunk too much, he said, feeling strange. He never got drunk before. It was a strange fuzzy feeling. Oh, she said as she watched him lean on the table. Shall I prepare a room for the young master? A thoughtful maid suddenly approached and asked. Many guests had already collapsed, she noted. Many attendees had never drunk this much in their entire life, but the party was wild and the drinks here were of the best types. Yes, please do, Alice said with a sigh, as 2 other maids came and helped Julian, who was clearly drunk, stand up. Alice, go with them. He is your boyfriend. Elena, who was also resting after a wild dance with her husband, scolded. Ah, yes, Alice nodded as she also helped support Julian as they dragged him out of the hall. They quickly found a presidential suite on the top floor and slowly put Julian on a big bed. Do you need anything else, my lady? One maid asked Alice. Ah, no. You can leave, she said with a frown, then watched the maids walk out and close the door behind them, leaving her alone with Julian. Damn it, she cursed. She couldn't just leave. It was not appropriate to leave her boyfriend and continue to party. She sighed as she sat on a side couch and looked at Julian. She had to confess, he was handsome, his features were those of a prince somehow. He was destined not to be ordinary, too bad he grew up in a poor family. No, he was the lucky one, he didn't have to marry against his will like she did. Looking at him for the next few minutes, she began to feel strange, wanting to touch his face. Not knowing why, she slowly stood and approached him, touching his face, his hair, then his lips. A strange feeling rushed through her body. She slowly knelt beside him on the bed and kissed him. She wanted just a taste, but she couldn't let go. He opened his eyes and looked at her. She looked stunning up close, he couldn't help himself but touch her. She yelped and wanted to step back in fright, but he caught her. She could have easily gotten rid of him and kicked his ass but couldn't. She didn't want to. Ellipsis. ... See, I told you he is a bastard. Isn't that a little overboard? I mean, Victor fixing his sister with that hobo using the wine and libido effect. Alpha cursed as she watched from the cameras in the control center. He must have some plan. You saw how he scammed everyone earlier, Camellia said. And using the relaxing and the libido effects of the shard was really amazing. Just look at how wild the party is downstairs. Fun my ass. Many women will get pregnant tonight, Alpha sighed. Yin, you don't have to look. Ah, sorry, but they are both pretty like sculptures and, ah. Yin screamed as she put her hands on her face, covering her eyes. The scene on the monitor displaying Julian and Alice had just turned into something that someone in her age group should not watch. Mission accomplished, Alpha said as she turned off the monitor, disappointing the few girls who gathered to watch. They even brought some popcorn. He never technically forced them. One girl said, Beta, you have been corrupted by him. Alpha retorted, putting two drunk horny teenagers in the same room is the same as forcing them. But, just look at the other two. Lee and Archie, they have been at it since the morning. We stopped all effects on them hours ago, wanting them to go down and attend the ceremony, but it is to no avail. Alpha yelled angrily, you got a point there. But they are very compatible. Nora, one of the assassin girls said, now, can you turn on the monitor again? No, don't you have no shame? Alpha cursed, why don't you go watch your big sister? Lily get FCKED instead. She asked the assassin girls who finished their mission earlier and were now relaxing. Do you want us to die a gruesome death? Another one of the assassin girls exclaimed. Yin nodded. From the time she spent with Lily, she realized how ruthless she could be. Why does the young master like Lily anyway? Alpha asked, turning to Beta. He has many better girls. Personally, I like that slut Margaret better. I think because she is completely loyal to him. Beta said, she would literally die for him. The twins would too, Alpha interjected. I think it is because she is the prettiest. Camellia proposed. Prettier than me? Alpha asked. She didn't know why. By a bit, Camellia answered nervously as she looked away. I think because she was his first one, Theta said. You heard him, he said that Mira was his first love. Then what? Love is a strange thing, another said. I guess we would never truly know, Alpha sighed. Chapter 317, Elisa's Problem. Reaching his mansion at long last, Victor was welcomed by some very frustrated brides and a nervous bald cross-dressing one. They had been waiting for hours in their wedding dresses. Even Lily, who knew that he went to kill someone earlier, was a little nervous. Oops, he forgot to tell them that there would not be any action tonight. Welcome, young master. Hilda quickly welcomed him with a slight bow. Congratulations on your wedding, she said. Yeah, whatever, where is Hannah? He asked. She already moved her stuff to the staff building as you instructed her to do. She said she was going to sleep for 3 straight days before she takes care of that stupid egg for yours. Hilda said, taking a box from her storage ring. She left this for you. Victor quickly grabbed it and looked at it, confirming that this was the blood pill he asked for. Perfect. Good. Tell the girls when they return from the party to stay inside the walls for 3 days after they return from the party at the hotel. Now go out and close the door. This building will be out of bounds for next week, Victor said as he pushed the surprised Hilda out. And no matter what screams you hear, you are forbidden from entering. This young master wants to enjoy his wedding night, week, whatever. He said as he closed the mansion's door and then activated a talisman. The entire mansion shone with golden light for a moment before it returned to normal. Now you can't escape, he turned to the amused girls and said. Hee hee, the entire mansion is ours too, he paused as he looked at Alex. What are you doing here? Victor gasped and asked in shock as he pointed at her. I will leave, Alex said, feeling a little angry but didn't know why. She attempted to go out, but couldn't open the door. It was as if it was frozen in place. You can't leave, Victor said angrily. This entire place is entirely locked for 3 days. I already activated the space isolation talismans. Victor said angrily. Don't me. Damn, you were definitely planning to peep on me and my girls. Victor threw some baseless accusations. Not at all, Alex said defensively. They are not my type anyway. That's the point. You want to peep on me, not them. Victor yelled. Alex hesitated. No, I wouldn't do that, she said. Whatever. Don't even try anything funny and keep to your room for this week, or I would make sure to castrate you. This day keeps getting stranger, first a ghost bride, then a hot potato, and now this. A ghost bride? Margaret, who was watching the show, couldn't help but ask. She had no idea what Victor left them to do earlier. Yes, after the wedding, I checked my status and I had 10 brides. As far as I know, I only married the 9 of you. Where did the 10th come from? He said. Could it be a ghost from the wedding hall? He pondered, making the 10th bride look to the ground nervously, not daring to say a thing. Status? Monica asked. I will explain to you about this later. Victor quickly replied. Doesn't the system list the brides' names? Mira, who like the others only knew about Lily being the secret bride, asked. It does, but for the additional one, it is question marks. Like the system itself can't decide, Victor lied, making Alex look away as she secretly touched the gender-changing ring on her finger. She didn't know that it had that feature. Can't you use the system to connect to her? Lynn asked. It is not working. Strange, Victor lied. There must have been some glitch in the wedding. Probably it was that priest. Maybe he was a female in secret. Or he could be gay, Margaret said with a smug smile. She totally knew. That stupid priest is already dead. So it is not him, he said, giving Lily a nod. Dead? Monica asked, a little horrified. Yes, alcohol poisoning, he lied. No matter what, I will investigate the strange things later. I will get my hands on that 10th bride and then fuck her out, ghost or not. Victor said, licking his lips and sending a shiver down Alex's spine. What if she was a male? Margaret asked. Regardless, Victor yelled angrily. Then she better watches that sorry ass of hers. Margaret said. Definitely, Victor nodded. Now, why are you girls still awake anyway? Isn't it way past your bedtime? He asked the girls some bizarre questions. Are you really asking that? Don't you have some big job tonight? Margaret asked. We were waiting for you to finish it, she said, making the girls blush. True, Victor said as he slowly walked toward Elise, who was sitting nervously to the side totally unsuspecting, and carried her in his arms. She yelped in surprise. I will take Elise to heal her now. I am sure she already told you her story. Victor said. Lynn and Lily will come with me too. A threesome? No, a foursome, Margaret asked, a little excited for no apparent reason. You will know in the morning. Now go get some dinner and go to sleep, Victor said to the disappointed girls. And no matter what you hear from below, ignore it, he added mysteriously again, making Elise in his hand shrink a little. Young master, what should I do? Alex suddenly said nervously. Oh, I almost forgot about you. We will talk in the morning. This young master has a young master's work to do for tonight, Victor said as he carried Elise downstairs to the basement, ignoring the girls' questioning gazes. He paused. Margaret, take Alex and stay on the upper floor for tonight, he said apologetically. Why? She asked. She planned to eavesdrop on him. Your presence might disturb the ritual, he didn't elaborate as he left. Lynn and Lily quickly followed with a smirk, making the girls sigh in frustration. Especially Monica, who had been breathing heavily all night in anticipation. Don't look at him like that, Arya scolded. This was what we expected would happen. And Elise deserves to be the priority. You heard her story. Mira nodded. What a poor girl. How about we find something to eat then? Mina said, trying to liven the atmosphere a little. Mana nodded. Let's go. Aunt Hilda already prepared a lot of things in the kitchen. Then that only leaves the 2 of us, Margaret said, looking at Alex. And I am going to have my fun tonight no matter what, she added, dragging the poor newly married dark scion upstairs. Ellipsis. Victor, I need to talk to you privately too, Lin said as soon as they reached a simple soundproofed office in the basement, where Victor carefully placed the nervous Elise on a couch. Is it about the parasite? He asked. Yes, Lin nodded. She knew that Victor already knew everything about it. In fact, he had been watching the ritual she underwent through her eyes while calming her down. Did you learn something new? He asked. Before the wedding, Aunt Martha gave me another mission and told me to hide it from my mother. Oh, what? Victor looked at Lin with a frown. The parasite eggs they gave me were not for the zombie parasite as my mother and I were informed. What are they? Victor turned serious as he looked her in the eyes. I don't know, but that Aunt Martha told me to perform a ritual when we. Lin blushed. You know, what ritual? Victor asked. It is a strange incantation, Lin said as she took out a piece of paper and gave it to him. It contained a summoning spell. Victor only needed to look at it for a second before his face changed. What is it? Lily asked, giving Lin some very hostile looks. This is a demon summoning ritual. They want to replace me with a demon, he said, squinting his eyes. The Von Rosen patriarch must not be aware of this, they were infiltrated too. That woman Martha was a Von Sway agent. What should I do? She asked nervously. Don't worry, now that you told me, we can prepare some nice surprise for them, he said, squinting his eyes as he patted her hair. Lin nodded as she enjoyed his touch. Now, are you ready to do some summoning for me? He asked. Yes, she already knew that he wanted to make her summon something on their wedding night, but she had no idea what. Then go to the other room with Lily and follow this. Victor said, taking out a small booklet and giving it to Lin. Lin nodded as she quickly leafed through it. A summoning. Yes, it is important to upgrade our bloodlines before we lose our virginity. He said. Oh, she nodded. But this summoning is not for a servant, it is just an invitation to come to our world, that thing doesn't need to follow my order. We only have the power to send it back to its world. Yes, you don't have the power to make that thing your servant. We are just inviting a guest to help us, it might need some convincing though. Oh, is that why you want me to summon it in the cage? Yes, Victor nodded. Lily is coming with me. Lin finally asked, a little annoyed. Yes, she will make things way easier, Victor said as he took out a jade box containing the red feather he got from the auction. Use this as a catalyst, and make Lily stand by your side at all times without her veil. He added, looking at Lily. She was not convinced. What is this thing called Devi Tothik? I have never heard of such a creature before. Lin asked with a frown. It is a very rare creature from a higher realm, very tricky to summon, but if you follow the instructions in the contract I provided it should succeed on the first try. Victor said, this is vital for our next plan. You must succeed. Can't you be with us? Lin asked nervously. Summoning powerful otherworldly creatures is a very hard thing to do, especially if it is a smart one. No way. I will monitor you, but that's the only thing I can do. Don't even mention my name inside that room. That thing hates men and sluts. Victor said, I will have to use my disguise skill around this room to avoid any problems. Oh, so that's why you sent Margaret and Alex away. Quote, exactly, he said, he sent Alex away for another reason. Now go, the faster you finish with this, the faster we would be able to consummate our marriage, Victor said with a dirty smile. Lin blushed a little then quickly left with Lily who gave Elise then Victor one last glare before closing the room's door behind her. Elise shrank a little as she heard the door close. She was alone with him. It was the moment of truth. Was he scamming her all day or was he telling the truth? Now, Victor said as he sat beside her on the couch. What's wrong with you? He asked Elise. Quote. Aren't you the one who was supposed to tell me that? She asked. Not really, I only know 3 things. Victor said mysteriously. The first is that your ritual is not over yet, he said. Oh, really? She seemed to have not been aware of that. Yes, I can tell from reading your status with my appraisal skill. This leads us to my second point. Your condition is definitely caused by the ritual, it is some kind of a test. She also figured this out the moment he told her that her ritual was not over. The third thing is that you smell nice, he said. Do you wear perfume? He asked as he took a deep breath. Quote. No, she stuttered as she blushed. Can we return to curing me? You said you would be able to do that. Yes, you have to tell me exactly what happened at your ritual though, he asked. Well, I was really nervous back then, Elise nodded her cute eyebrows trying hard to remember. I was brought to the ceremony room by my uncle. A cube-shaped stone was placed in the center. The awakening artifact. Victor nodded. My uncle explained to me that the stone would ask me a question and that I should answer it the best I can. He ordered me to touch it after that. The stone? Yes, what else was there? She frowned, not getting his joke. Nothing, just a random thought. You were left alone after that. Yes, it is the tradition, as I must solve the question alone by myself. That makes sense. The idea behind the von Geldstadt family's artifact is that it would ask a question, then monitor the way the candidate thinks about it. The answer was not important, but the thought process is what determined the results. The more mental energy someone spends, the better. The candidate only needed to reach the answer in his mind, he didn't even need to say it. If the thought process was completely wrong or the candidate took too much time, the test would fail. This was a strange thing, as Elise didn't fail. Why was that? What happened after that at the ritual? A strange question appeared in front of me. It was totally incomprehensible no matter how I thought about it. I gave up and tried some random answers, but nothing happened. After an hour it disappeared and I was blasted away from the stone. Did your grandfather investigate what happened after that? Victor frowned. This was not what he expected. Yes, other than that my uncle didn't explain things more clearly. He found nothing, no foul play. Oh, Victor frowned. At first he presumed that it was someone from her family like what happened with him, but if someone was good enough able to fool Harvey, the von Geldstadt family wouldn't have disintegrated a few years after his death. Oh, what was the question? I can't tell you. What if I failed the test? She asked. After knowing the test was not over she had been feeling a little edgy. You already told your grandfather, and telling others will not make you fail as long as they didn't solve it for you. Oh, Elise frowned, then took out a piece of paper she was keeping in her pocket and gave it to Victor. She must have written it before with the twins' help. Opening it Victor frowned as he looked at it. Despite being blind, Elise's strokes were clear and beautiful, she must have studied calligraphy. Other than that Victor had no idea what the hell those symbols meant. What the fuck, he had never seen those before, despite them looking familiar. No wonder she didn't fail her ceremony or pass it, the girl couldn't simply answer a question she didn't get, so no matter what she tried, the system was still waiting for her to read the FC King question. Victor just sat there looking at the piece of paper for the next 30 minutes. Flipping it around and looking at it from a different angle. Elise who was sitting beside him said nothing. Damn, they looked very familiar, but where did he see them? It was a feeling similar to looking at your own glasses, you always look through them that you forget they are on your eyes, something like that. What could those mean? If this was not a trick played by her family then what? And how was the blind Elise able to solve this after the reckoning? If Elise was able to solve it, he should be able to do it too. Victor refused to think that she was smarter than him. What could have changed after the reckoning? It could be just a time thing, the question simply timed out after so long. Very possible, Elise would automatically be turned into a player by the world after the reckoning after all. It was also possible that the Scion who met her helped her in some way. Scions were good at fixing little girls' troubles. Victor sighed. He had a complex look in his eyes. Elise would definitely lose faith in him if he failed to solve her problem. The scam he prepared to steal her lowly heart would fail. No, he refused to give up. He must start from the beginning. He took a deep breath and began to ponder. If Elise could see what he looked like now, she would be shocked as he no longer looked like a perverted young master, but like a scheming fox deep in thoughts, a very charming fox. He was considering all possibilities. Why would the system ask Elise an impossible question? It never did that before, even the symbols it usually used were something everyone could read regardless of their race or language. Wait, Victor quickly remembered what happened earlier at the wedding. Something that he ignored and intended to investigate later. Holy sh**t. Victor suddenly shouted as he stood up looking at the symbols on the paper. He got it. Chapter 318, The Summoning. What? Elise asked nervously, feeling it as Victor jumped from the couch and began to laugh like a maniac. He was scaring her. Hee, I might know what's wrong with you, we need to make sure of one little thing first though, he said. I will take a sample of your blood. Don't flinch, he said as he surprised the girl and pricked her finger. He always kept some needles in his ring, just in case he needed to turn someone into a green goo. Why? She asked as he let go of her hand. Nothing, just a little test to make sure of your bloodline, he said as he smeared her blood in his bloodline book. Bloodline? She asked, but he didn't answer as he looked at the book in his hand. In it 2 pages lit up. Yes, he said as he checked the 2 bloodlines that appeared, just as his appraisal of her told him before. Originator species. Cyclops 50%. Rank. S. Special blood effects. True sight. Enhanced intelligence. Enhanced lifespan. Super enhanced strength. Enhanced intuition. Enhanced charm resistance. Enhanced water resistance. Super enhanced fire resistance. Enhanced petrifying resistance. Enhanced shock resistance. Metals affinity. Bloodline skills. True appraisal. S. Remnant memory. S. Calculative minds. S. Petrifying eye. A. Berserk. A. Illusion. A. Regeneration. B. Swift flash. C. Weakness. Dark metals. Ellipsis. The first one was the one belonging to the von Geldstadt family. To her mother. The next one belonged to her mysterious father. Originator species. 3i silver ermine 50%. Rank. S. Special blood effects. Immortality. Enhanced healing. Illusion resistance. Enhanced magic power. Super enhanced agility. Super enhanced intelligence. Enhanced cold resistance. Enhanced shock resistance. Super enhanced memory. Super enhanced charm. Weak presence. Bloodline skills. Ethereal sight. SSS. Disguise. S. Hiding. A. Armored skin. A. Fireball. A. Thunderstrike. A. Charm. A. T-Hunterstep. A. Regeneration. B. Leer. B. Shock. C. Weakness. Ringstone. Hell water. Wow, this girl sure has some noble bloodline. Victor pondered. Now he was sure of his conclusion. Sometimes, people get certain bloodline skills and powers before awakening, like his father, who has some crazy libido, and Lara who gained amazing regeneration after he upgraded her bloodline last night. These things are completely random and differ from one person to another. What is the problem? Elise asked. Your bloodline has this power, true sight, and something called ethereal sight. You also have some illusion resistance which seems to have affected this too. Quote. The irony, she said. She was blind now after all. It is not that, back then when you looked at the system message, you must have been very agitated, right? Well, my uncle was, being a little rough, so, I was crying, she said in a low voice after some hesitation. This might be the catalyst. Anyway, if my guess is right, when you looked at the system message you saw the true letters, a part of them. True what? Those are magical letters that would appear as a language that anyone can read. They are called base runes. The problem with those is that you need to see their illusion to understand them. Their real shape or they will appear like random symbols to the untrained eye. You mean this, blood power made me see their true look and not their intended one? She asked, not really sure. Kinda, you only saw a part of them, but it was enough to ruin the effect they should have had. So, anyone can read those? She asked worriedly. I can, to a certain extent, he said, not really sure. Then, I will need some time. They are multidimensional symbols you see. What you saw was a projection of just one side, not the real ones, he said as he pondered on the paper in his hand. It will take me a few minutes to figure the entire thing out. Oh, she said as she pondered on what he said earlier. Victor ignored her and began to work on the symbols. So my blood power makes me immune to illusions? She asked after a few minutes in which Victor had already scribbled a ton of additions to the symbols on the paper she gave him. Kinda, he answered absent-mindedly, focusing on the symbols. They were like a puzzle, and he had to make some guesses. Weren't you using an illusion to show me the wedding earlier? Why did it work then? She asked. Oh, he paused and looked at her, not expecting her to ask that. You already knew that it was an illusion, and if you searched for mistakes you could have found some. Or, maybe because you are blind now, you unconsciously chose to selectively see certain things. I am not really sure, he lied. The real reason she was affected by his illusion was his authority, which overrides any innate resistance she had. In truth, Elise was never supposed to see through Tom's disguise. The only reason she did was that it was the effect of a pill and not Victor's skill. But he couldn't tell her that, so he acted as if he revealed the truth to her on purpose. Finished, he finally said 30 minutes later. Then now what? She asked nervously. I can't help you solve this quiz or tell you anything about it, but I already decoded these symbols. I will make them appear in front of you as they should have. Make sure to answer it in your mind. Victor said. Oh, don't be nervous, even if you fail, I have a way to make you a player. He said, rubbing her hair to calm her down. Ready? Elise nodded nervously as in front of her eyes a series of letters began to appear. The real question. Answer. 3 dragons, a thunder dragon, a fire dragon, and water dragon. They found 3 chamber pots. One was gold, one was stone, and the last was wood. What chamber pot each dragon used? Victor smiled as he showed the question and looked at Elise, who was in deep thought. This question was a classic, but he couldn't help her. Her thought process is what was getting tested. Elise frowned as she pondered for a few minutes and then decided on an answer. This was a trick question. A dragon does not use a chamber pot to pee in it but to keep it. Dragons collected treasures. The 3 dragons will fight on the golden one and totally ignore the other 2. The water dragon would destroy the fire dragon. Who will not be able to attack freely, fearing damaging the pot. The thunder dragon will act as if it was heavily injured, then when the slippery water dragon touches the pot he would electrify it and kill the water dragon. The thunder dragon will take it and use it in whatever manner he desires. Elise answered, then in the next moment a ray of light shone around her as a menu screen appeared in front of her. It was gibberish at first, but remembering what Victor said, she quickly tried to adjust her eyesight, and the next moment, some readable text appeared. Congratulations player. Perfect answer. Calculating time and effort. Error. Correcting. Result issued. Class rewarded. Master Strategist, SSS. Skills. Prediction, SSS. Wide Vision, SS. Appraisal, S. Focus, A. Array Building, D. Hide Presence, F. Victor, who was using his appraisal skill to watch her, smiled and nodded as Elise slowly opened her eyes and looked at him with a smile. She could see perfectly now. Thank you, she said with tears in her eyes. It is my duty, you are my wife after all. She said as she jumped in his embrace, then began to cry. The last few years were tough on the little girl. And now finally she no longer needed to live in despair. Victor slowly patted her hair as she hugged him harder. Would he finally get that fabled skill? Nope, he had to wait for the next girl. Now that I took care of you, it's your turn to watch out for me, he said after the girl calmed down a little and awkwardly let go of him. How? She said with a heavy blush. Was he going to? She couldn't even look at him, imagining what would happen next. I want you to keep watch over me as I take this, Victor said, taking a pill from his ring. The blood-restoring pill Hannah prepared for him with the baby blood she got. Oh, just that? She asked, pouting a little. Don't be so disappointed, you will be able to watch a good show, he said, making her blush as she looked away. This bastard was playing with her on purpose. What a good show, she asked finally, but was interrupted as he suddenly hugged and carried her like a princess. I can walk now, she protested with a blush as she looked at him and then looked away. He was too handsome for her lowly heart. I know, I just like carrying you, he said as he left the room and headed to the one beside her where the big bathtub was. It was time for him to upgrade his bloodline. Ellipsis. From the darkness we call you. Davy Tothik, Lynn shouted as she held the celestial fire chicken feather that Victor gave her high. She was very tired as it took her 4 hours to fully prepare the summoning circle Victor gave her, and now she was attempting the summoning even though she had no idea what it was for. She just trusted Victor completely. She was standing with Lily in the cage room with a wooden table in front of them. On the table, there was a golden parchment and a few lit incense sticks. We call you, Lynn screamed again as in front of her a strange circle of shining symbols of light began to appear in midair as if it was a portal to another world. A summoning circle. We call you. We summon you, she shouted and repeated. Moments later 2 dark eyes appeared looking from the circle and peering at Lynn as if questioning her. We contract by blood, the offering is yours, she yelled. This feather is the token of our seal, Lynn said, raising the feather high and then leaving it. It magically stuck in midair, suspended by the magical circle. The ancient promise is to be kept, and the blood of the virgins shall be yours, she said, not really sure what this meant. The 2 eyes pondered looking at Lynn. It was hesitant. That was until it noticed Lily who was standing behind her. The eyes opened wide in shock, then the magical circle collapsed, turning into a strange symbol that drilled into the feather that started to burn. Then, quickly, in one smooth movement, Lynn placed the feather onto the parchment, then rolled and threw it inside the grand cage, then stepped back with Lily according to Victor's instructions. The parchment burnt in azure flames that began to take shape. From the darkness, it appeared. A giant cock. Literally. It was a huge bright white rooster with rainbow-colored feathers on its head, carefully combed from the left to the right. It was disoriented at first, looking around with wise human-like eerie eyes. Then a moment later it jumped at Lily, then hit the cage's iron bar, which stopped it in its tracks. It reached out its head trying to peck the girls, but they were at a safe distance, so it could only crow angrily at them. Now what? Lin asked nervously. I have no idea, Lily said as that thing attacked the cage again angrily. Will this cage hold? Lin asked nervously. Yes, the young master. No, our husband said that it would suffice, Lily corrected herself. Oh, but, Lin wanted to say something, but the rooster attacked again, shaking the entire cage, and making something stuffed above it fall down on its stupid head. It paused and looked at what hit it. It was a magazine. On its cover, there were some scantily dressed girls riding a horse in some very lewd way. The rooster began to crow as it pecked at them, shredding the page and causing more photos to appear. The pages scattered everywhere around the cage showed the rooster some things that it had never imagined possible. The poor thing almost lost its mind as it began to peck randomly everywhere at the pages and lost itself as it engrossed itself in these educational materials. Is that thing a pervert? Lin asked nervously with a blushed face as she calmed down a little. She didn't dare to look at the magazine after seeing the first page. Definitely, Lily nodded and said. Now she knew why Victor bought those. Thankfully he was telling the truth back then, they were not for his personal consumption. Why is it pecking at the girls? Lin asked. Does it hate them? It is not, it is pecking the eyes and the balls of the males in the photo, Lily, who had sharp eyesight, said. Even the animal ones. Oh, Lin, who didn't dare to look, nodded just when the room's doors were pushed open, making the rooster turn around and look with threatening eyes at the door and then at the newcomer. It was a very beautiful teenage girl, who wore revealing clothes and walked slowly, making sure to show her perfectly sculpted body. Lin and Lily frowned and looked at the girl, not knowing who this was. That was until she spoke in her melodic voice. Wow, that's one handsome big cock you have got here, she said looking at the celestial rooster. Vivi really wants to touch it, she added with a bright smile. Chapter 319, Bloodline Upgrade Pill. Victor, disguised as Vivi, slowly approached the distressed rooster who warily eyed him. What is this creature? You, Vivi, Lily asked. Why did the young masters know her husband's smell changed? She almost didn't recognize him. His smell was stronger and spicier, it almost caused her to get intoxicated. A celestial rooster, Victor said as he approached the cage while disguised as Vivi. The rooster, who calmed down, didn't attack. It just squinted its eyes inspecting Victor. It felt something was wrong, but it couldn't put its talon on it. What is it good for? Lin asked after affirming that it was really Victor. Vivi didn't respond, he just bowed to the rooster elegantly, making sure to show his breasts. The rooster bowed back, making sure to have a deep look off those breasts. Elise, come see this magnificent big cock, Victor yelled at the door, making everyone look back as a pretty petite girl slowly walked into the room. It was Elise, who was fully healed. She was blushing heavily, finally realizing why everyone called Victor a pervert. She had never known that someone could be this shameless. No wonder her cousin Charlotte hated his guts. Earlier he made her watch as he undressed and took that pill inside the strange wooden bathtub. His clearly defined slim muscular body looked super hot as he sweated with steam all around him. She had no idea a man could be this attractive. She wanted to look away, but Victor entrusted her with a healing pill to give him in case something went wrong, so she had to keep watching, carefully engraving every crease off his perfect body in her memory. The pill ended up being used on her after that. She bled for 5 straight minutes from her nose without realizing it. Look, Victor said, waking her up from her fantasies and pointing at the colorful rooster, this is a noble celestial rooster. It only likes pretty girls. So come say hi, he said. The rooster nodded. It somehow understood what Victor meant. Elise approached slowly and nervously, looking at the monstrous rooster. She had never been to a dungeon, so the sight of this thing was really sticking. Cut your finger and let a drop of your blood into the metal dish stuck to the cage, Victor said. Elise looked at him nervously, not knowing what to do. He sighed, then gently held her hand, and using a sharp dagger, he pricked her delicate finger. The rooster didn't move, he just watched as the blood drop fell in front of it. It slowly approached it, then sniffed at it. The next moment it slurped with its beak and then began to crow, causing Elise to step back in fear and into Vivi's embrace. What happened? She asked. Don't worry, look, Victor said as on the head of the celestial rooster, a blue and silver-colored feather began to grow, joining his other carefully arranged feathers. It crowed for a few more minutes, then bent down to the metal dish and spit out a red marble that Victor quickly took and inspected. What is this? You can call it a bloodline enhancement pill, Victor said, giving it to Elise. Take this as soon as you are in your room later, this thing has a very short shelf life. Oh, this will improve your bloodline by 1 degree. Victor said. The celestial rooster, in order to mate, needs to prove to the potential female that he is a real stud, so he goes around the world collecting bloodlines from other races, virgins. It is a pervert, Elise said, sucking her injured finger and inspecting the pill. The feathers that grew on its head are proof of his success. Right, that's also why only one from every bloodline can make a certain rooster drink his blood. Victor explained. This rooster had 5 feathers before, so it was not really that successful in his life. That's why he answered the summoning. Oh, and the pill? Lin asked. It is the leftovers. The rooster you see is a cheater. It enhances the bloodlines it takes to make it appear as if it was stronger than what it really is. Victor explained. The leftovers contain some of the enzymes secreted to enhance the bloodline by awakening some ancient genes in it. Taking it will cause your bloodline to enhance. He said. Oh, the 3 girls nodded, finally understanding why Victor summoned this damn thing. It was really to enhance their bloodlines. They slowly inspected the rooster who proudly lifted its head. Yup, it was a pervert. Lin finally realized what the ancient promise she made in the ceremony was. It was to give this pervert many blood drops of premium blood in exchange for the pills. Go, Lin, it is your turn, Victor said. She said, extending her hand to Victor. She wanted him to do it like with Elise. Victor sighed, then quickly cut her finger and presented the blood drop to the rooster who was waiting in anticipation. The moment the drop of blood fell into the dish, the rooster licked it, and from its head, a bright emerald feather began to grow. It was less impressive than the other one, as Lin only had the von Rosen family's B-ranked horned serpent bloodline. The rooster slowly spit the red pill, then stood and looked at Lily. It was as if it were saying, "It is your turn, honey." She was the reason it accepted the summoning in the first place. It preferred bloodlines from noble and bird-like mythical creatures like Lily's S-ranked crowned crow. Victor sighed as he grabbed the pill and gave it to Lin. Take Elise and go to your rooms, he ordered. You need to take this pill fast. He added. Oh, Lin frowned, looking at Lily and then at Victor. Fine, she said, grabbing the pill and then walking out. Elise, who didn't know which room was hers, quickly followed after giving Victor and then Lily one last look. Damn, this girl was pretty, she thought. After the room's door closed, Victor slowly approached the cage, then cut his own finger and let a drop of blood fall while crossing his fingers. For this, he had kept his virginity for the last few months. This thing's enzyme only works on virgin, undisturbed and unawakened blood. And it only likes females, that's why he was pausing as Vivi. The rooster looked at Vivi and then at the blood drop. It smelled it and then crowded angrily, kicking at the cage as it jumped back, then began to shoot hostile glares at Victor, who stepped back to make sure he was out of range. What's wrong? Lily asked. I don't know, Vivi said in a sluttery voice. Don't you like me? She asked the rooster as she began to unbutton her shirt, showing her body. The rooster crowed again, then frowned. Looking at the blood, then at Vivi, this was definitely a female. The blood felt weird though. It was tempting. It slowly approached the blood and looked at it. It smelled it again. This thing had something very special in it, but no, something was wrong. The smell was wrong. It was tempting, but no, it heard stories. Better safe than sorry. It stepped back and looked away. Victor chuckled dryly. He expected as much. He might disguise the smell and looks, but this thing had some nasty intuition. Lily, give me your hand, Victor said. Lily quickly obeyed and watched as Victor pricked her finger and made a drop of her blood fall into his. He merged the 2 blood drops. The rooster, who was acting angrily, looked at what happened and then ran to the dish. It looked at it, then at Vivi and Lily. It was a dilemma. What should it do? It stepped back, then returned to the dish. It shook its head, then stepped back. And looked to the side. Damn, this room was full of nasty images, not giving it the chance to clear its head. Then it looked at Lily and walked again towards the dish and gave the blood drop a smell. It was like a candy bar that fell in the mud, a very delicious candy bar. It hesitated. It wondered what to do, then noticed something and looked up. Lily slowly began to undress under Victor's command. It took her a moment to stand there naked in front of the cage, modestly covering her chest with her hand as she gave the rooster a wink. Blood began to flow from the poor creature's nostrils. And from Victor's too, but nobody saw that. The rooster didn't care anymore as it slurped the blood drops in relish. This was the only way. It raised its head and began to crow after that. 2 feathers began to grow from its head. One of them was golden and was from the left side like the others, while a unique purple one appeared from the right. It was a lone feather, the evidence that this rooster liked men. The crow spat up one big red pill and then opened its eyes wide as it noticed the feather dangling from the right side of its head. It looked with shock at it, then at Victor, who quickly scooped the pill and stood back. The rooster had finally figured it out. The rooster began to crow and wail angrily, scratching at the cage as if it wanted nothing more than to get to Victor and cut him into pieces. Its image as a repeatable rooster was ruined forever. Finding it futile to assault Victor, it began to try to pull the stupid purple feather from its head, but no matter how much it tried, the damn thing was as shameless as Victor as it refused to budge. Calm down. In the next few days, I will get you a few more girls, all of them have good bloodlines, Victor said. He wanted his blood slave skill to activate, but apparently, that cock didn't really drink the blood, but directly dissolved it. What a wasted opportunity. The rooster didn't listen to Victor as it began to crow hysterically. It was ruined. Its friends will start to make fun of it and no chick would accept it. The celestial chickens, society was very transphobic. Everyone makes mistakes in their youth. Victor added, all you can do now is to focus on collecting more feathers so that no one would look at the purple ones. The rooster responded by cursing at Victor and at his entire family in some incomprehensible bird language that if Victor understood he would have killed that shameless thing. What now? Lily asked, totally ignoring the rooster and looking at the pill in Victor's hand. It was one for the two of them, so it was hers or Victor's. She didn't mind it if Victor took it. Let's go upgrade our bloodline, Victor said after a sigh. He just gestured to Lily and left the room with her. The cock needs some time to calm down before it is ready for action again with the other girls, he said as he closed the door. Why did that sound so dirty? Ellipsis. Julian opened his eyes as he felt the sharp dagger touch his throat, drawing a red line of blood on it. You want to kill your husband after taking advantage of him? He calmly asked Alice, who was biting her lip as she held her dagger against him. She was hiding her body by the bedsheet that she wrapped around her. Tell me why I shouldn't kill you, she said coldly, hiding her feelings. She couldn't believe she surrendered to her desires and slept with this guy. You were the one who started it, he said as he looked her back in the eyes. Yesterday, he learned a lot about her weaknesses. She couldn't keep eye contact with him. He was right. She looked away as she puffed her rosy cheeks. Not knowing what to do, she stood up. Forget what happened, she said, throwing a piece of paper at him. It was the check she promised before. I might try, but I will never be able to. You were my first, he said, ignoring the check as he looked at her. She was pretty. Shut up. Do you know what we just did? She asked. We made love, he said softly. He was good at this. And although I have no experience, I have to say, we were very compatible. Shut up. She blushed, remembering the wild things they did under the effect of alcohol. He was right, they were compatible. You don't understand, we can't be together, our backgrounds are. She began to make excuses. I have a background, it is equal if not better than yours. Yeah, whatever. Alice didn't believe him. She already ordered her butler to look up his background earlier, and it quickly came out that Julian was just a poor orphan. I am telling the truth, he said. Yeah, did you see that man who broke into the wedding today, Caspian? What does it have to do with him? Julian asked. Although I rejected him, he is supposedly my fiancé. If he knew what we did, he would come after you and kill you. His background is something that even my family can't resist. So for your own safety, keep this a secret and forget about me, she said as she threw the bed sheet that was around her body on Julian, who was conflicted about telling her that James Trove had already removed the curse Caspian placed on him. By the time he removed the bed sheet from the top of his head, Alice was already dressed. Live a long life, we will never meet again, she said as she walked out without looking back. But Julian could spot the shake in her hand. We will see about that, he replied as he noticed the blood drops on the bed sheet. He was also her first. Although he had no way to convince her now, everything would change in a few months. Yes, he has set his mind. This chick was his. Suddenly there was a scream outside. Bitch, man stealer. Thinking that it was Alice, Julian jumped out of bed and ran to the door, and opened it slightly. Outside, one woman was screaming at another who was leading a naked handcuffed guy. Let my fiancé go, the hysterical girl screamed. Marley, take it easy, the guy who was only wearing a towel said awkwardly. And Officer Lee, you were the one who assaulted me, why am I getting arrested? Shut up, you think I don't know that you slipped something into my drink? She yelled. My blood sample is already in the labs. The results will be out in an hour. I didn't do anything. You were the one who drugged me. The wimpy guy exclaimed. Like hell I would do that. We will see what you will say when I confront you with the evidence at the station. Lee said as she dragged the poor guy away. Chapter 320, Bloodline Upgrade. It was 1 hour before dawn when Theodore's ultra-luxurious car reached his newly built ultra-luxurious lake mansion. After the wedding, he went to say hi to a certain acquaintance, and they ended up spending the night together with her. Although this was a little unfair to Elena and Luna, he was a man of many responsibilities, he would make it up for them later. His phone suddenly rang. It was her. Hi, did you miss me already? He answered with a perverted smile that no one in his family was allowed to see. Oh, and, he frowned as he listened. She did what? Theodore yelled at the phone and then listened for a few more minutes as the other side explained. I understand, don't worry, I will fix it. And I will also let my men search for Harold, he added as he hung up and then looked at George who parked the car near the mansion. George, I will have to trouble you, that stupid girl of mine, Lee, got in trouble again. Theodore sighed. I understand, was she arrested for assaulting Prince Archie? Yes. How did you know? Theodore asked in surprise. At the wedding, Victor fixed those two together, then made one of his maids slip something in Archie's drink. What? Theodore asked. He was so preoccupied with the wedding that he noticed nothing. His stupid son was juggling too many balls that he lost track of things. He intended to ask Victor about what exactly happened a week later when he planned to go give him the family gifts. Yes, Lady Lee had been after young Master Victor lately, so he must have wanted to dump her on someone else. Oh, could it be that Victor knows the truth? I wouldn't exclude that possibility. Indeed, that kid hides too deep. He is your son after all, George said, turning his eyes. True, Theodore nodded and smiled to himself. Well, Lee sent samples of hers and Archie's blood to the lab accusing him of drugging her, but the results came back that only Archie was drugged. Did Archie file the complaint? George asked with a frown as he stepped down and then went to open the door for his master. No, it was his fiancée, some random bitch, some new aspiring lieutenant at the station decided to take this seriously because of Archie's position as the crown prince. Theodore explained. Master, if I may say so. That's why I told you not to drug Harold. If he was not in a deep sleep right now he would have fixed this by himself easily. George said as he carefully helped his master step down from the car. Whatever, Theodore said as he adjusted his suit. He was not comfortable discussing his fetishes with George who had the habit of ruining his fun ever since they were young. I will see to it that Lee is released. Is there anything else, Master? George asked. No, you go fix Lee's problem then get some sleep, it has been a tough week. What about Harold? Didn't Nicole ask you to find him for her? He will wake up and find his way home on his own, Theodore said with annoyance. If Nicole didn't care for that guy, he would have slit his throat ages ago. That woman was as stubborn and unreasonable as her daughter. I understand, George said, shaking his head as he got into the car and then drove it away, heading toward the police station. Theodore sighed then headed toward the mansion's door while thinking about how to lie to his wives. Suddenly he stopped and looked toward the lake. There on its side, two little girls were practicing martial arts. Lara and her lowly maid Elle. Theodore, not wanting to disturb his daughter, carefully hid behind a tree and watched for a few minutes as Lara performed the family art's ninth maneuver and as the lowly beside her failed to cope and collapsed to the ground. It was perfect, no more than perfect. When did she get this good? Theodore wondered. It seemed like Victor not only helped Lara upgrade her bloodline but also fixed her martial arts. Sending her to live with him was not a bad decision. That kid must have been training secretly all these years. Not bad at all. Wait, why was she still continuing? Wasn't the maneuver supposed to end after the 12th movement? 13, 14.24.36, it ended with a bang as Lara used her delicate palm to hit a nearby tree. The tree shook, then split in half moments later. WTF. Theodore was shocked. So was Lara, who quickly looked to the sides, making sure that no one was watching her before she dragged the exhausted Elle away. Did Lara become a player? How else can a little girl break a tree just like that? If not, could it be that Victor found something in the ancestor's diary and taught it to her? Yes, that's probably it. Theodore really wanted to run to his daughter and asked her what the hell was that, but thinking of his image, he decided to summon her to his office and question her thoroughly after breakfast. Ellipsis. What is this? Lily asked as they entered the adjacent room in the basement. Then she watched as Victor began sealing the room with all kinds of talismans. A bathtub clearly. Victor said as he finished, then headed toward the already water-filled wooden bathtub. He took some strange herbs from his ring and began to dump them inside of it. What is it for? Weren't you going to eat that pill? Lily asked as she watched Victor work. The pill contains both mine and your bloodline unlocking enzymes. If I ate it alone it would be a waste. I did promise to unlock your bloodline that day after all. He said, not even looking at her. Ah, she smiled. I will use another method. We will take a herbal bath and use it to absorb the pill together. He said as he finished by dropping a few drops of soul wine. This will also give us the added benefit of strengthening our bodies, as the bloodline awakening is a chance to make our bodies forcibly absorb some materials that would take ages otherwise. Oh, you already planned this, didn't you? She asked. No wonder this tub was this big, it was meant for two. He probably planned this weeks ago. Yes, I knew that the stupid cock would not fall for my girl act. That thing has some amazing instincts for stupid things. Victor said. In his past life, the celestial rooster was summoned by mistake by a sect that got the celestial chicken feather and attempted to summon a phoenix as a last try to revive their sect. They got a perverted cock instead. They were in a dilemma, as the cock started attacking their disciples. Especially the males who got their nuts crushed by its beak. The rooster might appear weak, but it had some crazy defense. This was evident by its trying to pull the purple feather from its head and failing. This defense capability was probably the result of ages of evolution, as competing cocks would always try to remove each other's feathers. Anyway, the sect started trying to get rid of it to no avail. It was fast and cunning. That's when they found out that one of their assaulted female disciples got enhanced bloodlines after mistakenly eating the pill the cock spat at her. They quickly investigated his powers, and after confirming them, they devised a plan. They began secretly collecting virgin female disciples with unique blood and presenting them to the cock, who calmed down and began to live a life of debauchery. The Firebird sect was on its way to the top. Then, as always, someone leaked the news about the cock, and the sect was eliminated by a greater power. This is a common occurrence after the reckoning. Find treasure greater than use it greater than get destroyed and the treasure stolen. Too bad that by that time the cock's summoning time was over. And the assailants couldn't get their hands on it. In the next few years, there were some rumors that some powers secretly summoning the rooster to enhance their offspring's bloodlines, but no one affirmed this, as any news about the super rare celestial chicken feather that was required to summon the cock would be considered top secret information after its use was discovered. Even the summoning ceremony itself was considered a secret, and Victor would have not found out about it if he didn't work at the Royal Library and was searching for a way to fix his bloodline. Will this really work? Lily asked. Victor seemed hesitant a little. Theoretically, yes. No one tried this before, he confessed. In fact, the method he is using to separate the bloodlines from the pill is a forbidden method that usually gets used to take away someone's bloodline, but Victor reversed it. It was the same method used on him and his children in his past life. This method should enhance the pill's effect by 50% by incorporating other bloodline-enhancing herbs. Finishing with the bath preparation and drawing the array on the bottom of the tub, Victor took off his clothes and then entered the bathtub before looking at Lily, who blushed a little. She slowly began to take off her clothes, giving her young husband a stripping show to watch. Do it quickly, we don't have all day. This young master has a fake diary to write afterward, Victor scolded with blood dripping from his nose. If he looked at her anymore his blood would awaken, damn it. She chuckled as she stepped into the big wooden bathtub and relaxed, sitting with crossed legs facing Victor. She knew better than to disturb him at such a delicate time. The two of them were surrounded by many colorful golden and silver herbs floating. They looked like two chickens in a big pot getting ready to be boiled. What are you doing? You are sitting in the wrong direction. Do you want your bloodline to be destroyed? Victor scolded as he pulled the surprised girl into his embrace, making her sit in front of him with a deep blush. Now what? She asked bashfully, feeling his body touch her. It felt hot. Now we upgrade our bloodlines, this might be painful. He warned. Just relax, the parts of this pill related to your own bloodline would gravitate toward you by itself. He said. She nodded and watched as Victor took the pill and then threw it in the water on the opposing side of the tub. The red pill quickly dissolved, turning the water into a red thick liquid that slowly began to heat up. Slowly the bath water's color began to clear as two colorful streams separated. One purple headed toward Victor and another gold headed toward Lily. Then slowly the water began to boil and everything was cozy. That was until a moment later when what happened could be described with only one word. Painful. It was like thousands of knives penetrated Victor's and Lily's bodies. Victor expected it to be manageable, as he already experienced similar pain twice before. One was an hour ago when he used the pill he got from Hannah, and the other time was when that scion extracted his blood in his previous life. He couldn't have been more wrong. He wanted to use his skills to disguise the pain as he did with Lara, but to his surprise, his powers were completely useless. He could feel it as his skin began to break down and bleed, as every drop of blood in his body and every bone got broken down, and the old ancestral genes that lay dormant for ages woke and began to fix. It was an endless cycle of building and destruction. No, suddenly the destruction outpaced the rebuilding. Something was wrong. The absorption of the combination of the two bloodlines might have been a mistake. This thing is too strong. He had miscalculated. Victor quickly reached for his ring to take a healing pill. It didn't work. The ring stopped responding as Victor realized that all his mana was exhausted. Shit, he could feel it as life left him. Lily, who curled in his embrace, was suffering the same. She almost lost consciousness as she closed her eyes and bit her cherry lip. In the end, she could only turn and hug Victor tightly, burying her head in his chest. Victor's mind was quickly turning. What should he do? The bathtub had an exit mechanism, but if he stopped the ritual now, both he and Lily might get their bloodlines totally destroyed, as they are in a very fragile state. He hesitated as the pain became unmanageable. He was literally about to die. No, he can't let Lily die. Shit, even if he lost his bloodline now, he can't let Lily die. He reached for the secret lever to the side of the tub and then stopped. From the depth of his heart, he felt some great vitality energy suddenly appear. It spread all over his body, repairing the damage in seconds. Not only that, it crossed him and entered Lily's body. It was the energy he got when Alpha merged that vitality bead. It was so bountiful that a portion was sealed in his body using a drop of Sebastian's blood back then. He avoided using it, fearing that he would awaken his bloodline. That was until now. He could feel Lily, who was biting his shoulder while hugging him, relax. She was getting healed too. Was this because of their dragon marriage? Probably. Both Victor and Lily could feel it as the unimaginable pain began to subside. It was still painful though. In the tub, the water and the blood that seeped out of Victor's and Lily's exposed now damaged skin was literally boiling. No, it was beyond boiling at the moment, as a strange reaction seemed to have occurred, turning everything in the tub into a blob of lava. Victor and Lily didn't notice that. They just closed their eyes and focused on absorbing the liquid that was drilling into their bodies through every pore in their bodies. The only thing that kept them sober was the feeling of each other's embrace, and that filled them both with the power to go on. The process took forever, which in standard time meant 2 hours, during which both Victor and Lily felt as if they died 1,000 times. If it were not for their amazing bloodlines and the life energy that Victor got, they might have died for real. In the end, when the pain receded, they were no longer sitting, but laying and embracing each other in the bottom of the now empty tub in a room that was covered with soot. It was like the insides of an oven. Ellipsis. Victor slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lily, who also opened her pretty eyes at the same moment and looked at him. They gazed at each other. Lily's hair was no longer entirely black, but it had a few golden locks that looked messy around her pretty face that seemed to have become more charming. Victor was the same. His deep purple hair now had a golden sheen to it. And he had grown more handsome. "We did it," he said as he slowly sat up with Lily. Both of them had deep smiles on their faces as they could feel a strange strength go through their bodies. Victor quickly grabbed a certain book from his ring. He bit his finger and dropped some of his blood on it, then smiled. Bloodlines. Emperor Dragon, SSS 100%. Question mark question mark question mark. 15%. His bloodline had been upgraded first from an elder dragon to a noble dragon, and now, it was an emperor dragon. Victor had no idea whether this was a 1 or 2 steps upgrade. As emperor dragon was an SSS rank while a noble dragon was just an S-ranked one. He also got that mysterious bloodline Lara got. It was at 15% now, but the book didn't get it. This huge upgrade may have had something to do with Lily's bloodline that complemented his. That's why this shit was painful. It was a close call. He might have miscalculated a little, but he was not going to tell Lily that. All that was left now was to awaken his bloodline, and this was very easy with Lily around him. He just needed to be aroused enough. He smiled pervertedly as he looked at Lily, who was watching him closely. He grabbed her hand, putting a drop of blood from her in the book. Like what he did with Lara, he had to use a wooden splinter to make a cut. Bloodlines. Royal Crow, SSS 100%. Sea Dragon, AAA 60%. She was able to upgrade from a crowned crow to a royal crow, an SSS ranked bloodline. Maybe also a 2-step upgrade because as far as he knew, the step after Crowned Crow was a Crystal Feather Crow. She also had a new Sea Dragoness bloodline at 60%. This probably came from her stupid mother. It was probably sealed by some ancient method and was awakened after absorbing some of his noble dragon blood in the pill. Is it nice? Lily asked curiously as Victor looked at the incomprehensible symbols in the book with so much intensity that she began feeling a little jealous. Was this book prettier than her? One had to note that they were both sitting naked in the tub. Victor, who was looking super hot with his now muscular perfect body and purple flowing hair, was reading his book like a nerd instead of looking at her. This made her feel a little frustrated. It's amazing, he said as he turned to Lily wanting to tell her about what he found out, but he didn't get a chance as she threw herself at him and kissed his lip. Let's wait until we go up to our room, he said after a few minutes when she let go of his lips. This place is not suitable. No, the other girls will definitely be waiting there, she said. She was right. Lynn, who finished with her bloodline awakening, was waiting in his bed while wrapping herself in red tape like a gift. At least let me take a shower, he said as he looked at her, then froze as he watched her staring at him. Earlier, he didn't observe her closely out of habit as he usually ignored her to keep his sanity, but now, with her whole body riding his, he couldn't ignore it anymore. When did she become so beautiful? No, she said again as she pushed him down and sat on top of him. I've waited for this long enough. She finally snapped as she dived into her helpless husband's lips, her body embracing him with everything she got. He could only embrace her back. He was waiting for this too long too. It was time for them to consummate their marriage. Chapter 321. This chapter is too dirty. It was absolute darkness. Victor, who was floating in emptiness, looked around calmly after opening his eyes. Where was he? He began to remember what happened. Yes, he was with Lily. That girl really knew how to please a man with her body. She didn't even need to try. It was at that moment when they hugged each other and reached their peak, completing round 1. He felt some crazy pain go through his body. He knew that this was probably his blood that was awakened. So he prepared for it, and then he felt dizzy and passed out. But where was he now? What happened? He never read about similar phenomena before. He was floating in midair, which meant that this was his soul body. He quickly began to inspect it. He quickly remembered what Yin said that day, feeling the top of his head, and sure, it was there. The two snakes eating each other, forming an infinity sign. Ouroboros time sign. He touched his shoulder and on it, the other symbol was there. If he didn't know its location he would have missed it, as it was a very faint golden psi symbol. What is this? It looked familiar. Was it a rooster's footprint? Did that fucking cock do something to him? Impossible. He only met him today. Victor was pondering on it when frowned and held his head as he felt a great pain in his mind. The ancient knowledge that came from his bloodline began to pour into him. His bloodline had awakened, so this was a natural phenomenon. This knowledge was teaching him what he needed to know. It was how a calf can walk on its own, and how a bee knew how to fly by itself. Now, he also knew that he was a dragon. He totally forgot about the symbols as he instinctively realized one thing: now he had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to be quick. Now, at the time of awakening, was his one chance to use the energy from his awakening to activate any ancestral dragon power he designed, free of any restraints, no matter how absurd it is. Was there something like this? Isn't this too damn overpowered? Strange, he never heard of anything like this in his past life. He frowned, not knowing what to do. He decided to try. He didn't have a lot of time. He had 3 powers that he could choose from. Space fracture that allowed him to travel to any place not caring for its place, or a permanent gate between 2 spots, or cross into the space between spaces. Its cost, paid in order points, would depend on the distance and the size. Devour will allow him to eat things and extract their power. Its cost would usually depend on the item's rank. Heavenly fire that allowed him to burn any place on the planet by just a thought. Its cost depends on distance, strength, and range. Those are the basic skills that represent the basic response to danger. Flight, freeze of fight. If he wished now, he could totally erase Vane City or the entire heavenly sect if he wished to, but that would be a total waste of this opportunity, as enemies would always exist. He needed to use this opportunity to make himself stronger. He decided to use one of the most ancient and most powerful dragon techniques. Devour. This skill, according to the memories he got, would allow him to extract the powers of everything he eats. It is limited to 1 thing per type though, and eating similar things would give him diminishing results. He had no idea how this thing worked, but if this was used wisely, it would be amazing. What should he devour first? He wondered as he felt an ancient hunger dwell inside of him as he intended to use this power. He had nothing here. Shit, would his ring work? Yes, he could feel everything inside his ring. First, he tried some gems. One quickly disappeared from his ring and in the next moment, he could feel a minute amount of energy go inside his body. Mana increased. He smiled as tried another gem, but nothing happened. As expected, after that, he chose to devour the ceremonial dagger he got from the midget at the skeleton dungeon. Artifact devoured. Open black lens bracket increase intelligence close black lens bracket artifact skill was converted to +10 intelligence points. Open black lens bracket does not dull close black lens bracket artifact skill was converted to skill open black lens bracket hard skin, close black lens bracket. What? He can get these skills easily. He had another dagger too. The one he got from Baron. Shit, it was with Lily. Never mind that. Next, he wondered if he should try eating the golden goose. No, absolutely not. He tried one golden egg though. It disappeared from his ring immediately. Stamina increased. He tried a healing pill. Health increased. A stamina pill and a magic pill. Stamina increased. Mana increased. Good. Next, he tried a piece of hell iron. Health greatly increased. Strength greatly increased. Mana greatly increased. Great. It seemed like minerals had the effect of increasing basic attributes. If he knew this he would have filled his ring with all kinds of things. Regardless, he already owned many useless materials in his ring, so he began to eat randomly. Health increased. Stamina increased. Mana increased. Next, he tried something else. Chose one of the best storage rings he had. He was planning to give this to Elise, but now he had a better use for it. Storage ring devoured. Open black lens bracket great storage close black lens bracket artifact skill was converted to skill open black lens bracket storage space, close black lens bracket. Cool. Now, he no longer had to fear losing his ring. He quickly decided to try something bigger. The dragon scale armor he got from Sebastian. It was damaged anyway. Black dragon scaled armor devoured. Strength greatly increased. Compatibility found. Acquired the skill open black lens bracket dragon armor, close black lens bracket. Should he try something stronger? He got a lot of things from Sebastian. Blood sucking dagger greater than acquired the skill open black lens bracket blood heal, close black lens bracket. Elemental shield greater than acquired the skill open black lens bracket elemental shield, close black lens bracket. Invisibility talisman greater than acquired the skill open black lens bracket invisibility, close black lens bracket. Invincibility talisman greater than acquired the skill open black lens bracket minor invincibility, close black lens bracket. Wing magic wand greater than acquired +10 intelligence, wind affinity. Levitation necklace greater than acquired the skill open black lens bracket flight, close black lens bracket. Amazing. He had no time to waste, so he began to devour everything he had. A piece of wood greater than strength increased. Minor see-through talisman greater than open black lens bracket X-ray vision, close black lens bracket. Minor survey talisman greater than open black lens bracket survey, close black lens bracket. Minor teleportation talisman greater than teleport, close black lens bracket. Major appraisal talisman greater than appraisal skill already exist, greater than intelligence +5. Major shapeshifting talisman greater than open black lens bracket shapeshift, close black lens bracket. Major aura dispelling talisman greater than open black lens bracket aura dispel, close black lens bracket. Minor frost talisman greater than open black lens bracket frost ray, close black lens bracket. Major vortex talisman greater than open black lens bracket wind vortex, close black lens bracket. Minor thunder talisman greater than lightning affinity added plus electrify, close black lens bracket. Minor lava talisman greater than open black lens bracket lava ray, close black lens bracket. Mega earthquake talisman greater than earth affinity added plus open black lens bracket earthquake, close black lens bracket. Minor isolation talisman greater than open black lens bracket isolation, close black lens bracket. Major defense talisman greater than increase in elegance. Minor cat eye pill greater than increase in elegance. Major overdrive pill greater than increase strength. Major poison antidote pill greater than open black lens bracket poison resistance close black lens bracket greater than D. Major energy pill greater than stamina increased. Elixir greater than open black lens bracket base resistance, D close black lens bracket. Minor soul strengthening pill greater than intelligence increased. Major aphrodisiac antidote pill greater than intelligence increased, stamina increased. This one, he quickly remembered something and tried the best aphrodisiac he had got. Super aphrodisiac greater than charm increased. Oh, he quickly noticed that he was not affected by it, it just extracted the effect. It seemed like pills only increase attributes. He needed to devour artifacts and treasures to get skills. What about something else? Shit tasting energy bar greater than stamina increased. Soul apple greater than open black lens bracket soul defense, F close black lens bracket. Algae cream greater than charm increased, luck increased. Oh, this thing made people lucky. He didn't know that, he should probably tell his father to increase its price. Now what is left? The dragon egg. No, he shouldn't have given it to Hannah, damn it. He hesitated again, feeling around his ring. He could feel that those things were not really harmful, but still. To hell with it, he tried some soul wine. Intelligence increased. Soul defense greater than E. He felt nothing wrong. Next was the soul poison itself. No, he first decided to try the green goo first. Just a tiny bit, less than a drop. Soul defense greater than D. Stamina greatly increased. Poison resistance greater than B. He smiled as he tried to finally try the soul poison by itself, but before he could try that, he felt great pain and began to assault him. His ethereal body began to disintegrate. Shit, eating the green goo was a mistake. If he did nothing, he would turn himself and Lily, who was in his arms, into piles of green goo. It took him a second to think of a solution. The corpse of the Black Widow boss who he kept in with the soul poison to marinate, he quickly devoured it. Poison resistance greater than S. Acquired skill open black lens bracket poison blood, A close black lens bracket. He quickly felt better as his ethereal body began to rebuild itself, that was close. Finally the soul poison itself. Also just a tiny bit. Poison resistance greater than SS. Soul defense greater than S. Intelligence increased. Mana greatly increased. Cool. He quickly tried to check his body, but failed, he couldn't feel it from here. Still, as he felt nothing it was likely not dangerous, if only he had a way to know what the hell was happening. Oh, he had a way to find out. He hesitated, those treasures were really important. Screw it, he is going to eat everything. He devoured the knowledge book. The book of wished knowledge devoured. Intelligence greatly increased. Mana greatly increased. You acquired the subclass open black lens bracket Akashic Scholar, X close black lens bracket. You acquired the skill open black lens bracket record vision, X close black lens bracket. You acquired the skill open black lens bracket record search, X close black lens bracket. Appraisal skill found greater than admin appraisal skill had been updated greater than X. Shit, this was amazing, he really wanted to try it out, but not now, he didn't have much time, he needed to hurry. Now that he was sure of his abilities Victor no longer hesitated. He quickly ate the book of blood. He was sure that he would get something good. You acquired the skill open black lens bracket bloodline appraisal, S close black lens bracket. Akashic connection found. Bloodline appraisal greater than X. Next, he thought for a moment and devoured the shadow shifting ring. Open black lens bracket shadow shift, S close black lens bracket. Dark affinity added. Space affinity added. Super cool. Now all that was left was some weapons. No. He almost forgot. He quickly took one of his ancestors' bones and devoured it. Bloodline purity increase. Failed. Bone purity insufficient. All dragon skills were unlocked instead. Strength increased. Mana greatly increased. Health greatly increased. Luck increased. Charm increased. Interesting. What if he ate some of the golden carcasses that Margaret got? He quickly tried some. Strength increased. Mana greatly increased. Health greatly increased. Agility increased. Intelligence increased. Charm increased. Seemingly they are all of the same kind, and after eating a few, he stopped getting anything good. He didn't get any new bloodlines like he wanted, whatever. He quickly began to eat every weapon and armor he got in his ring until he stopped getting any new updates. He even tried some wooden chips from a broken door. Strength increased, agility increased, intelligence increased, luck increased, charm increased. It was not a lot, but not bad either. Seemingly, the more he devoured similar things, the less effective their effect was. He was feeling almost full now, realizing that the time for his skill was almost over. Too bad that much of his precious stuff was left at the hotel, like the amber of Vermeil and the edict shards. He really wanted to eat them. Hell, even his master ring was with Alpha. Damn, it. Now, he could feel it. He could eat one last thing. Lily. No. Victor quickly calmed himself. What was that just now? It was as if his instincts took control of him. He felt danger. His bloodline's desires almost got him. He heard of this before. People lose their rationality after awakening their bloodlines, sometimes becoming real monsters. He needed to find something else to devour and end this before he lost his mind. He remembered the Ouroboros sign. He tried to devour it. Failed. Own soul can't be devoured. What? So the sign was already part of himself. Then what about the psi sign? Failed. Continuity problem. 47,898,111,000 found. WTF. Victor frowned. He was out of time. Did he have anything else? He had the fishing pole, the skeleton keys and the reverse soul apple, but he had other plans for those with few others. They were too valuable to devour now. Shit, he almost forgot. He smacked his head. This is what happens when you are not prepared. The thing he had to eat most than anything was the awakening talisman. The last one he got. Thankfully he didn't need to waste it on Elise. Awakening talisman devoured. Skill acquired. Open black lens bracket. Awaken player, F close black lens bracket. Why not an S-ranked skill? The talisman was S-ranked. Strange. Ellipsis. This chapter is too fucking dirty. A young man who had an ugly scarred face sat at a tree as he read A+18 pirated web novel on his old dumb phone. Axel, get the fuck down here. A young woman suddenly yelled at him from below. What is the problem, big sister? It's rare to find you here, he asked, not going down. He couldn't do that, as after reading that chapter he was feeling a little too excited. He couldn't let his older martial sister see his little brother in his super form just yet. Shut up and get the fuck down here. She yelled again, kicking the dirt on the ground. We can speak from here. Do you know how hard it is to get a signal in this place? He said absent-mindedly as he left a comment on the chapter, cursing at the pervert writer for not including more details after making his readers wait an entire week for the next chapter. Fine, you can rot up that tree forever. She cursed. Didn't I warn you not to touch my underwear? She asked angrily. I didn't, he said lazily as he pressed the send button. Maybe he should add a review too, cursing at the author. Really? When little she threw her ball through your window by mistake and then went in to get it. She found my panties under your bed instead. Oh, what were they doing there all alone? I am the one asking this. She yelled. And how did you know that they were alone? Oops, maybe I thought they were masters, he said with an already prepared excuse. You know that our master always makes me do her laundry. So it must have fallen while I was doing that. Like hell, master only wears traditional underwear, not exotic. She didn't continue as she blushed when she saw the perverted smile on his face. She couldn't believe he made her say that out loud. Bastard, she screamed as she found a rock and threw it at him. He professionally dodged. Ever since he was a kid, he was far stronger and faster than the other disciples, even the older ones. Calm down, older sister, he said as he hid behind a tree trunk. It was a mistake. Shut up, bastard, she yelled at him. Was it also a mistake when you peeked at Sister Pam bathing? Or touched Sister Paula's butt? Or? Things happen, he interrupted. Not twice every week. She prepared to throw another stone, but the sound of footsteps coming from behind stopped her. She turned around and noticed the middle-aged woman with a wide face, thick lips, and razor-thin eyebrows who entered the courtyard with an elegant man in a black suit. She was acting strangely docile toward him, unlike her usual bossy attitude toward visitors. Ah, Master, Axel, she exclaimed as she bowed respectfully. Tiara, go outside, her master interrupted. We will talk later. I understand, Tiara said angrily, giving the man with her master an inspecting look while leaving the training courtyard. She was really curious about what this was about. She knew a good peeping spot. The master said nothing as she watched Axel, who quickly climbed down and then bowed respectfully in front of his master and her guest. He had to bow or they would notice his excited little brother. Is this the one? The man asked, carefully inspecting Axel. Yes, the poor child, we found him abandoned near our door, so we took him in. A lot of our disciples are orphans, she said, wiping her fake tears. Show me your hand, young man, the old man said. Axel frowned, wanting to clarify that he was not into men, but not wishing to oppose his master. He spread his hand toward the man who placed a stone in it. Then the next moment Alex was in shock as he felt his blood begin to boil. He quickly threw the stone, but it was too late. He could only fall to the ground and scream in pain as his hair turned purple, then he passed out. Chapter 322, Demon. Tiara silently sneaked behind the courtyard and found the peeping hole she used when she was a kid with the others. When she peeked through it, she saw that Axel was collapsed on the ground. Her master was helping that man carry him as they walked out of the hall with the old man. They headed toward the master's room through the back to avoid anyone seeing them. Tiara quickly followed silently. She was curious what was going on. She waited until they entered and then sneaked behind one of the old wooden windows. Although it was shut tight, it had many tiny cracks that if you position your eye just right, you would barely be able to make out what was happening inside. Inside, her master threw Axel on the bed before the man slowly approached him and put a pill in his mouth. Will it work? The master asked. Definitely. His compatibility is almost 89%, the man said. Tiara watched as slowly Axel began to move as if he was in pain and then scream in anguish as slowly, his face, which had many scars from an old fire when he was a child, began to heal at a visible rate, and so was his hands, full of signs of a tough childhood. In mere minutes he was completely healed. And he was fucking handsome with long flowing purple hair. Was this the same Axel? She wondered. Ah, don't kill me. Please stop. Axel screamed as he woke up and sat up abruptly and began to look around. What? Where? He asked in a fearful voice. Calm down, his master scolded. Master, you are alive, he asked in shock, looking at her warily. Or am I in hell? He asked. Shush, do you want me to die that much? She scolded. This is Master Olaf. Young master. The old man quickly got on one knee in front of Axel as tears began to fall from his eyes. What's going on here? Axel asked, not fully understanding what was happening. He was a little stunned by the old man's behavior. Young Master Victor, we finally found you. The old man clarified. What? My name is Axel, not Victor, he said. Master, is this a dream? What's going on in here? Where did you find this crazy man? He asked. Be polite. The master scolded. Young master, your real name is Victor. 18 years ago, there was an accident in the family. You were kidnapped and replaced by an impostor. I was tasked by the family to find you. The man said as he took a folder and presented it to Axel. What? A DNA test? Axel asked as he leafed through the folder. It was a DNA test report. Although he was a little disoriented and couldn't fully comprehend it, he could easily spot the red match word in the end. Yes, it clearly says that you are the son of Theodore von Weiss, one of the high elders of the family. What? Axel was a little stunned as he read the report. It looked genuine. What if this is a fake? He asked. He was not a fool, that's what he told himself. Axel, be polite, the master scolded. Master Olaf does not need to scam you. He is the head butler of the von Weiss family, one of the richest and most powerful families in the world. She explained. They are your real family. You are the lost heir. Last week when I took some of your blood, it was to do this DNA analysis. Von Weiss, really? Axel asked, unbelieving. He needed a few minutes to collect his thoughts. Yes, the von Weiss, Olaf said and just waited, allowing Axel to think things through. What date is it today? Axel suddenly asked. It is the end of the 7th month, Olaf said. Was the shock earlier too much for this guy? The year, 4723. Olaf replied, frowning as he watched Axel open his eyes wide then squint them. What? So I have been missing for 18 years. Since 4705. What took you so long to find me? He turned to Olaf and asked finally. This was too sudden for him. And he was a little skeptical as this had never happened to him before. We had no idea that you were missing, Olaf said with an embarrassed voice. The kidnappers replaced you with a fake, intending to ruin our family's bloodline. They had been doing this for the last decade, so when one similar fake like you was discovered a month ago, the family launched an investigation, retesting all of their descendants' DNA. He explained, mixing truth with lies. Ah, then why didn't the kidnapper just kill me? And what is good for replacing babies? They can't kill you, the family has a way to know if one of their heirs was killed. Olaf explained. And, well, this would be hard to believe, but our family's bloodline has superpowers. He added. Axel looked at the man as if he was crazy. Look in the mirror, the master said with a sigh. Axel frowned, then looked at the mirror at the side. Wah! He yelped. This was not what he expected. Something was very strange. The ugly scars that filled his face from when he was a child were long gone, and in their place was a handsome face. His black hair had turned purplish gray, giving him a mysterious look. He looked dashing. I gave you one of the family's healing pills. Those bastards who kidnapped you burnt your face when you were a baby so that you would not be recognized. This is true, Axel asked himself as he touched his smooth face and inspected it in the mirror. Wait. Why does my face look like that guy's? The one who married 8 wives, the one who married my Mira. Because that pervert is the impostor who took your place. What? Yes, this makes sense, he said to himself. You didn't do anything against him. No, we didn't want to startle the snake behind him. We have info that he is working with some of the family enemies, so the family council decided to do a silent replacement and use you against them. For the next 3 months, you will undergo intensive training so that you will be able to take your rightful position unnoticed. What if I refused? He asked, squinting his eyes. You are free to do so. Olaf sighed. It would be a waste to leave that impostor with the millions he got from the family though, and those 8 pretty wives who would suffer under him. Most of those girls are slaves, you see. They can't do a thing against him. The family will not approach him before finding out who are the guys behind him. He added with remorse. Oh, young master, if you can't handle such responsibility, and prefer to live a hermit life in this faraway poor sect, I would understand that. Some men are not up to the challenge. I have a memory eraser pill here that will make you forget about me, and I will have to burn your face again, Olaf said, flicking his fingers and making a fireball appear out of thin air. Tiara, who was watching from outside, had to cover her mouth with her hands in order not to make a voice. No, just a question though first, how rich is my family? Axel asked. He was already in when he said, "My. Rich. That word can't describe what the family has. For example, your big brother Max, who is just a normal heir, already owns an entire city." Olaf said with a smile. Your cousin raped a princess in public and guess what happened? Her father sent her to work as a maid in Morris's mansion. Oh, you are better than them. You are an elite heir who can move armies at will. Someone help the impostor to achieve that, to use the family power through him, and this will be all yours if you want. I am in, Axel frowned a little and said. This was a little unbelievable, just like the web novels he read. But whether this was a trick or the truth, he was in for the power, money, revenge, and most importantly, the girls. Good, Olaf said with a bright smile. You will be part of a secret team that the family elders are assembling to clear out all the traitors. We will rebuild the family together. He added. Axel was part of a grand operation that started 18 years ago. The Dark Chamber infiltrated the family ancestral hall, the hall responsible for keeping track of the heir's random offspring. Instead of reporting those to the family, the agents began to find those who were born to prostitutes and couldn't be tracked, then tested them. Those with good bloodlines would be sent to random facilities around the world to be raised, while others with weak bloodlines were harvested. The project was put on hold a few years ago as the Von Weiss family began to crack without the Dark Chamber's interference. They didn't want to help their enemies. Now, with Axel, there was a huge opportunity to grab a big piece of the pie if the family fell. Victor might be able to survive the fall after all, as a chess piece belonging to the von Geldstadt or the von Rosen family. Now this piece was theirs. Ellipsis. Now, this is what I call an upgrade. Victor smiled as all around him the strange darkness began to dissipate slowly, making him realize that he was in his soul space and this was his soul body as he expected. What was that just now? He had no idea. Did all of those who awakened their bloodline undergo such a thing? No one said a thing. He carefully inspected himself. Name: Victor von Weiss. Level: 143. Titles: Greater than Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Greater than Dungeon Conqueror X2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Greater than Savior X2, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Greater than Avenger, killed a stigma title holder. Greater than Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. Greater than Last Breath Warrior, fought in a deadly situation in a dungeon. Greater than Hero Party Member, defeat a boss as a part of the hero's team. Greater than Hero's Journey, help a hero survive a hopeless situation. Status: Authority: Infinity. Health 8,970, 8,970ths. Stamina 7,995, 7,995ths. Mana 13,530 13,530ths. Strength 638. Agility 559. Intelligence 773. Luck 62 plus 16. Charm 84 plus 17. Order points 105. Class Fate Weaver, X. Subclass Akashic Scholar, X. Class Skills Eyes of Destiny, X plus 2. Destiny Shield, SSS plus 1. Fate Tracker, X plus 1. Fate Instinct, X plus 1. Record Vision, by 1/1. Record Search, by 3/3. Recognized Skills, Poison Resistance, SSS. Womanizer, A++. Silky Tongue, B. Face Slapping, C. Butt Slapping, C. Base Resistance, D. Sparkles. Sword Arts, D. Lying, D. Sleeping, D. Gourmet, E. Pain Tolerance, E. Poetry, E. Creative Writing, E. Songwriting, E. Poison Brewing, E. Acting, E. Evading, E. Self-Healing, E. Dagger Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Murder, E. Movement Arts, E. Mace Arts, E. Needle Arts, E. Dismantling, E. Castration, E. Torture, E. Martial Arts, F. Piano, F. Guitar, F. Quick Reading, F. Bleeding Resistance, F. Formations Art, F. System Skills. Bloodline Appraisal, X Sparkles. Admin Appraisal, X Sparkles. Admin Merchant, SSS plus 2. Master Seal, SS plus 4, 6, 6. Unlimited Disguise, SS plus 4. Contractor of Doom plus 1, S. Soul Defense, S Sparkles. Shadow Shift, S Sparkles. Storage Space, S Sparkles. Elemental Shield, A Sparkles. Poison Blood, A Sparkles. Dragon Armor, A Sparkles. Eidetic Memory, A. Super Enhanced Senses, A. Silent Blade, A. Fire Breath, A. Dagger Throw, B. Night Vision, D. Blood Heal, D Sparkles. Wind Blade, D Sparkles. Health Regeneration, E. Invisibility, E Sparkles. Hard Skin, E Sparkles. Flight, E Sparkles. Shapeshift, E Sparkles. Aura Dispel, E Sparkles. Wind Vortex, E Sparkles. Dispel Curse, E Sparkles. Dispel Charm, E Sparkles. Earthquake, E Sparkles. Lie Detection, F. Enhanced Senses, F. Minor Invincibility, F Sparkles. X-Ray Vision, F Sparkles. Survey, F Sparkles. Frost Ray, F Sparkles. Lava Ray, F Sparkles. Teleport, F Sparkles. Telepathy, F Sparkles. Electrify, F Sparkles. Isolation, F Sparkles. Awaken Player, F Sparkles. Magic Affinity, Fire, Ice, Space, Time, Wind, Lightning, Earth, Dark. Bloodline, Chaos Dragon, by 100% Awakening. Effects. All attributes X2. Increase resistance to all diverse effect. Increase resistance to all elements. Immortality. Draconic Aura. Regeneration. Mana Heart. Skills. Devour, X. Space Fracture, X. Heavenly Fire, X. Chaos Ring, X. Chaos Breath, X. Chaos Step, SSS. Dragonification, SS. Dragon Breath, S. Dragon Claw, S. Limitless Flight, S. Limitless Dive, S. Hiding, S. Draconic Howl, A. Camouflage, A. Charm, A. X-ranked skill can only be used once every month, the cost depends on the target. Primal Demon, by 25% Purity UNAWAKENED. System Connections. Lily Main Wife. Mina CONCUBINE. Mana CONCUBINE. Margaret CONCUBINE. Lind Concubine BLOODSLAVE. Elise CONCUBINE. Arya CONCUBINE. Monica CONCUBINE. Mira CONCUBINE. Alexis Concubine BLOODSLAVE. Poe BLOODSLAVE. Rita BLOODSLAVE. Tom BLOODSLAVE. Daniel BLOODSLAVE. Fate Strength, A+. Equipment, Dragon Storage Ring, S. Holy SH*T. He fucking had a demon bloodline. Is that even possible? What the fuck did his whoring grandmother fuck? Wait, wasn't his first bloodline an Emperor Dragon? When did it become a Chaos Dragon? No wonder he got to do that Devour skill. His freaking bloodline had upgraded into an X rank. How the hell did this happen? Usually, it would be a very impossible question, but he had now the super class Akashic Scholar. Although he could use its skills only a limited number of times every day, he was okay with this. He couldn't wait to try it. He quickly used his skill record search to ask the question of how the hell was his bloodline upgraded to a Chaos Dragon. 10 order points are required. He still had to pay. Well, it was much less than in the book, and nothing was really free in life. He quickly paid. Chaos Dragon. The upgrade happened because of the remnant celestial crow saliva, and the excess energy from the awakening affected the blood particles, causing a few drops of the compatible emperor blood and the royal crow to fuse and then cross into your body with the pure yin and forcibly upgrade the rest of your bloodline. Further detail cost 17,441 order points. Oh, he didn't expect that. Was the ancestral skill activation related to that? Cost 5 order points. He paid. He needed to go raid some dungeon very soon to replenish his order points. Upon the activation of an X-ranked bloodline, it would cause the causality to be wrapped in the world, and a chance to activate one skill is granted. Oh, it was what he expected. Now, what about the Ouroboros infinity sign? He asked to activate his record search skill again. He knew that it was related to the Book of Time, but what did it mean? 1,000 order points are required to access the records. Failed. Shit, Victor cursed, then tried again at the Psi sign. 10 order points are required. Cheap. Victor quickly paid the price and the results appeared on the screen in front of him. It slowly caused his smiling face to change as he read. This was not a fork sign, but a crow's talon. And, damn it Lily, it was you all along. Chapter 323, The Sign 1. Lily slowly opened her eyes in the endless darkness and looked around. She saw nothing. Where was she? Wasn't she with her beloved Victor consummating their marriage? A sudden flow of memories interrupted her thoughts. Instinctively she knew what this was and what she needed to do. She had the opportunity to use one of her ancestral skills. Time release. Slow down the time of the world around, you move free of time. Time dilation. Change the passage of time on one object, skill, or target for a set period. Timeless incantation. Travel in time through the eyes of a timeless craw. Continuity will be preserved. Lily frowned. She had no use for the first two skills. But for the third time, she was intrigued. She had many questions about her family that she didn't know. She also had the feeling that Victor was hiding a lot of stuff from her. She had no idea how this worked, but she used the third skill. Timeless incantation. The world turned into a vortex moment later, then everything vanished. Ellipsis. When Lily opened her eyes she was no longer in the darkness, but she was in a very luxurious room, standing on the sill of a wooden window. Lily quickly realized that she was now a crow and that others could not see her as inside the room, there was a group of midwives, helping a woman give birth. The woman was pretty and had flowing blue hair and blue eyes, like a cartoon character. The labor was hard, but the woman soon gave birth to a pretty baby and then relaxed as the midwives cleaned the baby and placed her in her mother's arms. Yes, this baby was Lily. And that woman who quickly took a few high-grade healing pills and put them in her mouth like candies as she relaxed was her mother. It took her only a few minutes to regain a sense of glamour and arrogance that was not present earlier. She looked at the baby in her arms and smiled. At least you are not as ugly as that Julian, she said, then turned to the midwives who were busy cleaning around. Let him in, she said in an authoritative voice. They bowed and walked out with the dirty sheets. Aaron, come in, she said a few minutes later. A man walked into the room in a hurry and looked at baby Lily in his wife's arms. He was tall and manly and had black flowing hair that made him look majestic. Her father. Lily knew that instinctively. Honey, is it a girl? He said as he smiled, inspecting baby Lily. Yes, her mother said tenderly as she slowly wiped the drool off the sleepy Lily's face. She is as pretty as my Aunt Venus. Her father said as he looked at her. She is as pretty as me. Who cares about your Aunt Venus? Her mother snapped. Ah, I am just stating facts, he said in a low voice, making Lily suspect that her father was a wimp. Did they really have to lock her bloodline and fate? Her mother asked. Catalia, you know the rules we agreed on, your father was the one who proposed to them. He said, making her glare at him angrily. Have you decided what to call her? He asked to change the subject. Lily, the name of my late grandmother, she said decisively. That is a good name, he couldn't say anything else. After that Lily watched her baby self being taken care of for the next few days. She had discovered that as a timeless crow, she was connected to her old self, she couldn't get too far away, and couldn't touch or affect anything. She was like a ghost in this world, only able to watch. She felt no hunger and didn't tire. And she had no idea when she would be able to return to the present. She probably had to wait until this timeline caught up with reality. So she just watched, learning many facts about her family. They lived in a huge castle complex on a remote mountain that they called Nest Castle. It was a complete city there. Apparently, this place was hidden from the outside world by a grand formation, as right outside of it there was a normal poor village where the residents had no idea what was beside them. They only feared the demons in the mountain. In the next few days, baby Lily was visited by many family members and 2 young boys, one of whom she recognized as Julian. Apparently, they would be starting their family test in a few weeks and were busy preparing. She got one visit from some family elders who took blood samples and did some measurements on the baby, but that's it. Nothing really happened after that. That was until 3 months later when all of a sudden Lily was forcibly taken from her mother by a stern woman, who seemed to be one of the family elders. She easily defeated Catalia, who refused to surrender her daughter, and took Lily from her hands. They took her to a grand chamber where her father Aaron was standing with several other men, one of whom was shooting him some dangerous glares. "Let us start this then," that man said. "Eric, isn't she still too young? Can't we wait until she is 6 or 7? Aaron asked. He seemed not very pleased. "No, you heard the fate measuring report. Your daughter has an SSS ranking fate," Eric, who seemed to be the one in charge, said. "You know the rules. The stronger her fate, the earlier we need to start the test for her. Enhancing her fate would be harder after all." "But she is a baby," Aaron said. "Your daughter will have a great future. Don't ruin it for her," one elder said, trying to calm Aaron down. But Aaron was distressed. "Don't worry, we know what we are doing," another man reassured Aaron as baby Lily was placed on a pedestal in the middle of the room. Then from a strange gem in the ceiling she was struck repeatedly by a strange ray of light that seemed to be doing nothing. This only took a few minutes, after which a man came with a compass-like artifact and made baby Lily touch it. It showed F. "Perfect," he said. The fate had been erased, and the sea dragon bloodline had been sealed. "Take her to the orphanage," Eric said. "What, didn't we agree to wait until the end of the year?" Aaron asked as he stepped forward. "She is too young." "No, we don't want to risk contaminating her fate. You have been through this too." Quote, "Wait, can't she say goodbye to her mother first?" Aaron asked again. "No, little brother, you know the rules. Stop, this is not what we agreed on." Aaron wanted to make trouble, but he was quickly subdued by the guards around the hall as Lily was taken away. "Eric, you bastard," Lily heard her father yell from the back. Ellipsis. Baby Lily was taken out of the castle after that by 3 elders who grew wings on his back and then flew carrying her. They took her to a nearby town, where she was transported to a big city that she didn't know. There, she was left on the door of an orphanage with a name tag around her neck. The orphanage manager took her in and did the unexpected as he sold her to a slave trader who just happened to have been there that day, sampling the merchandise. The slave trader took her outside while the elder who was tasked with monitoring her watched. That guy just smiled as he watched her get taken away. He just quickly followed. He was just the family rules, he couldn't intervene. That was his excuse anyway. She was taken to a warehouse, where the slave trader collected his merchandise. She was kept there for a few days, getting taken care of by some older women. The elder was there watching. Crow Lily was able to spy on him as he secretly communicated with his boss. They were plotting to kill her and make it look like an accident. But it would not happen now, but a few years later. Well, that never happened as the slave trader disappeared one night with all his merchandise using a secret tunnel in the warehouse and a few talismans. The watching elder was completely clueless that this trader was in fact an agent for the Von Weiss family who collected candidates for family servants. Once he collected enough he would disappear to cut any traces. The elder, after discovering that something was wrong in the morning, quickly tried to relocate Lily through a talisman that he had. But he quickly found out that it was useless. The tracking symbol that was placed on Lily was faulty from the beginning. It was seemingly the work of a different group. From the warehouse the children were transported into a village, where a group acting as the parents were working. They were tasked with brainwashing the children and raising them with favorable ideology before brutally selling them to fake slave merchants, making those children give up the mentality of resistance as they would have no place to go and they would trust no one ever again as even their family gave them up. Those were the evil parents she remembered. Now it all made sense. After that it was things that Lily remembered well. Growing up as an apprentice assassin in the Von Weiss family island where new ideas of obedience were engraved in her bones. It was not a happy life at all. Though for the next few years, she used her powers as a crow to watch Dick and his son Guy as they plotted their plans, apparently that Dick was a part of some secret organization called Dark Chamber, which was intending to control the Von Weiss family. She really wanted to go and try to find baby Victor, but being connected to her younger self, she couldn't travel far. Then that day came when she sneaked away from the island on the date of the ceremony. She quickly followed herself as she headed toward the main island, then got caught. She was really naive. She watched as that elder scolded her just as the convoy of participants walked toward the ritual hall. There Victor was between them. Why were there two Victor? Crow Lily frowned. It was as if as soon as Victor came the entire world was cut into two. One of them was the arrogant Victor and the other was a meekly weak teenager who hid behind his father. He was pitiful, yet cute in a way. Like an injured animal. She felt strange as she flew toward that Victor intending to inspect him. She just touched his shoulder intending to stand there, but in the next moment she felt a great shake as one of the images of the world where Victor was arrogantly collapsed. She was left with the weak Victor who was looking with a white terrified face at something. She frowned, then looked back and gasped in shock. There on the ground was her mutilated corpse. Ellipsis. Sect Master. A man cried as he entered the main hall and then bowed respectfully. What? The sect master, who was sampling tea with a pretty woman, and discussing the secrets of life, asked. Young Master Caspian. His car had returned, the man replied, out of breath. Oh, why didn't he come to see me then? The man said. He was amused. Did he get that Von Astrom chick? Yes. That's the problem, something is wrong. Ever since yesterday afternoon when he got the girl from Vane City, they have been at it ever since, in the car. Quote, at what? Doing sex, the man said awkwardly. Oh, it is nice to be young, the sect master nodded, winking at the charming woman to his side. They need to start to go be at it, too. That's not it, master. Caspian is not responding to anything we say to him. We tried to separate them a few times after seeing that something was wrong after they did it 17 times in a row, but we couldn't. The moment they got away from each other they started acting crazy. Caspian started attacking us. That girl even bit Master Huang's hand as she wiggled her swollen butt to young Master Caspian. It is as if they are enchanted or under some curse. What? The master shouted as he stood up and his face changed. Call the Inquisition Hall Master and the Array Master and let's go see them. Chapter 324. The Sign 2. Lily, who was watching her dead body getting dragged away, had no idea what just happened, but as a crow, she could feel one thing: her connection to her body had been broken. She is now free. WTF? She asked herself as she watched the family members slowly enter the hall for their ritual. Lily, who needed to think, quickly flew and perched on the safest place for her. Victor's shoulder. Although he was not the Victor she knew, he was Victor nonetheless. He smelled the same. Everything that happened after that diverted greatly from what she had been through. She could not imagine that things could go this wrong. Inside the hall, Victor, who almost passed out because of nervousness, was only able to awaken as a semi-player. And Guy, who was supposed to have died, passed as a full player and was congratulated by everyone. Victor's cousin Ron died. He was not able to awaken. After that, Victor, who spent that night at a family dormitory, was given instructions about his new role by an elder before getting sent to Vane City without getting the chance to talk to his father. Lily, who was mostly free after her real body was killed, used her time to start inspecting the Von Weiss archipelago, discovering that what Victor told her before was true. This place was rotten to the core. She made sure to check on every elder before she quickly followed Victor to Vane City. After that, Victor, who was ordered to hide his background and do some investigative work for the family as an agent, began to work at his father's company under Arya's care. He was also ordered to attend the academy, where on the first day not only he failed to make any friends, he was even insulted by Linda, who was a student there. That bitch was so nasty that Lily would have slit her throat right at that moment if she could. She made all the students hate Victor after she began to spout lies about how he raped her. Teacher Isabella, who was supposed to help, chose to ignore this, as she knew Victor's background and believed that he should repent for his old mistakes. Victor was so devastated by all the ridicule that went out to secretly cry in the back of the school on that day. That's where he met the twins, who helped him calm down and cheered him up. He ended up dating one of them right after, but in fact he was dating them both as they took turns. This only lasted 2 weeks, as in the end they were stolen by none other than Tom after an accident with Nick. They could only say sorry to Victor before they disappeared. They said that they fell in love with Tom, and they couldn't be with Victor. They appeared a little harsh, but not knowing Victor's true identity they wanted to protect him. Victor was angry, and went to confront Tom, but was beaten to a pulp and even peed on. Tom left Bane City that night. Victor was devastated after that for an entire month, and he just happened to meet Mira while assisting in a movie shoot. Then they began dating. Lily didn't want to confess this, but Victor and Mira really suited each other, and she, without regard to his fake orphan background, treated him very well. Then Mira was taken away by Victor's brother and he could do nothing but protest to his father who was out of town at that time. So it was too late. Mira was already dead when Theodore asked Rex about her. Lily, who made it her habit to perch on Victor's shoulder, didn't know if she should be sad for Victor or amused. Victor's luck with girls was really bad. It was as if he had a bad luck charm on him. At this point in time, she was beginning to suspect that this was an alternate timeline. And her hunch was telling her that Victor knew about this, as the way he acted hastily toward Tom since they met made sense now. And this would also explain Victor's relationship with Mira. There was an additional point. Many of those guys that Victor ordered to be killed at the wedding were people who hurt or abused this timeline's Victor when he was working at the company. The next shock happened a month later when Arya was discovered to have been a fake. She was executed by the family. Victor, who had a secret crush on his sister, was really aggravated after hearing the news from his father. Devastated, Victor threw himself to his work, getting better at being an investigator, where he managed to catch many of the family traitors in the act. He also began to date many girlfriends. He probably feared that one of them would leave him, so he only had more than one. After that, he was sent on a mission to different cities where Victor continued to learn and become more confident like the Victor she knew. Not quite, this version was still too naive. It was in Tetraquad City where in a lousy pub he met none other than Gary. They became best friends. Brothel friends. Lily took this opportunity to leave the depraved Victor and check many things around the different cities that she had never been to. It was all well after that, and Victor was even promoted within the family after he proved his capabilities. Then disaster happened. Victor was scammed into breaking the family rules by Max, Titus, and Linda. Lily, who didn't tire and could fly around, really knew what was happening, and she wanted to warn him several times, but she couldn't communicate with him at all. It was as if she was watching a movie go on. Victor was kicked out of the family, all his savings confiscated, and all of his gold diggers' girlfriends left him overnight. It was an utter disaster. Lily felt very sad for him, as in the next few years he was reduced to a merry pitiful beggar. He could only get a job for 1 or 2 days before someone would come and ruin it for him. It was Linda who more than once sent gangsters to attack him. Victor was able to get a secure job once though, working for his maternal family as a hotel guard. He was kicked out a year later when his grandfather died and ended up in the streets again, where his uncle who fabricated a crime against him threatened to break his legs if he saw him ever again in Golden Waterfall Town. So Victor lived in misery for a few years, during which he was devastated more than once by the news of the death of his little sister, his grandmother, and then his big brother. Only Alice was secretly taking care of him at that time. That was before she stopped after she was imprisoned in her sect after her master was killed, and the Caspian used his power with the elders to corner her. They didn't kill her though, they still feared her family. Lily, who was going around the world and learning about its secrets and searching for a way to stop her skill and return to her timeline, checked on Victor every once in a while. He was really miserable. Then it happened. She was searching inside some sect's secret vault that day when the earth shook. She quickly flew into the sky, and from above she saw the sky crack like shattered glass, and from behind swarms of demons began to flood the world. Lily quickly flew to the place where Victor was, as she was always able to smell him. He was working as a fisherman on a boat in a coastal city on that day. The city was overturned by a 3-headed sea serpent that shot a beam of energy that vaporized everyone in town. Victor survived as his boat was pushed by tidal waves into a faraway beach. When he landed on dry land, he was different. He had awakened into a full player. For the first few days, he acted couscous, exploring his abilities until he was confident with them. He began to head toward his family archipelago. He needed to reach the nearest port first. This trip took 3 full years of walking through the devastated land full of demons and monsters. Victor's class, who Lily guessed was a spy or an assassin, was only good at sneaking around. That's where he got the habit of being secretive probably. Lily, who watched, could see how human resistance around the world was able to push most of the demons away in a year, clearing some safe cities at the very least and making some major human shelters around the world. Then they began to fight each other. Victor, after getting derailed many times because of the explosion of new danger zones and dungeons around the world, and after getting involuntarily conscripted in raids in marital cities no less than 3 times, finally reached the port city nearest to the von Weiss family. Victor found it in ruins, completely abandoned. There were some rumors about his family's destruction. Victor quickly found an old fishing boat which he used to travel to the archipelago with Lily perched on his shoulder. He reached there 1 week later, and the previously prosperous family archipelago was in ruins with demons and goblins everywhere, lying in the shadows of the collapsed palaces and picking their sharp teeth with the bones littering the islands. Lily, who wandered around before checking on her assassin sisters who suffered under Guy's hands and then at the hands of the Inquisition Hall after Guy and Dick ran away, had witnessed what happened when that guy appeared on top of the von Weiss archipelago with 11 other masked players. They brutally killed everyone here because one of the family's new elite heirs, one of Victor's cousins, raped that man's sister on the night of the reckoning and then slit her throat. That guy only took 2 years to grow from a weak shrimp to a fighting god while killing the swarms of assassins the family sent against him during that time, gaining more allies and experience as he grew up. At first, the family could only send some random guys because of the reckoning, so by the time they realized what their enemy had become, it was already too late. That guy was like a web novel character and the von Weiss family was like some noble evil family, they were in a way. Lily, who finally realized what the term scion meant, could only watch the devastated Victor who began to cry on his family's burnt mansion when he found it. After that, Victor seemed to have been broken. He left the archipelago and began walking aimlessly, working as a mercenary here and there to get some food, killing demons and monsters to quench his anger. He wanted to kill that guy, Lily could tell, but he could do nothing as that man kept getting stronger and stronger. Then she heard that some otherworldly overlord, named the Lord of Light, adopted him as a son and engaged him to his daughter. During this time, Lily made it a habit to search the world for people she knew. Tom was at it, collecting girls like some trading card game. Teacher Isabella seemed to have joined some new power called the Free Players Association and was convincing Tom to join them. The twins were dead. They sacrificed themselves to save Tom. Monica seemed to have become one of Tom's girls. Margaret's fate was unknown. Hilda, unknown. Alex, unknown. The von Geldstadt family fell into an internal strife after their patriarch died and killed each other. The von Rosen family was eaten by a giant tentacle monster and their grounds turned into an SSS dungeon no one dared to approach. Linda was there, hiding after faking her death. Many of the students at the academy ended up dead in the reckoning. Then there was that principal, James Trove. He turned out to be a spy for her family. Yes, her family. She was surprised by what happened to them after she left. Her mother, seemingly devastated by the news of her disappearance, said she had enough. She left the von Krone family with a swelling stomach, returning to her family home. A city that was built in the middle of the ocean. It was named the Sunken Empire. Her mother was a princess there. She gave birth to a baby girl, Tulip. Wait, didn't Victor meet this one calling her a bitch? Lily only had to observe her for 3 days to nod. She was an arrogant snobbish bitch who was ruined by her mother's pampering. Lily, as a crow, spent the following years moving around, learning secrets, and realizing why Victor never truly shows his power. Behind the world, there were some very scary powers. The Lords. Lily really wanted to know more about them, but they lived in other worlds, and she had no way of going there. 2 changes happened after about 50 years, just when the von Krone family cemented their power as the world's hegemon. The first change was when Lily came to check on Victor. She discovered that, to her shock, he fell in love with some adventurer girl. They seemed to have married 3 days after the meeting. Sure, that girl was super cute. But after spending 3 hours with the lovely couples, Lily, not wanting to drink any more vinegar, decided to return to her family, where they had been collecting world knowledge. She had many things to learn there. Maybe she would find a way to return to her Victor. That's when she was confronted with the second change in the world. Her father, seeing that his imperial brother's behavior was getting too brazen and tyrannical, got many of the elders, helped and challenged him to a fight where he beheaded him, taking advantage of the fact that the guy was poisoned by some nasty thing. Wait, wasn't this the same poison Victor used on Tom? Some things began to make sense the more Lily learned. Getting the imperial throne, her father quickly launched a full investigation into his brother's crimes and her mysterious disappearance, which had not been investigated thoroughly before. So for the next few years, Lily could only watch as many things got uncovered. Her uncle was an utter madman. She would occasionally go and check on Victor, who had 3 cute kids by that time. This fact made her super jealous. She also wished to get him some kids. This all collapsed a year later, When she was in her father's imperial office, peeking at his reports, one of them indicated that the young Light Lord was spotted re-entering this world. She felt that something was wrong, so she quickly flew to check on Victor. It was too late. The wooden cabin he lived in with his family was burnt to a crisp. She could tell that this was not long ago, so she quickly followed Victor's smell and found him with his family members in a heap of corpses, totally mummified as if someone drew all their blood. She was horrified as she landed on Victor's body and looked at his empty dead eyes full of hatred. She didn't know what to do, she couldn't believe it. She could only fly around him and crow to no avail. She was very distressed. This was not supposed to happen. Was she wrong all along? A single tear fell from her eye, and strangely enough when it landed on Victor's shoulder, it began to shine with golden light. She also felt it. From the inner depths of his body, a few drops of blood were clinging to his soul that didn't dissipate yet. As a crow, she could feel such things. Lily didn't know what to do, but she felt that there might be a way. He was her one and only. She couldn't let him die. Then, from the inner depths of her soul, an ancient power. She knew what to do. She perched on Victor's chest, then channeled her soul through his body using the tear as a conduit. The golden tear slowly turned golden, taking the shape of a crow's talon as it was engraved on Victor's soul. Lily was marking him as hers. From that day, he would be hers, and she would be his. They would be very hard to kill as long as the other was alive. Their souls and fates would be connected. So if one of them were to be truly killed, the other would perish too. So Victor, with the new influx of energy, began to heal up at a visible rate as the few droplets of blood burnt themselves with Lily's soul fire. Then he woke up to his miserable reality and the sight of his family's corpses. Chapter 325. The Sign 3. Victor looked at the results presented by his Akashic search skill in shock. Timeless Crow Soul Seal. Effects. Soul Connection. Life Connection. Fate Connection. Timeless Crow. He knew no one like that. Could it be Julian? No way. Victor quickly asked who put it and when the sign was placed on him, paying 10 order points. Placed 3 minutes ago. Age, 148,855 days. Placed by Lily von Krone. Victor looked at the screen with a frown, not really getting this. Did Lily just add that? No, this was on him from before she awakened her timeless crow bloodline. No, the keyword here was timeless. It was as if this thing crossed time. Did she also get an X-rank bloodline? Holy shit, Victor gasped as he saw many things fit into place, especially after he paid another 50 order points to learn about the timeless crow's powers. It was all Lily from the beginning. This must have been her ancestral skill. She must have been following him through his past life. No wonder he fell in love at first sight. Their souls were literally connected. No wonder his luck was so bad when he was a child. He was sharing Lily's fate all along. She was literally riding on his shoulder. No wonder he met Julian and they became best friends. He was sharing Lily's original fate. He was his brother in a way. All things that seemed a little random began to make sense. After Lily died in his past life, bad fate kept following. This must have been the Fate sect's doing. They must have been the ones who kept targeting Lily, who was a timeless crow on his shoulder. They had no idea she was dead. This stopped after Caspian's demise. That's when his luck began to turn around. Shit, now that he remembers his fate, the thread connecting her to him was special. At first he thought that it was because he saved her life. Now it is apparently not. Victor slowly looked at the age of the sign. 148,855 days. With his intelligence he could easily calculate this. It took him a few minutes. Shit, he said as he finally realized what this was. It was all in reverse. It didn't take him long to realize that it was Lily who saved his life back then. Ellipsis. After saving Victor, Crow Lily decided to stay beside him. He was literally broken for the next 10 years or so. It took him a lot of time to calm down and cope with his loss. She watched as he struggled with the loss of his bloodline as his health kept getting worse. She watched as he returned to the Von Weiss archipelago and began to dig in the already ransacked ruins. He learned many things, and so did Lily, who by that point was convinced that Victor was able to return in time and she was now witnessing his first lifetime. It was a sunny day when Victor met with none other than Julian, confirming Lily's guess. Julian, under his imperial father's orders, was tasked with the investigation. He managed to track his sister to the Von Weiss family archipelago. That's when he bonded with Victor, who acted as if he was just an archaeologist, searching for old knowledge for historical purposes. So after Victor helped Julian locate Lily's remains, they became good friends, and Julian promised Victor a position in the capital if he ever went there. For the next few years after that, Victor traveled around the world, visiting famous doctors and magicians, exploring dangerous ruins in search of a solution for his bloodline problem, and a way to kill that hateful man. During this time there was some disturbing news about Alice's ugly death under the influence of those who feared the Light Lord. Then the heavenly sect rebelled and the world was engulfed in a bitter war as many hiding demon races who were pushed back during the early days seemed to have regrouped and were planning a comeback. Victor, having no other choice, hid away and continued his research in silence as the world shook. After 2 years the war ended with Caspian's demise with his 4 demon girls parade. Then there was a certain rumor about the Book of Time that was found in a secret subspace. Ellipsis. This made Victor leave for the capital and Lily to finally be sure of what Victor's next steps would be. Getting to the capital, Victor, who was slowly getting older, met with Julian, whose position in the imperial family was not very good because of the internal fighting. Julian, happy to meet his old friend, quickly welcomed him in. He not only got him a position in the imperial library but also bought him a mansion and filled it with slave elves. Lily was so angry with her foolish brother that she decided to kick his ass and castrate him if she were ever to return to her real body. So for the next 100 years, nothing really happened, but Lily used her time to learn many secrets, including some things about the Fate sect and the Scions. She also finally realized where Victor learned all those secret methods, especially how to summon that dumb rooster. It was all from the Imperial Library with him posing as a scholar. She watched as Victor transformed from a depressed man into the one she knows. As he aged, he not only became more scheming but also more confident in himself. Although he was old by this point, she liked him like this. During this time Lily was surprised to have encountered many people whom she had known. Like Zoe, who became a very strong scion, and Tom, who kept popping up every once in a while to prove that he was a pervert. There were Alpha and Hannah too. They seemed to be working for some guy who called himself the Eternal Lord, but she was not able to find anything else. During this time she was fully convinced that her sister Tulip, who made scions go around her like flies, was a bitch. So was her mother. She could understand that they came from an imperial family and acted arrogantly, but their attitude was really too annoying. Even when Victor acted proud like a young master, he failed to reach their level of arrogance. On the other hand, she grew to really like her father. Although he acted like a wimp in front of her mother, he was a really wise king. That was unless her mother decided to intervene in something. As for her brother, she really couldn't wait to kick his ass. That piece of shit had the audacity to promise her to Victor while he was peeping on some dwarven P******y. She also realized why Victor let Alice marry Julian. This was really the best for both of them. Anyway, it all ended when Victor's lifespan was about to end. He used an opportunity when the entirety of the imperial family went out of the capital to welcome some otherworldly being and stole the Book of Time. He did what she already knew he would. He ingeniously used the Book of Time to return to the past. She had to confess, his way was really smart, as she couldn't even imagine something like that. That day she was standing next to him when she smelled something familiar, a smell that she didn't smell in the past 400 years, Margaret. Her smell was on one of the talismans. As soon as the ritual ended, the world shattered and Lily opened her eyes. She was not a crow anymore, but a newlywed wife, in her husband's embrace. He was looking at her with some very angry eyes. "I like you better as a young man," she said directly, hiding nothing. She could easily tell that he figured out what happened. She had been with him for nearly 400 years after all, and knew him more than anyone. "Next time don't do anything this foolish. By connecting our souls, you put yourself in danger," he said with a disturbed face. "I still plan to go against that guy after all. That is a risk I am willing to take," she said as she pushed herself on him, cornering him in the corner of the bathtub. During the last 400 years, her personality seemed to have changed a little. No, it would be better to say that it was developed. "I have to clarify that what happened changes nothing," he said as he watched her ride his body. He wanted to resist, but his body didn't. Lily's charm seemed to have skyrocketed after her awakening. Even with all the resistance skills he got, he could only keep a part of his sanity. "Change nothing?" she asked as she pinched his cheek and smiled at his reaction. He could swear that when she laughed he almost spotted a third eyelid when she blinked. "I will still have my harem," he clarified. He would not give up that right. "I will still marry the girls I like." "Oh, you are very cute and sweet." She didn't get angry. On the contrary, she smiled like a devil. we will see if you will have the energy for that after I finish with you. She chuckled and then pushed him down, diving into her unprepared husband's embrace. Throughout the years, she learned everything about him. She knew how to make him obedient. This was something she learned from her bitch mother. Chapter 326, A Favor. It was 8:00 in the morning when the door of a certain room in the basement was kicked open. Victor, who was dressed casually in a yellow shirt and blue polo shorts, walked out with a satisfied smile. In his hands, there was a very pretty girl wrapped in a bedsheet like a dumpling. She was so tired, she couldn't move. "This young master is disappointed," he said, sighing and shaking his head. "I still have all this energy left, yet you begged me to stop. I expected something big when you first pushed me down." "Shut up," Lily scolded with a heavy blush. It was all fun at first, but after doing it for a few rounds, she realized that she had miscalculated. Unlike her, Victor was not getting tired at all. The bastard never told her his real level, so she always presumed that his status and attributes were the same as hers or slightly higher. How the hell did he become this strong in just 3 months? Damn it, she began to kick around angrily with her delicate feet. "Where did my sweet Lily go?" Victor lamented as he squeezed her tighter in his arms. "Now you are even ordering me around. First you say, be a man, then, try harder, after that, take it easy, not there you bastard, stop using your tongue, and, damn you pervert, then you started to give me contradicting orders like, hug me, and, let go you bastard. In the end, you kept ordering me to have mercy, and now to shut up." He said it all in one breath, mimicking Lily's voice. Lily blushed as she bit his arm hard. This Victor is too hateful. At first, he began slowly, letting her have it her way with him. He was fooling her to think she had him, but just as she began to get tired he turned on her, trying different sets of skills. Hateful. If this was all, Lily wouldn't have collapsed quickly as she had a lot of vitality thanks to her bloodlines upgrade, but she had the ingenious idea to try her time dilation skill to take control of the situation again. It was a bad decision. Not only this consumed her stamina very quickly, but that hateful Victor seemed to have noticed what she was doing, and stepped up his game, using certain techniques and positions that made dilating time a mistake. Stinky Victor. Pervert Victor. Well, she couldn't say she didn't enjoy it, but this came at the price of making Victor win, damn it. Now she couldn't stop him from having his damn harem. "You seem lively. Do you want to go for another round upstairs?" he asked as he carried her like a princess upstairs. "No," she yelped. She was not against going for another round, but her body would not be able to take it, and Victor would definitely not take it easy. "Damn it, is Lily okay?" someone suddenly asked from behind, making the embarrassed Lily shrink in Victor's arms. It was Mana, who was on the ground floor preparing the table for breakfast to keep her mind off some things. She quickly noticed Victor with Lily in his arms when they walked through the hallway. "Okay, is a relative word," Victor turned and said as the blushing Lily hid her face on his chest, hoping that Mana didn't hear what he was saying before. Her image would be ruined. "Oh," Mana blushed. She heard everything. She was also wondering when her turn would come. "Are the girls awake?" Victor asked. Most of them are on the main balcony having some morning tea," Mana said as she noticed something changed about Victor. His hair was a little more gray than purple and his eyes had become sharper. It was as if he had become more mature. "Good, tell Mira, Monica, and Arya to wait for me down in the basement," he said. "It is their turn, together. Don't you want to have breakfast first?" Mana asked, blushing more. She was waiting for him to say that the girls would be his breakfast. He didn't. "It is not that, I just need them to awaken their bloodline," Victor said, shaking his head. My sweet Mana also revealed her true perverted nature after the wedding, he lamented to himself, making Mana blush more as she stomped the marble floor with her foot. She was being toyed with. But it was all his fault for leaving most of his brides alone on their wedding night. Margaret had already gone mad as they could hear Alex's reverberating screams throughout the mansion all night, begging her to stop. "I will not be having breakfast with you as I still have some business in the basement. I will see you girls at lunch," he clarified as he climbed the stairs. Ellipsis. "So where is he?" Arya asked as she waited with Mira and Monica near the basement door. They didn't know what to expect from him. "I am here." Victor, whose head was still dripping water, slowly walked down the stairway with a towel over his damp hair. He looked dashing as he wore a pair of white casual pants and a thin soft white shirt that failed to hide his now muscular body underneath. He just finished taking a shower with Lily and was feeling a little refreshed. HSSSS's, Monica, who was wearing a short skirt, quickly squeezed her thighs together as she looked at him. Something was wrong. Why was this happening so fast? Oh, sorry, Victor, noticing her reaction, quickly increased the disguise on his bloodline and charm, making her relax a bit. In fact, only Lily saw what he really looked like after awakening, and she told him that he really needed to hide his looks, so he chose to use his disguise to reveal only a part of it. This was still lethal to the girls. So, is it our time at last? Arya asked. Although she knew what this was about, she couldn't help but ask. Not yet. Follow me, he said, walking toward the rooster's room. Whatever you see inside, don't be too alarmed, he said as he opened the door and casually walked in. The girls looked at each other and then quickly followed with curious looks. Inside the room, there was a cock sitting inside a grand cage, flipping through a new magazine that he found by chance, with his beak. It featured some really interesting topics that it had no idea existed. The moment the door opened, the cock went stiff, then stood up glaring at Victor hatefully. It was all this guy's fault. Calm down, Victor said, not disguising himself this time. I brought you the girls as promised, he said as he pushed the door wide open, then stepped to the side, allowing the surprised girls to walk in one by one. What a cute rooster, Mira said, making the angry rooster calm down at once as he looked at her. Damn, this girl is not only hot, she also has some fine tastes. It told itself. Not like that crowned crow one from before though, it added. Of course, no one would be able to tell what it was thinking about except for another pervert. It's rude to look at other people's wives like that, Victor scolded. The cock, who was seemingly incapable of human speech, acted as if he didn't understand what Victor meant and just ignored him and kept examining the girls. Why does this rooster have only one purple feather on its right side? Arya suddenly asked the obvious, pointing at the poor cock's head. Quack! The cock immediately flipped and yelled at her angrily. Where the hell are you pointing at, bitch? He didn't like this one at all. It's a style choice, we need to respect it, Victor chuckled, making the cock angrier. Now come on, step forward. This cock has been horny since yesterday, Victor said. What? Minka and Mira asked in shock. Victor, do you want us to sleep with that thing? Arya asked. She was genuinely worried. It is not that she didn't trust Victor, but girls needed to be wary around perverts, even the ones they love. You girls have some amazing imagination, Victor shook his head. He was playing with them on purpose. I will need just a drop of blood from each of you. This rooster will eat it and then give you a bloodline upgrade pill in return. Bloodline upgrade? Monica asked. Yes, it's a pill that will make you prettier, Victor stated. He didn't technically lie. Oh, Arya nodded as she watched Victor approach her and then drag her toward the cock that was standing in attention with his eyes on the needle in Victor's hand. It was waiting to be fed. Victor quickly pricked Arya's finger and then dropped her blood in front of the cock, which sniffed at it and then quickly slurped it. QAWWWW. It made a lewd sound as it shook and then spat a red pill as a black translucent feather formed on the left side of its head. Is this thing okay? Arya asked. Don't worry about it, it's a natural reaction, Victor said as he gave her the pill. I will tell you how to use this in a moment, he said as he quickly fed the cock drops of Monica and Myra's blood, giving it an ethereal blue feather and a pink one. That's it for now, I will bring you some more girls tomorrow, Victor said to the cock, who strangely enough nodded and then returned to his magazine that Monica was curious about. She only had to give it a glance before she had the urge to throw up. WTF, why were those girls covered with slugs? Monica and Mira, go take that pill in your rooms. If my guess is correct, you will grow 10 times cuter when you take it, Victor said. If my guess is correct, your transformation should finish by lunchtime. Transformation? Monica asked as she looked away from the magazine to Victor. Yes, you will see it later. I already took mine with Lily. Didn't you notice how sharp and handsome I look now? He said, making Monica gasp as she finally realized what was wrong. Victor had become more charming. HSS's. She squeezed her legs again. She shouldn't have inspected that perfect face of his. Let's go. Mira, who noticed what happened, sighed as she dragged Monica out after giving Arya a fleeting glance. Ellipsis. What do you want from me? Arya asked as soon as the door closed. If my guess is correct, Arya, your bloodline has something wrong, Victor said, looking seriously at her. What? She asked. You already know that we have been investigating your real background. Yes, she nodded. She wanted to know who her real parents were. Well, the family found no clues. But I knew one thing. You have a death spirit bloodline, Victor said. What is that? Arya asked, a little fearful. I have no idea, Victor shrugged and said. He asked Lily, but she also had no idea. But what I do know is that you have memories in your bloodline. When it awakens, those memories might take over you. He said. What? It is what my appraisal skill told me. He shrugged. Anyway, these memories may belong to an ancestor of yours or they are from your previous life. Will I be a different person after awakening? She asked. She understood what having other memories implied. I have no idea, but we have to be prepared, so the first step is to upgrade your bloodlines. With this, the memories should get diluted. He explained as he took a booklet and gave it to Arya. This is a soul meditation technique, the same one I gave Margaret. Practice it for today. It will help you control your soul so that you will be able to isolate any new memories you get and look at them objectively. Will my blood awaken when we take the pill? Arya asked worriedly. Not likely. Awakening bloodlines is not that easy as it needs an extreme external stimulus or an outside agent. We will talk about this later, he said. His bloodline awakened when he slept with Lily because of their extreme compatibility and her extreme beauty. You can take the pill safely once you are in your room. He added. Okay, so when will it be our turn? Arya asked, changing the subject. She was trying to act cold, but the blush on her cheeks revealed her thoughts. Turn. Stop playing around, she spat. The girls are literally about to lose their minds. You had already grilled them enough for the last couple of months. Including you, quote. She just glared at him. She was not going to say it, but she was blushing. Okay, we will talk about this at lunch, he said mysteriously with a chuckle. She glared at him one last time and then nodded, giving the cock who returned to his magazines one last look before she left the room. Victor sighed, then turned and headed toward the celestial rooster. Now it is only the two of us, he said as he sat beside the cage. You should be able to fully understand me by this point, right? Victor asked, making the cock glare at him. Yes, this was one of the celestial rooster's skills, the ability to be multilingual and quickly learn other languages to impress girls. Of course, it couldn't speak, but it had the ability to understand speech. It wouldn't have been so engrossed in the magazines otherwise. Now, I am sorry about the feather, Victor apologized causally like a dude would apologize to a friend after raping him the previous night when they were drunk. KWAA, the cock scolded. Yeah, I know, you will live with this forever, but it really suits you. KWA, listen, I know that we were off to a bad start, Victor said, and I can get rid of that feather for you, but it will hurt a lot. KWA, yes, it is possible. And I might even get you another girl who has my bloodline to grow a purple feather on the right side. Victor said, but I need a favor. KWAW quack KKWWWW. I know that I am imprisoning you here, but you will be free once the summoning time is over and you can't really expect me to let you go and assault my girls. Vicor said. Although he couldn't understand the rooster's language, it was one of those languages if you listened close enough with an open mindset, you would be able to get what the other side meant. Qua KW, the cock said. Who? Me, I am an honorable cock. Don't lie, I know you like to steal girls' panties for your private collection. Victor said. KWA, the cock got angry. Don't deny it, we are all guys here. Victor interrupted, shrugging his shoulders. And this is not something bad for you, I will allow you to steal her panties. KWWWWWWWW. Its expression changed. Yes, Victor nodded. Celestial rooster males build their nests using the feathers they pluck from the butts of various female birds. This is to prove their powers. For human girls, panties are the substitute. KWAWWW. The rooster stated his demands to cooperate. Okay, I will get you some more panties. KWAWKKKKKKAAAA. No, that one would gouge your eyes out if she ever found out, and mine too afterward. KWA, not exactly. Wakaa, kawaii, kinda. Listen, here's the plan. Victor said with a depraved smile. Chapter 327, WTF. It took Victor some time to explain his plan to the cock, who began to barter for some benefits to cooperate after fully hearing what Victor wanted. So after they agreed on everything, Victor proceeded to help it get rid of the accursed purple feather. Getting it was not easy at all, even with the cock's full cooperation. Usually, this would be impossible to pull off without killing the damn cock, which was technically impossible due to its summoning contract restrictions, but Victor used some green goo and a needle to simply cut it from its root. It hurt like hell, but the cock bravely withstood it. All for the sake of its image. It was a straight cock. Too bad the green goo destroyed the entire feather, that's what the cock saw anyway. It had no idea that this was an illusion that Victor used to fool it as he hid the feather in his storage space. The cock would have never agreed to Victor having this thing, as it understood how powerful this was. The feather of the celestial rooster had an important task. They acted as a gene reservoir for the rooster to give its children bloodlines superpowers. That's why the more it has, the more attractive it would be for the females. Although this couldn't be used directly to enhance bloodlines, Victor had a crazy plan for it. If his plan proved futile, he might just devour it. So after finishing, Victor gave the cock a healing pill, then left the basement and headed to his new private office in the basement, intending to work on the fake diary that he needed to give to his father. Victor knew that once he started with the girls he would not have time to do anything else. Just as he closed the door, someone pushed him to the ground with unimaginable force. "Did you have fun with Lily earlier?" she asked in a very cold voice as she pushed him to the ground and sat on top of him. "Ah, Lynn, you surprised me there," he lied. "Yes, Lily was amazing, but I couldn't keep you out of my mind. I was just going to go see you," he lied again. "Liar, but I forgive you. Now it is my turn though," she spat coldly as she dived into his lips. "Lynn, can we continue this somewhere else?" He dodged her by tilting his head and asked as he realized that Lynn's strength seemed to have been enhanced a little after she upgraded her bloodline to a white-scaled Leviathan. "We can have some romantic atmosphere." "No," she said, squeezing his body with her legs as a snake would coil around its prey. "I want you now," she added as she began to abuse her innocent young husband. Victor tilted her head again, dodging her. "Are you really okay?" he asked. "Aren't you forgetting about something?" "I will be fine if you stop dodging," she demanded, ignoring his second question as she pushed herself onto him tighter. He just squinted his eyes, frowning before he smiled again, then let her do whatever she wanted. Ellipsis. It was 2:30 p.m. when Victor, who after throwing the deflated Lynn in her room and taking a quick shower, went downstairs and slowly entered the dining room where the girls were sitting around the table waiting for him to have lunch. "How was Lynn?" Margaret, who was sitting to the side, asked. Lily, who seemed to have recovered, also looked at him with a questioning gaze. She didn't let the girl feel anything wrong about her. She had always been a girl of few words. She was also trying to act as mysterious as possible, not giving the girls any hint of what happened earlier when her newly established arrogance was crushed under the weight of little Victor. "Not bad," he said, licking his lips. Lynn was strong, she had the stamina and the will to contest against him. She even summoned some gargoyle to pin him down as she rode him. Sadly, she had no experience, so Victor cheated a little and used his blood slave seal on her to increase her sensitivity by some tenfold so that he could emerge victorious quickly. Victor smirked, remembering her flustered expression as he reached for his seat at the top of the table and looked around at the girls looking at him. He was very pleased with himself. This was one of his dreams after all, to have a meal surrounded by his harem. It was every man's dream, whether they admitted it or not. At the table, the first one who was seated next to Victor was Lily, who was glaring at him. Next to her were Arya, Mira, and Monica. They had already taken the upgrade pill and somehow were feeling a little energetic after their bloodlines were upgraded. The real effects would not appear until they fully awakened them though. Arya has turned into a greater death spirit, SSS. It just added greater to the description. The warning about additional memories still existed though. Mira had become an aqua spirit from a lower spirit. Her bloodline curse, which caused her to die when giving birth, seemed to have completely vanished as he expected it would. Now he could get her pregnant without fearing for her life. Monica had turned into a dragon ghost butterfly. What? Never mind. His effect on her seemingly didn't change. She was still fidgeting a little in her seat after looking at him. On the left, there was Margaret, who was seemingly pouting a little. Elise was sitting next to her with two empty chairs to her right reserved for the twins who were preparing the meal. They were feeling awkward about their position as maids, so they chose to sit a little far away. Victor knew that he must fix their misconception, but this would take time. Elise's bloodline had been upgraded from a Cyclops to Titan, SS bloodline, and her other bloodline was now three-eyed golden ermine, SS. Once she awakened, she would become super strong. This was not showing at all as the petite girl was blushing as she looked at Victor. There was a sense of awe and admiration in her eyes as she looked at him, the sure signs of a successfully scammed and entrapped loli. "Nice tattoo, Alex," Victor said, finally looking at Alex, who was there too. She was sitting alone at the end of the table. She seemed to have gotten a new strange floral tattoo on her bald head. Ah, Alex rubbed her bald head. I lost a bet with Margaret, she said. Before the wedding, Margaret said that Victor would only sleep with Lily last night, while Alex presumed that he would sleep with 3 girls at least. When all the girls except for Lily left the basement last night, it was clear that Alex failed. She was totally unaware that this was all a plot by Victor, who carefully inspected the tattoo, making sure that Margaret stuck to his drawings. Lily, who noticed what they did, gave Victor a frown. She understood what this array meant, but she was wondering why he made Margaret tattoo it on Alex. Why Alex? Wait, Lily almost gasped when she recognized the ring on Alex's finger. Holy shit, that stinky Victor was hiding such a secret under her nose for 3 months and she had no idea. I am not judging, this thing makes you look strangely more feminine, Victor said, making Alex look at him with surprise. Like a bouncer at the door of some brothel, Victor added, making her look away in annoyance. Margaret held her stomach trying not to laugh while Lily stepped on her young husband's foot. He ignored her. Anyway, this is a good disguise, we may be able to go visit the Thunder sect soon, so I need you to be unrecognizable, Victor explained, giving Lily a wink. She looked away. Alex, who had no idea of the drama happening in front of her eyes, nodded. I would have never thought that Margaret would be this good at doing tattoos though. Mina, who pushed a food cart into the dining room with her sister, said. I am good at a lot of things, you should try me in bed, Margaret said, winking at Victor and ignoring Lily's glares. I will, Victor smiled as the twins began to distribute the dishes around the tables. It seems that I will need to find some new maids. I can't let my wives do all the servicing, he pondered, making the twins blush. It's our pleasure to serve you, they said with a blush. They liked being called wives. After losing their family, they were very desperate. They didn't expect to find a new family so soon. A bigger family. I know, you have some weird fetishes, he replied casually, making them almost curse at him. Couldn't he say something nice? Now sit and eat, we need to discuss the turns, he said, making them quickly sit and look at him with attention. This is what they have been waiting for. Like hell would there be turns again. It was Margaret who snapped, hitting the table with her fist. The bloodline enhancement has finished, right? She asked. Victor nodded. He still needed to enhance the girls outside, but for the ones in here, it was finished. Then you will be taking us all at the same time, she demanded. What? The twins asked. Margaret, this is a little. It is what should happen, she interrupted. But Victor acted as if he had some reservations. So were the shy Arya and Monica. If we took turns it would be Lily then Lynn then Lily then Lynn indefinitely, Margaret said, making the girls frown. Remember what happened with the kissing earlier? Oh, the girls looked at each other and then at Victor hatefully. Only Elise, who knew nothing, looked at Victor, not knowing what happened earlier. She was wondering if he would take her too. Of course not, she was too young for that. She knew that better than anyone, but a girl could dream. No comment, Victor said. Margaret was not completely right. But Lily and Lynn would end up occupying most of his time if he made turns. Then it is final. After lunch, we will start, Margaret said, making the girls a little worried. Margaret was right, but they were feeling shy. This was too sudden. Can't we wait until the night? Victor asked. No, Margaret refused. Fine then, Victor said, looking at Lily, who nodded unwillingly. Maybe they would be able to take him if they all tried together. Maybe it would be a good chance to show the girls how knowledgeable she was. Now that her mother's method to control Victor had failed, she wanted to try her aunt's. The one who controlled her husband's harem. Alex, you will be responsible for guarding the basement while we are at it, Victor said. I don't want you peeping on me and my wives. Me? Didn't you forbid me from going down there? Alex asked. She was not going to argue with Victor whether she would peep at them or not. He wouldn't believe her no matter what she said. That was for the summoning, Victor explained. The summoned noble beast in there only deals with females and hates males and sluts, so you better be careful. I need you to take care of it while we are busy, he added, winking at the blushing girls. Ellipsis. It was already noon when he opened his eyes. Wrong. He looked around. Where was he? He was in an old yet simple, classically furnished wooden room. His body hurt as if he was doing some heavy exercise. That was his first thought. Wait. He sat up abruptly and looked around as he started to recollect what happened. Ah, he screamed as he slid back into the bed. His butt hurt like hell. What happened? Tom wondered. It took him a few seconds to fully remember. First, he was with that bastard Caspian, intending to slay him. Then he began to feel strange, then, blah, he began to throw up to the side of the bed as his facial expression flickered between shock and disgust. Host, you are awake at last. The whimsical system thought it had lost you forever. The system suddenly displayed a series of messages alerting Tom. Mission accomplished. You have successfully infiltrated Victor von Weiss's wedding and revealed his secret. Rewards. 1 charm resist pill, 10 healing pills. Mission accomplished. You have stopped Nova's marriage. Rewards. Storage space, 1 squared foot. What the hell happened? Tom asked while frowning, ignoring the rewards. For the moment, he had more important things to ask about, like his lost chastity. You were put under an evil curse. They wanted to target Nova and turn her into a sex-obsessed slut, but you took her place and saved her. A curse? Yes, for the past 2 days you had been under a succubus curse. This system tried to wake you up repeatedly, but it was useless. I can't help you if you don't let me. The system lied. What? Who cast this damn curse? Tom asked angrily. It was the evil Caspian himself, wanting to totally ensnare Nova to be his sex slave forever. The good news is that it didn't go as he planned. Good news? Tom asked angrily. His butt had just been wrecked and the system is telling him the good news. Yes, because his partner was a male, the curse also affected him, getting him possessed by an incubus. This alerted his father, the sect master, to break the curse and save you too. Oh, Tom was a little surprised. Now Caspian will not dare to confess that he was the mastermind. And he will be forbidden from approaching Nova, fearing the curse might relapse if they get too close. You managed to single-handedly free Nova from the hands of this evil man. Wait, does that mean that if he came near me? Uncertain. As a male you should be able to resist, but it would be hard. Anyway, this whimsical system would fully support you if you chose otherwise. I would never choose that. Tom yelled. System, help me kill Caspian. The system strongly advises against that. What do you mean? The system is feeling too whimsical to clarify, but killing Caspian may lead to your death. What do you? Warning. Quick, someone is approaching. Take a new shape-changing pill. The old one's effect is about to wear off. If they realize that you are not the real Nova, your life would be in danger. The system suddenly flashed an alert, making Tom quickly reach for his ring that had been hidden by the system earlier and take a pill, just as the door was pushed open and a middle-aged woman walked in. So, you are finally awake, she said, inspecting Nova distastefully with her slanted eyes. Where am I? What happened? Tom asked. Quote, ... You were cursed with young Master Caspian. We are still investigating who did it, so that's all I can tell you, she said, making Tom squint his eyes. How is he? Tom asked immediately, following the system's instructions to act as Nova would. Quote, ... He has already recovered, but you will not be able to see him for now. Why? The Patriarch's orders. The curse might relapse, but we will talk about this later, the woman said. Now, the Patriarch has agreed to young Master Caspian's request and you have been granted a core disciple position in the sect, the woman said, throwing a golden sign at Nova with envy in her eyes. Core disciple? Yes, this is something many dream of. So you better be a little obedient. For now, feel free to explore the sect and stay clear of the forbidden zones. The Patriarch will summon you in a few days to make things clear, so you will not be able to leave the sect for now, the woman said as she walked out. Seemingly, she didn't like Nova. This is your chance, the system reminded the frowning Tom immediately after the door closed. What do you mean? Tom asked. With the help of the Heavenly Sect you will be able to increase your level very rapidly. The Heavenly Sect has access to a lot of dungeons and treasures. As a core disciple your treatment is just like Victor von Weiss and his family. Oh, Tom was tempted. New mission. Difficulty. Nightmare. Infiltrate the Heavenly Sect and discover Caspian's real plan, then ruin or disturb it without being discovered. Reward. For every time you disturb Caspian's plan you get 10,000 coins or more depending on your achievement. Failure punishment. In case Caspian's plan succeeded, you would spend the rest of your life as his concubine. Ellipsis. Alex sighed as she entered the basement. Why couldn't she be with the girls above? She was technically married to Victor too. She quickly shook her head. What was she thinking? She was a man. Her father made her swear. Damn it. She reached for the cage room door and opened it, not knowing what to expect. Victor just told her to wait here until the morning and to watch the summoned noble beast. It seemed to have the power to upgrade bloodlines, but Alex had no idea how. Walking in, Alex was shocked. There, inside the grand iron cage, a nice-looking giant rooster that had a head full of colorful feathers growing from the left was sitting reading some magazine. It raised its head and looked at Alex as soon as she stepped in. First, it frowned, pondering and cocking its head as it looked at Alex with its deep eyes. Then it was as if a creepy smile began to appear on its face. "Quah!" It screamed, then collapsed to the side. Alex frowned. What happened? She waited a little, but the cock stopped moving as it lay on the cage's floor. Did she do something to it? No, she just entered the room. She hesitated. Shall she go get Victor? No, she didn't dare to go up again. Victor literally threatened to castrate her if she did. She slowly approached the cage, approaching step by step, carefully looking at the fainted cock inside collapsed in the middle of the cage, between heaps of adult magazines. Wait, what type of magazines are those? She wondered as she looked to the side where some disturbing photos of a naked girl swimming with a dolphin in a very questionable way caught her attention. Why was she hugging it like that? It only took a split second, but this was enough for the fainted cock to hop to its feet and peck her with its beak from between the iron cage's bars. Ah! Alex stepped away immediately in surprise as she grabbed her injured hand and looked at the cock that swallowed her blood, licked its beak, and then began to crow. Quah! A golden feather began to slowly appear on its head from the left. It was 3 times bigger than any other feather. The cock, who had a smug smile for a moment, froze in shock as its eyes began to portray its astonishment. It looked at Alex with amazement. Kawa, W-A-I-W-E-E-E-E. Wee-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. It crowed. Strangely enough, Alex understood it. It meant, that bastard didn't tell me you were one of us. What's wrong? Alex asked nervously. What did it mean? The cock didn't respond as it started preening itself quickly as a guy would comb his hair when he spotted a pretty girl. It only took him a second before it bowed its head, displaying its head full of feathers that opened up, creating a fan to the left side of its head. It was like a peacock displaying its power. Raising its head again, it began to do some kind of ceremonial dance where it hopped around on one leg, shaking the feathers on its head while chirping some lousy tune. Alex just watched in surprise as she didn't realize what was happening until she began to feel her blood boil. Shit. She quickly darted out of the room while squeezing her legs together. For a second there, when the cock raised its head and looked at her with his deep sharp eyes, she considered mating with it. She thought it was handsome. WTF. Chapter 328. A Pure Bloodline. Victor was swimming in a sea of naked lawless. A very attractive loli suddenly rose from their midst and approached him. In between the white infinite bed sheets, she hugged him. Give it to me, she screamed in a seductive voice as she began to kiss him. He also began to kiss her, from her feet until he reached her neck. She couldn't wait for him to touch her lips, but he never reached that far, as his teeth suddenly sank into her neck and then bit as hard as he could. "Ahhhhhhhhhhh," the girl screamed as she tried to get him off her, but to no avail. He was like a vampire, sucking her blood and vitality. He was sucking her soul. She began to scream in pain and beg him to stop, but he totally ignored her. The girl's shape quickly changed from a sweet loli to that of an ugly giant cockroach that had 6 barbed legs. Although Victor felt disgusted, he didn't let go. Feeling helpless, the demon began to strike at her supposed prey randomly, but this was to no avail as he ignored the damage she inflicted on him as he grabbed her hard and sucked. It took only seconds for the demon to be completely eaten and for Victor to smile and lick his lips. That was disgusting, but the Von Rosen demon that infiltrated his body through Lynn was devoured. This thing must have been manipulating Lynn somehow and making her very horny. He noticed it earlier, her IQ seemed to be a little lower than usual. He first thought that she was just in heat after he left her for so long, but after using his inspection skill he quickly discovered why. Abnormal status. Demonic corrosion 19%. It seemed like whoever inserted a demon into her, had never taken her safety into consideration. So Victor had no choice but to let her sleep with him earlier and let her transfer the demon into him, fearing that it might hurt her. The demon, who quickly climbed into his heart, was waiting for him to fall asleep before attacking him, but it had no idea that Victor was fully prepared. If it was a parasite as was planned originally, it would have been more troublesome to extract, as Victor planned to use an illusion to fool it out of Lynn's body. Demons were easier as he could just eat them. Ellipsis. Victor slowly opened his eyes and looked around. It was not a dream after all. He was indeed in a sea of naked girls. Victor smiled as he inspected his surroundings. He was surrounded by exhausted girls hugging him from every direction, sleeping with satisfied smiles on their faces. All around them, the grand bed and the floor were littered with lonely pieces of exotic underwear that were shredded apart. Last night was not only so wild, it was full of surprises. They started right after lunch and kept at it for an entire day. Even Lin, who recovered a bit, came and joined the fun in the middle of the night. Getting this huge emperor-sized bed was not a mistake after all. Victor looked around at the girls. First was Lily, who refused to leave his side all night. She was still hugging him till now, as if she was afraid some other girl would steal him. Apparently, she wanted to exert her dominance over the harem by showing some of the exotic skills she learned by poking around in the imperial palace. She failed miserably. Margaret had to fix every technique she tried. Victor chuckled as he turned to Margaret, who was hugging his leg. He always knew. This girl knew her way in bed, but last night she showed him some things that he had no idea were possible. Damn, he sure missed a lot of things in his past life. Not only was she good herself, but she also had a positive effect on all of the girls, making them more active. She was like an orchestra maestro leading a band of naughty girls, but she was using a pink whip instead of a baton. The twins were not bad. Just a little inexperienced. They seemingly secretly learned some technique called the double phoenix eating the dragon. Pulling it off was hard, but after some help from Margaret, they did it, tempting Lily and Mira to try it together too. They were good, but not the same as the twins who used their similar appearance to boost that technique. At every moment he was so bewildered that he couldn't know who was who without using his appraisal skills. Mira, who was now hugging his other leg, was timid at first, but after some encouragement, she began to show her wild side. She exceeded Victor's childhood fantasies. Arya, on the other hand, was more conservative. She appeared bossy on weekdays, but she was very shy in bed. Even the wild Margaret failed to tempt her to try some exotic techniques. She was now sleeping on the side of the bed after almost kicking Victor's balls by mistake. Lastly was Monica. She was the biggest surprise. When the night started, Victor revealed 50% of his real charm, and this caused all the girls to go into shock, even Lily, who was prepared. Monica didn't go into shock. It was as if a pink switch inside of her was ticked. She became a crazy mess as she jumped at Victor and began to kiss him. Yes, her bloodline was fully awakened by the time she squeezed her young husband dry for the 7th time. None of the girls were able to get her off Victor until she was fully exhausted. Sadly, she was the only one who managed to awaken her bloodline. His charm was not enough for the rest of them. Well, awakening a bloodline was never that easy. He needed the right ingredients for each of them. And yes, Victor was not active at all at first. He chose to stay still like a cheap dildo and let the girls do all the action. This was suggested by Margaret. If he acted, he would have had to prioritize some girls over others, so for the first few hours, he played it wisely and let them fight it among themselves. It was not until they were all a little exhausted that he started his assault. After that night, those girls would never think of even considering another man. He made sure of that before letting go. The enhanced dragon libido had its uses after all. Victor chuckled as he finished inspecting the girls. He planned to take every girl romantically by herself, but this would be later. Maybe they should try going out on dates. He smiled and looked at the slightly opened door. Lin didn't close it when she discovered the orgy last night. So in the middle of the night, a sneaky little girl called Elise stumbled upon something very indecent when the girls were trying some crazy technique. She stayed there and watched the entire thing while hiding. Victor let her watch. He planned to cook her and let her simmer slowly until she is fully mature before eating her. This technique proved very effective on the twins. Victor slowly used his illusion and left his bed. The girls needed their beauty sleep, and he desperately needed a shower. He needed to go see Alex after that. He almost got interrupted last night when that bastard cock did a mating dance in front of her. Thankfully he was able to activate a charm-dispelling talisman in time as she left the room. If not, she would have fallen for it. That bastard cock. They were supposed to be brothers. Victor cursed as he jumped from the bed and headed to the bathroom. Ellipsis. Young master. Alex, who was sitting on the basement stairs, quickly stood up when she saw Victor, who still didn't dry his silky hair, heading in her direction. I know, now quickly give me your underwear, he said in a hurry. What? She had to ask to make sure she heard him right. You underwear, give it to me. But, now, you are a fucking guy, damn it, what are you ashamed of, fidgeting like a little girl? He scolded. Don't make me come get it myself. Ah, one moment. She ran to a side room where she replaced the gray shorts she was wearing as underwear before she returned and gave it to Victor. She was feeling a little ashamed, but she kept telling herself that she is a guy, and a guy would not be so ashamed to give his underwear to his friends. She couldn't have been more wrong, but regardless. Victor quickly grabbed the underwear with obvious disgust and then put it in his ring before running to the cock's room angrily. Wait here, he told Alex before closing the door behind him. Ellipsis. How dare you? Victor scolded, glaring at the cock as soon as he entered the room. KWAA KWAA. The rooster quickly stood up and began to defend itself. It had a guilty face. We guys do not hit on each other's girls. Victor interrupted. KWA. Of course, you knew. Why else would I tell you to enhance her bloodline? KWA KWA KWO. No, even if I didn't tell you about her bloodline. She is my wife. Victor scolded. That was a low blow, pal. Quaa. No buts. Now spit up the pill. I need to enhance her bloodline. Quaa. The rooster refused. KWA Wika. You still want more? We have a contract. Victor threatened. KWWWWWW. The rooster glared at Victor hatefully, then spit out a pill full of cock saliva. Victor quickly took it and looked at the cock. Victor sighed, looking at the pill. Sorry, pal, it is my fault for not making myself clear. I too had no idea that she would cause you to get so horny. Kwaswaa. KWA KWA. Yeah, I just got angry. Sorry, but you know how guys get around the girls they like, and I had no idea you fancy human girls. I thought you just like to have fun around them. Quas. Kwaaku. KWWKWW. What, you mean that she is 100% pure phoenix and not a human? Victor asked. KWA. The cock nodded. Holy shit, Victor was surprised. This means that Alex's father, the previous patriarch of the heavenly sect, was not her real father as he was presuming. She was a full-blown otherworldly being. No wonder she was a dark scion. This had nothing to do with her fate of being a Phoenix clan princess as he earlier presumed, but by her entering this world illegally. Someone from another world must have sent her here using some method to give her a human shape and then sent her here skipping the world's protection somehow. It was hard, but with enough power doable. Her fake father must have known about this, or he wouldn't have given her the gender-changing ring. They must have been hiding her from something. But how could a man from a lower sect get to know an otherworldly creature? Victor pondered. He had read his file and it was not remarkable at all, unless HSS's. Victor gasped. It seemed like he needed to go visit those Thunder Sect ruins soon. They might contain a portal to another world. Thanks, buddy. Victor quickly turned to the cock. This info was really vital. He added as he threw Alex's underwear inside the cage. Keep this for your collection. But don't tell anyone, he said with an apprehensive smile. The cock that was pouting quickly cheered up as he sniffed at the shorts before picking it with its beak and swallowing it. The rooster, like many noble beasts, had an inner storage space where it kept its treasures. Now I have to go see the girl. Tomorrow I will be bringing you some more girls, so rest for now. KWAA Kiwa. The cock said, totally forgetting the fight with Victor earlier. It was a cool rooster. Okay, I will not forget the panties. It's a promise. I will send my men to collect them from virgins all around the world. Victor nodded before heading to the door while his brain began to turn fast. Upgrading Alex's bloodline now would definitely cause the lock on it to break. Although he already made percussion with the tattoo, it might not be enough. Not unless he had a scapegoat. He paused and looked back at the celestial rooster. KWA. The cock asked. Be prepared, you might get something nice in a few minutes. But the window will be a little short. It would depend on your skills. Victor said, making the cock frown and then open its eyes wide. Kawaii, it said with scared eyes while shaking its head. Don't worry, this place is protected. And I promise that nothing bad will happen, at least your life will be guaranteed. It's a man's promise. KWWW. Yes, Victor said, making a sign in the air. A flash of light moments later made the rooster sigh in relief. KWA. It said with a knowing smile while nodding. It was risky, but it was worth it. I will, Victor said as he headed out. Chapter 329, A Phoenix. What happened? Alex asked as soon as Victor came out. She only heard screaming from the inside, but she couldn't make out the words. Nothing, that cock is being unreasonable, it thinks that you are female. Victor said, shaking his head. I know that you are a little wimpy, but a female. Impossible. Why? Alex had no idea how to respond. That's absurd. If you were a female, I would have slept with you long ago. Victor said, making her blush. Then I would have sold you to the highest bidder for hiding the truth from me. he added, making her swallow the words she wanted to say. Now what? She asked. The stupid cock, thinking that you are a female, it produced a bloodline enhancing pill for you. Victor said with a disturbed look. I can't believe you managed to fool it, while I couldn't without Lily's help. Oh, a pill. Yes, it pecked your hand right. Victor said, pointing at Alex's injured hand. It took your blood and gave you this pill in return as it did with the rest of the girls. How the hell did you fool it? Victor asked, raising the red pill. I am not sure. If I didn't know better, I would have believed that cock that you are secretly a female. That stupid thing even thinks that you are a virgin. How absurd. I saw it myself how you fuck the brothel girls in Golden Waterfall Town, you can't be a virgin. Victor nodded to himself. I think your bloodline has some power that is affecting its perception. Probably. Alex nodded. Now come, Victor said, dragging Alex to a side room and then closing the door. Eat this quickly so that we can upgrade your bloodline, he said, pushing the pill into her mouth before she could resist. Swallow, he ordered. Alex stepped back as she felt the pill melt in her mouth. She swallowed. Then all hell broke loose. Ellipsis. Damn it. Theta yelled as she put the binoculars in her hands down and then threw herself on her back on the bed and began to kick the imaginary Victor with her delicate bare feet. Relax, Robin, he already promised to marry you once you are old enough. Ruby, who was sitting by her side, said, feeling a little jealous. She felt inferior to her friend who didn't have to lose her virginity in a brothel. I know, but he married that damn Elise. She is as old as me. Theta said. Hateful Victor. You know that it was a political marriage, Ruby said. He wouldn't touch her. How do you know that? Theta said as she sat up, took the binoculars again, and began to inspect the sealed mansion from the window. She could see nothing from the inside, but she felt the need to keep an eye on them. Yesterday, she watched as the frustrated girls had tea on the balcony, and Elise was not with them. Was she with the young master? Relax. The lock will end tomorrow. We can ask the twins about it then, they would never lie. Ruby said, reassuring her friend, then frowned as she looked out. The morning sky, which was clear until moments ago, began to get cloudy. It only took moments for the sunny day to become dark. Thunder began to rumble from in between the thick clouds and several streaks of lightning began to dart around as if preparing to descend. Was this a storm? Why did it feel ominous? Ellipsis. After taking the red pill, Alex only felt something break inside of her as everything turned black. As she fainted, a shock wave broke from her body, sending everything in the room flying, including Victor, who was thrown away to hit the wall behind him. Alex, who lost consciousness, began to float in midair as her body began to shine with a yellow bright light. It kept shining stronger and brighter, making the room heat up as if Alex was the sun. Around the walls of the room, immediately golden lines began to shine, locking the room's space. Every room in the basement had those installed by Victor, who wanted to keep what was happening down here a secret. Shit, Victor cursed as he sprung to his feet, then ran to Alex's side, grabbing the gender-changing and the storage rings from her fingers before he was blasted away again. He could only put his back to the wall and watch as the room turned into an inferno. Without a way out, the heat in the room began to build up and in a few seconds made it hotter and hotter like the insides of a reactor. Victor, who didn't expect this sudden outburst, almost fainted. He had to cast a dozen isolation talismans and use all his skills to be able to remain in the room. Although he could escape at any time using his shadow-shifting skill, he knew that he had to stay here to watch for Alex in case something bad happened to her. He also had to keep ready to cast some more isolation talismans in case the old ones collapsed. The heat of the room kept getting higher, melting everything around and charring all the wooden furniture black, a sign that all the oxygen in the room had already been exhausted. Even the clothes on Victor began to slowly disintegrate. Victor cursed silently, then he raised his head and let out a roar, activating his bloodline to its full extent to apply its effects. In seconds, his silky purple hair turned grayish-white with a few dark black locks going like snakes in between the white ones. If someone looked close, he would notice that those locks had a strange air shimmering around them, like the space itself would break if it touched them. His eyes turned abyssal black with an entire universe reflected in them. His pupils were like molten gold, piercing through whatever he looked at. On his now shimmering skin, numerous strange signs began to appear, forming an interlaced mesh, resembling the scales on a dragon as they slowly took shape, forming an ethereal exoskeleton around him, giving him long claws and dark black wings that didn't resemble any other creature. From his forehead, two long barbed horns slowly grew up, reaching a few feet above his head. Unlike the fake ones he uses when he disguises as the Nutcracker, those two were original. They had the power to break space itself. With his bloodline fully activated, all his status and attributes doubled. All his skills strengthened. Heat no longer bothered Victor as he stood there, like a real noble demon looking at Alex. As her body slowly burned and from inside a flame that resembled a phoenix began to take shape. The tattoo that Margaret drew didn't burn, it slowly formed a protective shell around the newly born phoenix that completed itself in seconds, and then it uttered a loud cry as it began to disintegrate, leaving one drop of blood that slowly began to form a new phoenix of flames. A white one this time. Suddenly the process stopped and the white newly emerged flames began to wane. Victor frowned. Something was wrong. That phoenix had not enough energy for a rebirth. Without waiting, Victor quickly dumped a heap of gems on the floor, which began to disintegrate in seconds, forming a vortex of energy that quickly began heading toward the white phoenix. It slowly began to grow up again, but Victor didn't relax as he felt the world around him begin to solidify. A feeling that he only felt once before, when he activated the time book. It was either that someone was trying to barge into this world, or the world itself was starting to reject Alex. It could be both. Victor could feel a tribulation vortex forming around him. Damn it, Victor cursed. Then without hesitation, he bit his finger and let a drop of his own now golden blood travel to that white phoenix and merge with it as he activated his blood-slave connection to Alex to its full extent. Earlier, he felt that his old bond began to disintegrate, so he reinforced it immediately. This would have been impossible usually, but with the world's will helping Victor against Alex, it was done immediately and the forming tribulation quickly dissipated. A summoned or a contracted creature was allowed in this world after all. The white phoenix, feeling the world's will no longer resisting it, began to slowly expand until it filled the room, burning the tattoo array completely with everything in its way. Then it quickly contracted again, forming the body of a delicate gorgeous girl with long flowing golden hair. Damn it, this was a close call, Victor said. She is hot, he couldn't help but add before frowning as he felt the world solidify again. They were here. He quickly ran to Alex's side, holding her and slowly lowering her to the floor as the flame around the room got fully absorbed by her. A few notification panels appeared in succession in front of Victor, notifying him of some status and class changes with Alex. He was her master after all. Looking at her status, Victor almost screamed in shock. Name: Alexis Donner. Race: Noble Phoenix. Level: 101. Class: Flame Warrior, AAA. Abnormal status: Blood Slave SSS. Health: 5000. Stamina: 3000. Mana: 3000. Authority: 10. Strength: 558. Agility: 491. Intelligence: 391. Luck: 49. Charm: 112. Order: 41. Class skills: Firestorm, S. Swift Slash, A. Burning Blood, A. Flaming Fist, B. System skills: Thunder Fist Arts, First Half, A. Shocking Fist, E. System recognized skills: Fire Resistance, A. Spear Arts, A. Survival Instinct, B. Spider Hater, C. Impaling Strike, E. Womanizer, F. Magic Affinity: Fire, Thunder, Light. Equipment: None. Fate status: Fate's Power, S. Summery Dark Scion. Defined Fate: Dark Scion, suffer in misery. Live for revenge, die in glory. Destiny list: less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Bloodline: Imperial Phoenix Bloodline, SSS AWAKENED. Bloodline effects: Immortality, Arrogance, Greatly Enhanced Charm, Greatly Enhanced Fire Resistance, Greatly Enhanced Thunder Resistance, Mana Heart, Enhanced Curse Resistance, Enhanced Intelligence. Bloodline skills: Rebirth, X. Regeneration, SSS. Fire World, SSS. Imperial Order, SS. Fire Clone, SS. Hiding, S. Healing Tears, S. Swift Step, S. Fire Transformation, S. Limitless Flight, A. Fire Core, A. Fire Claw, B. Burning Touch, B. Wow, she was truly a phoenix. No wonder she had a human body. All creatures with the noble word in their species names have the power to turn into humans or humanoid creatures. In fact, their main form becomes human. Alex was definitely from some royal family. But damn it, her dark scion fate didn't go away. Why? He had no idea. Victor sighed. It seemed like he had to keep bullying her for now, until he figured out a way to remove her stupid destiny at least. Having no other choice, Victor quickly placed her rings back into her fingers and watched her turn into a gorgeous man just as the sound of something breaking rang above his head. Victor cursed silently. With Alex's blood lock breaking, they must have found this place and come to get her. But were they friends or foes? Victor didn't care. Those who dared to break into his house are destined to suffer. Alex was already his, and he would never let others take her. Like shattered glass, a hole near the ceiling seemed to have opened, and from beyond a golden bird slowly crept in, raising the room's temperature again. It took it only seconds to fully enter the room and for Victor to quickly appraise it. Name: Lightrador. Race: Noble Phoenix. Abnormal state: hiding, SS. Demon form: SS. Clone: SS. Level: 971. Class: Flame Soul, SSS. Health: 6,300,000. Stamina: 3,200,000. Mana: 5,400,000. Authority: 101. Strength: 3,714. Agility: 3,330. Intelligence: 2,991. Luck: 73. Charm: 1120. Order: 2071. Bloodline: Royal Phoenix Bloodline, SSAWAKENED. Fate status: clones have no fates. Shit, Victor said as he began feeling the temperature rise again. He had to get rid of this one before she tried to leave or else she would burn the entire mansion. The upper floors were not as reinforced as the basement. The Phoenix looked with a frown around the room, trying to sense the signal they received. But she couldn't see anyone, the room was empty. It frowned, then from the back, it felt some ripples of energy, familiar energy. It quickly passed through the wall, melting a hole in its path until she reached the room with the cages. There, inside one of the cages, there was a pretty naked girl who collapsed on the floor with a familiar air around her. Found you, the Phoenix said as it revealed its sharp talons, attacking the helpless girl that was cut into minced meat in seconds. Something was wrong. It tried to turn to look back, but it was too late because, at that same moment, it felt severe pain in its butt as if someone plucked all of its noble tail's feathers. Ah! The Phoenix screamed in pain and threw an attack to the back before turning to see the cock that was retreating to the back with a group of red burning feathers in its beak. Davy Tothek, you despicable chicken! The Phoenix screamed angrily. How dare you! It wanted to use its firestorm skill to burn everything but stopped as it felt a grave sense of danger approaching. It was an ominous silver needle that appeared out of nowhere and was heading for its head. The Phoenix cursed and instinctively used its swift step skill to get away. This was a mistake. Although it managed to dodge the needle, all around it the world began to solidify. Using this S-rank skill has alerted the world of its existence. Now the hole she came from would close and this clone would die. Damn it! It cursed and then quickly traveled back to where it came from. The hole still had some time before it fully closed, so it decided it had some time and activated its Heavenly Eyes skill, trying to find its location before leaving to send reinforcements later. This was a mistake, as at this moment 3 needles penetrated its body. They were completely ineffective as they melted by its flaming feathers before they could touch its skin. The Phoenix cursed. This was just normal steel. It was fooled. Damn it. The needles failed to hurt it, but they forced it to cancel its skill and turn around to look at its enemy. It was a tall demon looking at her with a smirk. The Phoenix frowned, then felt it as another needle penetrated her at that same moment. This time it went through its butt where the cock had already plucked all the feathers. It went straight in. The Phoenix screamed in pain, turning into a green goo as the only exit. The ethereal hole behind her closed by the world's rules. Everything returned to being peaceful a moment later. If it were not for the burnt room and the melting wall, no one would know that another worldly being had died here a most gruesome death. What a waste, Victor said as he collected the green goo and then looked at the fainted Alex who was leaning against the wall in the corner. She got her hair back, and it was long this time. It seems like your family hates you too, he said, feeling sorry for her. Well, you are mine now, he whispered, then turned around and left the room. It would take Alex a few hours to wake up. And Victor decided not to be here when that happened. It was not time yet to reveal her truth. After heading to the cage room, Victor found the cock waiting for him with a cocky smile. Did you get it? Victor asked with a smirk. KWA. The cock nodded, then spat a few feathers at Victor. KWWWW, it said, meaning this was Victor's share. Thanks, pal, I wouldn't have been able to slay it easily without your help. Victor said, inspecting the Phoenix feathers. These things can be used to create some very good elixirs. KWWWW. The cock nodded. Remember, after returning to your world, don't tell anyone what you did, Victor said as he collected the feathers in his ring and left the room. Quiwa, the cock said. It was not a foolish cock. And it didn't have a death wish. Chapter 330, Dragon Rider. Level up, level up, level up. You leveled up 20 levels. Lily, who was feeling a little tired after an eventful night, woke up to the beeping of a very strange list of notifications in her mind, so did the naked girls in the bed sheets around her. What the hell? Margaret asked with a frown as she sat up and looked at the girls yawning around her. What? Monica, who was the only non-player girl, also woke up as the girls began to look at each other. We leveled up, Lily explained. What? Monica asked. We will tell you later. Where is that pervert Victor? Margaret asked. She was so tired last night that she felt nothing until the notification beeped into her mind. Guiding a group of noob girls all night was hard after all. He sneaked away 2 hours ago, Arya said. As the one sleeping on the side of the bed, she felt it when Victor jumped over her and barely dodged the legs she decided to stretch at that very second. Then the notification, Lynn asked, also ignoring Monica who didn't know that notification they talked about. I have no idea, but we desperately need a bath before we find where our sneaky husband went. Margaret replied, making the girls blush and nod after realizing how filthy they became after last night. They couldn't believe they were that wild. It was all like a fever dream. Ellipsis. When the girls went downstairs an hour later after fixing themselves up, they found that the dining table was fully furnished with all kinds of appetizers, and Victor was sitting at the head of the table operating a grill that he placed there. Young master, you can't grill meat in here. Mana shouted immediately. Call me husband, Victor scolded. And this is my house, I can do whatever I want, he added. Ah, but we will be the ones doing the cleaning, Mina replied in a low voice. I already told you that I intend to get some new maids, so. Ignore it for now, he said, hiding the fact that he was grilling to hide the distinct smell of burnt wood. He didn't want the girls to know about the mess in the morning. Not the entire story of it anyway. Now sit and enjoy my cooking, he ordered, gesturing to the girls to take their seats. They didn't need an invitation. They were famished. Last night they had the workout of their life. Especially after trying to pull out that pyramid of doom pose that Margaret taught them. Young Ma, husband, Lily, who sat right next to the grill, asked as Victor handed her a big steak. What was that level up notification? Did anything happen? Oh, yes, it is the result of experience sharing. Victor explained. Whenever I level up, as my system recognizes wives, you will also get to enjoy some of it. He explained. This is one of the benefits of. He paused as he looked at the back. Come in Alex, I know you are there. Alex nervously walked from behind the side door. She just left the basement after adjusting herself and was a little nervous. The girls gasped when they saw her. She wore casual jeans and an orange sweater which looked dashing on her. The most important thing was not that, but the newly grown blonde hair styled into one long ponytail. She liked it and decided to risk keeping it. She looked like a charming male model who should really start thinking about changing his gender. The gender-changing ring was working to its limit to stop anyone from realizing she was a girl. Wow, you look amazing after awakening your bloodline, Victor said, giving Alex the thumbs up. Now come and help me at the grill, he added, making the nervous Alex nod and walk to stand behind the grill. She had no idea what happened in the basement after taking the pill and was nervous that Victor might have discovered something about her. So, continue, Margaret said, giving Alex an inspection look while licking her lips. Why did you level up? She turned and asked Victor, who just finished preparing a medium rare steak for her and was carefully placing it on her dish. Ah, right, let me start from the beginning. Last night, that cock seemed to have taken a fancy to our Alex here. Victor said as he returned to the grill and slapped Alex's butt. Ah, she yelped, but Victor ignored her. I always knew that Alex was beautiful, but I had no idea he could turn cocks gay. Victor said, shaking his head and making Alex relax a bit. Anyway, the cock produced a blood upgrading pill for Alex, and gave it to him. He said, getting 2 steaks for the twins this time. And, Lynn asked. She liked her steak well done, so she had to wait. The moment I gave him the pill, some demon tried to intrude into the mansion. I don't know why, but I presume it came because of all the pheromones that cock released when it tried to seduce Alex. It probably wanted to eat it. Eat my cock, he yelled, striking the table with his fist and scaring Alex, who began to operate the grill. Relax, man. No one here wants to eat your cock. Margaret took the opportunity to point out even with her mouth full of meat. She just couldn't help but say it. So you killed it? Arya asked, wishing to stab Margaret with the fork in her hand. Did she really have to point out his lame joke like that? And why did he have to scream it out, making people misunderstand? Elise's face was already beet red. Yes, with the cock's help, we cocked it. He said, too bad I didn't go check back on Alex after that. I got so much experience from that thing that I had to think how to distribute it between you girls. He said, how strong was it exactly? Margaret asked. Strong enough to give me enough experience to not only level up by 50 levels but also level each of you by 20. Most of you only got the experience point though. You should be able to level up once you clear a dungeon. Maybe I might be able to try something later though, he said, mysteriously, making the girls a little surprised before he looked at Monica, who was briefed by Lily during the bath on what level up in players meant. Monica, do you want to also be a player? Victor asked directly. She nodded immediately. After last night's action, she realized how powerful all the girls were. She was completely exhausted in an hour, but the girls kept at it till morning. This was because they were players, according to Lily. Good, Victor said, then do you see that slab next to your dish? Ah, isn't this the one my father used to put under his stupid vase? She said. She noticed it earlier and was wondering if Victor was planning to use it to put some hot bowl over it. Yes, that idiot had no idea how precious this thing is. It is an awakening relic from your mother's family, I believe. Drop some of your blood on it and let's see. Victor said. He was conflicted between using his awakening skill on her or allowing her to use the slab, but presuming that the slab might get her more benefits than his F-rank skill, he went with the latter. Monica frowned and then quickly noticed the sterilized needle next to the slab. Victor must have prepared this for her. Ah, okay, she said without hesitation. Slowly taking the needle, then pricking her finger before softly touching the slab. The slab shone with a soft pink light and Monica froze. It only took 5 seconds for the outside observers before she blinked again and looked around with a smile. Congratulations, the girls told her immediately as Victor put a medium rare steak in front of her while secretly removing the isolation talisman he placed under her chair in case something happened. Thanks, she said to Victor. He not only helped her get rid of her evil father but also made her a player and gave her great power. I am your husband, it is my duty to take care of you, he said while activating his appraisal skill. Monica Davis. Level 0. Class Dragon Rider, S. Authority 7. Strength 15. Agility 16. Intelligence 20. Luck 16. Charm 40. Order 10. Skills Awakened Mind, S. Dragon Bonding, S. Healing, A. Magic Blast, B. All Resistance, C. Taming, F. Bloodline, Dragon Ghost Butterfly, A. Equipment, none. Fate Status, Fate's Power, A+. Defined Fate, none. Destiny List less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Not bad at all, he said with a smile that made her blush as she fully understood what he meant. Well, she did ride him for a few rounds last night. Young Master Julian, James respectfully greeted the young man in front of him. Sit, Julian said dismissively. He was wearing a casual suit that failed to hide the noble air around him. He had used the money Alice gave him to fix himself up a bit. He also used the algae cream he got at the wedding on himself, which was super effective. I thought you were forbidden from seeing me a lot, he asked James as he sipped on a cup of hot cocoa. They were now sitting in a small cafe on the side of the road. This is important. What happened with Alice after you two left together? James asked immediately after sitting down and ordering a cup of green tea. His doctor told him to refrain from drinking caffeinated drinks. Oh, nothing big, we just spent the night together, Julian said with a satisfied smile. What? James asked, then quickly lowered his voice. Did you two? What else would we do? Discuss poetry, Julian asked with a knowing smile. Didn't I tell you not to go near her? James didn't laugh. You did, but I have no obligation to listen to you, Julian stated. Young master, this was your father's orders, James said in a treble tune. I have no obligation to listen to a guy who couldn't keep his own wife, Julian stated. He was holding a grudge against his father. And as far as I know, I am free to act as I want during the test. No one can stop me as long as I don't use my real status, power, or knowledge granted by the family. True, but, young master, you shouldn't be so stubborn. This is for your own good. James sighed as he took a thick file and put it in front of Julian. Look at this. Julian frowned, then opened the file. Inside of it, there were all kinds of reports on Alice, from her childhood getting chosen by the Heavenly Sect to be an elite disciple to her opening the underworld boxing clubs where she trained macho men to fight and compete for the right of a night with her. She changed men every night, sometimes taking 10 at once. Oh, Julian frowned, then smiled. I see, this is interesting, he commented as he flipped a few pages and inspected the photos. I told you she is a slut. James said, she is not a good match for you. Not that. Caspian is her fiancé, right? Julian asked. It is in the file. He stopped proposing when she showed up to meet him riding a muscular man like a horse. I see, from the way she reacted during the wedding, she clearly hates him, Julian said. Yes, and he hates her too, James said. Then it is obvious. The macho men thing is but an act, Alice is not a slut. Julian said, leafing through the file. She is a good woman. Young master, the reports indicate otherwise. James said, we already have evidence that she sleeps with them. Then how do you explain this? Julian interrupted as he took a plastic bag containing a piece of fabric stained with blood and threw it to James. This is, James frowned, Alice's proof of virginity. I took it. Julian said with a proud smile. Give this to my father and tell him that I plan to wed her by the end of the year. That chick is definitely going to be mine the moment this damn family test is over. Chapter 331, Briefing 1. The hooligan had only one idea before he fell dead, drowning in his own blood. Why was that killer moving like a prostitute? Well, he would never know that answer. Neither would the 34 members of his gang who lost their sorry life as a group of very man-hating girls descended on them. No, describing those girls as man-hating was not accurate as they only liked one man, a very handsome purple-haired young man. But they kept this a secret from their man-hating, blood-drinking ass-whipping mistress. Is everyone dead? The mistress, Alpha asked as she walked out of the shadows near the warehouse they were raiding. Yes, one of the girls said. She was the new first secretary. The previous one had seemingly upset the mistress by telling the young master that the mistress's face was as pretty as her butt. As a result, she was demoted to the honorary position of chief toilet cleaner. The girls are already collecting the blood vials you requested. The assistant said. Good, Alpha said, as she broke the warehouse lock with a swing from her sword and then opened the gate. Inside, many underage girls were wrapped in rags. They looked frightened as the door opened at this unusual hour, not knowing if the hooligans were bringing some new group or planning to do something to them again. It was Alpha's fault for waiting too long to attack, but Victor had told her to wait and make sure that no one from the Heavenly Sect was not here before initiating the raid. Fear not, Alpha said softly. I am here to save you, she added, giving the doubtful girls an inspecting look. There were 47 of them. Shall we collect blood samples? The assistant asked softly. Wait until they calm down and have a warm meal. Get 2 samples from each, one for me and one to send to Victor. Alpha said as the girls around her began to help the girls out. And when writing the report, don't mention anything about the girl's age in it, she added. If that pervert Victor knew that they were lawless, he would come here running. I understand, the assistant paused abruptly. Mistress, look. She said, pointing at the sky. Alpha frowned and looked up only to gasp. Ellipsis. In a well-lit underground study, around a square desk, 4 people were having a secret meeting after feeding the cock and telling the other girls in the mansion that they were going to discuss the stock market. The first was Victor, who arrogantly sat on a comfy chair with a stack of files in front of him, totally unaware that he was missing out on something. To his left, Elise was sitting timidly, wondering why the other 2 were there. To his right, Lily was sitting. She was relaxing on the couch while hugging one of her pretty legs while dangling the other to the floor. Her posture was like a crow resting on a twig. It seemed like her last 400 years trip had changed some of her habits. He didn't mind it as he would get to look at her pretty feet more. That's as long as she didn't decide that it would be fun to sit on his shoulder. Regardless, in front of them, Margaret sat on a chair, also in a strange way crossing her legs and showing off her expensive panties as she eyed the others. At least she wore them. Now, let's start this strategy briefing, Victor said after clearing his throat. Strategy? Elise asked. Yes, I was planning to initially delay this a year or 2, but after awakening my bloodline, I became strong enough to be able to take some actions. The earlier we move our pieces the better. He nodded to himself. If my calculations are correct, at the earliest in a few months many things might change, so I want you girls to be aware of my plans. Victor said. Plans for what? Elise had to ask. World domination. Lily and Margaret replied at the same time, then looked at each other. What? Elise asked, with a frown. Her new husband indeed exceeded her expectations, but she had no idea he had such lofty ambitions. Don't listen to them, Victor said, shaking his head. I just want to survive and live a happy life with a large harem, and to make sure all my enemies and those who oppose me are peacefully rotting in their lead coffins no matter who they are. He added, making Lily frown and look at him. Aha, Elise still didn't get it. Isn't that the same as world domination? Not exactly, I plan to stay in the shadows. Let's start from the beginning, Victor said as he stuck another isolation talisman under the table, adding it to the 100 others around the room. Just to be sure. What beginning? Elise asked. Me, Lily and Margaret, we are time travelers. He said casually as he relaxed in his seat as he dropped the bombshell. What? It was not Elise who asked, but Margaret who looked at Lily. You too, Lily nodded, scratching her nose. She was already suspecting Margaret. Time travelers. What do you mean exactly? Elise asked after a few minutes of awkward silence. Exactly what you heard. I am from the future. About 400 years or so. I used an X-ranked artifact that I stole from the Imperial Palace to return to the past. He stated, not in the body through, just my soul and memories so you don't have to worry about sleeping with an old man. Aha, Elise just looked at him, trying hard to make sure that he was not kidding. But remembering how her grandpa described Victor as an old fox, that time-traveling story would make sense. Margaret is the same in a sense, but she returned by mere chance as she died early in the other timeline and her soul just so happened to be trapped in one of the talismans I used to course my trip. So she got all her memories from her past, 20 years of life or so. Margaret glared at him. What about Lily? She asked, turning to observe Lily who for some reason had a totally out-of-character smug smile on her lips. Lily, Victor hesitated. She made a trip to the other timeline yesterday. She used the power of her bloodline awakening to activate an X-ranked bloodline skill and follow me for about 400 years, he said, making Margaret gasp. Lily wanted to correct him that she only followed him for the first few years, and after that, she took her time exploring the world and only stayed next to him about 30% of the time. But after thinking about it, she decided to leave him to his wishful delusions. Ah, Elise didn't fully get it. Neither did Margaret who was just feeling slightly nerfed. What happened is not important, you just need to know that we have knowledge of the future, although it might not be perfect now because we already messed with many things, the general trend will not be affected and we can still use this to manipulate many things. Victor explained. Why are you telling me this? Elise asked. Do the other girls know? Nope, just you, Victor said. I have already decided to put you in charge of my plans. He said. Oh. Does this have anything to do with what happened to me in that timeline? She asked slowly. This was critical for her to believe him. Not entirely, I was just very impressed by you back then and you were the best one to take that role, he said looking at her curious lowly eyes. In that timeline, you were very miserable at first after your grandfather died as you were kicked out of the family. But you managed to build something for yourself afterward when you became a player 20 years later. That long, and did we meet? She didn't ask for any details. She was in fact testing him. If he wanted to lie, he would simply say that she was his wife. This was the easiest and quickest way to earn her trust. We never met face to face, he shook his head. You had a lover, you kept faithful to him until he betrayed you and nearly caused you to become a plaything for some very powerful man. Oh, she nodded. In the end, you managed to escape by fooling everyone. I have no idea what happened to you afterward. She escaped to another world, Lily said. Oh, you followed her? Victor asked. After my uncle died due to her plot, my father made sure to secretly help her hide her tracks. She was the one who told my father how to win the duel, how else would my arrogant mother risk revealing her breasts in public without 100% assurance that she would be able to gouge out the eyes of everyone who saw her afterward? HSSSSSSSSSSs. Victor gasped. He had no idea, but now it made sense. It seemed like even Julian wasn't privy to some things. Margaret and Elise looked at each other, not sure what those two were talking about. What do you mean your uncle and father? Margaret asked. She didn't want to admit it, but she was feeling a little inferior. Oh, Lily here is the daughter of the man who will end up being the emperor of the entire world 200 years later. Victor said, hiding the fact that she was destined to rule the world. I am not kidding, Sooner or later, she will be a big shot, so you better start sucking up to her. He said as the girls looked at him and then at Lily with shock. What, that's why you took her as your first wife? Margaret asked. Of course not. Lily is the love of my life. He struck the table angrily, as he usually did when he lied. Tell the truth. It was Lily who coldly said that. Oh, well, it is part of the reason I wanted to make you all my main wives, but due to Lily's family situation I had to make her a little better than you, Victor finally said, making Margaret and Elise nod, and earning himself a very cold glare from his beloved Lily. What, didn't she order him to tell the truth? He chuckled to himself and then shook his head. So, why are you telling me this? What do you want me to do? Elise asked nervously, changing the subject. If Victor was not lying, those things he just said are better be kept secret forever. Oh, here's the thing. I plan to create multiple separated powers that are different from the families and only work for me. I want you to be the one manipulating things from behind when I am not around. He told her, making her a little surprised. Wouldn't Miss Lily or Miss Margaret be a better choice? Elise asked. I might work to benefit my family after all, she added in a low voice. You are not that kind of girl, and we did a system marriage. If I were to be harmed because of you, your end will not be pretty. Victor said, making her bite her cherry lip. And Lily and Margaret would have other important roles. He added. What about the other girls? Elise asked as she looked at his handsome face. Why not tell them? I just want them to enjoy their youth years without worrying about trivial things, he said. And they might unintentionally reveal some things that I would prefer to stay hidden. So I don't get to enjoy my youth? Elise asked, pouting a little. It's not that, but you will discover what I am doing sooner or later, then think that I am lying to you. He said, scamming the lowly. I think it would be better if you were a part of it. You are the smartest girl I know. Oh, she nodded, slightly pleased by what he said. Victor slowly took one document from his stack and spread it open on the table. Now, I returned to this timeline 3 months ago. Throughout this time I already managed to grasp the power structure and already formulate a plan for action before the reckoning. He said. The reckoning? Elise asked. In 20 years or so the world's protection will collapse and demons and creatures from other worlds will begin invading this world, killing billions and destroying everything in their way. Lily was the one who explained. The rules will change, and this world would be more like an MMORPG game world where dungeons and demons pop out around all the time. Everyone will become a player at that time. What? Elise and Margaret asked in shock. Margaret was not sure about this as she died a few months before that happened. Victor was being mysterious, not telling her everything until now. How bad will the damage be? Elise asked immediately. At the peak of the invasion, 93.4% of the planet will be occupied, corrupted, or destroyed. Lily replied. She had a clearer picture than Victor. 89% of humanity will perish. 1 from every 10. Oh, then humans will fight back. Elise asked. Yes, humans will win after a bitter 50 years struggle and paying a great price. Victor was the one who replied this time. Other than some very secure strongholds and danger zones, humans will be able to retrieve about half of the usable lands. He explained. Then the emerging forces will fight each other, Elise interrupted. Lily nodded. In the end, my original family, the hidden von Krona, will reveal themselves and use the chaos to take the throne. Oh, you are a von Krona? Elise asked. She heard of them from her grandpa. Yes, Lily just nodded. What about my family? Elise had to ask. Don't you consider us your family now? Victor asked, making her blush. I meant the von Geldstadt, she said with a sweet smile. Oh, let's start with them. Victor said, taking out a file from the stake and placing it in front of him. It had the current state of the von Geldstadt family. In the other timeline, they weakened themselves in inner strife before the von Sway family completely destroyed and absorbed them. Victor said. But now it should be different, as I already cured your grandfather. Oh, he was cured? Elise asked in surprise. She had no idea that her grandfather who kept coughing blood was already cured. Yes, a month ago when I met him at the auction, I got you in exchange. Victor explained. Ah, so that's it. She opened her eyes in shock. Her grandfather was definitely a fox, fooling everyone around, even his sons. Gary knew? She asked. Yes, he was there. Oh, now after the changes we made, the von Geldstadt family should be able to survive and may be able to preserve their influence after the reckoning. Victor said, putting a golden token in front of him. But are they now our allies or enemies? Lily asked. I will support Gary to be the next patriarch, Harvey already likes him. If he succeeds they will most likely be our allies, Victor said. They are not a militaristic family anyway, and once Margaret finishes establishing our merchants guild they would have no choice but to cooperate with us, as we would be the only one with a functioning infrastructure after the reckoning. Margaret nodded. She already started working on this with Arya's help. A merchant guild? Elise asked. Yes, I plan to build trading centers all around the world in predicted safe zones. It will be filled with reserve grains, food, and weapons that we will trade for precious minerals after the reckoning. Our Foss's initial goals will be to secure trade routes between them using our initial knowledge. Later I also plan to create space warping gates if possible, but that would depend on whether I would be able to secure the required materials. Lily, who heard this, gave him an apprehensive look and then nodded. It was possible, but it would require a lot of scheming. You will be amassing money using your future knowledge of the stock markets for that? Elise asked. Yes, we already formed a few shell companies and we have already begun buying abandoned warehouses under the guise of building movie sets. It was Margaret who said this. Realizing that this meeting was about Victor letting his most trusted generals know about his future plans. And she was part of this. Chapter 332, Briefing 2. How is he? The first asked as he leafed through the document on his desk. Perfect, the seventh, who was sitting at his side, said. We couldn't have found a better replacement. He checks all the right boxes. He is only 3 months older than Victor, and has a similar body structure and depraved personality. The fourth replied as she put down her smoking pipe. That permanent face-changing pill really works wonders. Getting Victor's blood from the family to make it was not easy, but thankfully we had an agent in their labs and they had been testing everyone recently. By using the blood on a first-degree relative the results are always satisfactory, the seventh said, feeling a little proud of himself. Too bad that Dick went missing. We no longer have a fresh supply of baby blood. Did you know what happened to him? Not at all. He went missing after that night when Victor desecrated his son's corpse. What a waste. It might be Theodore or even Anne who discovered something. Investigate more, but keep it discreet. Yes. Did you inform Axel of what he needed to know? The first asked. Yes, we finished briefing him and already began training him on the Von Weiss etiquette and rules, but he keeps asking about becoming a player. He couldn't wait after we told him about this. Contact Colmir and ask him to help us. Sneak Axel into the von Geldstadt's Gold Mountain Fortress to use their artifact. If he manages to awaken as a merchant like Victor, he would be perfect, the first said, squinting his eyes as he looked at the paper in front of him. He really needed a new pair of glasses. Reading in the dark for so long seemed to have ruined his sight. Would a healing pill work? He would try it later. I understand, the fourth said. Now, I have some reports that agents from Rebirth have been spotted in the Wyron Principality. Sadly, we lost track of them as they separated after meeting once. Shall I order my men to search more aggressively? No, they will surface sooner or later, the first said. But what are they after? Unknown. I see. What about the Nutcracker? Did you find his trace? The first turned to the seventh and asked. No, as far as we know, it was heading west. Someone was asking about it secretly on the streets, but we don't know who. We must. Master, the secretary suddenly barged into the office, interrupting the meeting. What? The first person asked. His cool secretary was acting a little out of character. The moon. You have to see this, she said as she gasped for breath. Ellipsis. Next we have to talk about my family, the Von Weiss, Victor said, opening another folder. In my past life they were eradicated in the early days of reckoning by a very strong guy, he explained to Elise and Margaret. That guy is Victor's nemesis, Lily continued, deciding to tell the girls this much. Exactly. Do you happen to know his identity? He asked Lily, looking her in the eyes. No, I tried to look it up, but by the time I was aware of him, someone must have helped him wipe his ass. It was as if he was born out of nothing. If not for declaring why he was destroying the Von Weiss family as he did, we would have known nothing, she explained. Yes, I already know the guy who would cause this animosity and I plan to get rid of him. The safety of the Von Weiss is critical to keep the power balance between the other families, and most importantly to provide me with a sturdy background. He nodded. My grandfather believes that they are already on the brink of destruction, Elise interjected. Yes, it is my fault as I had to sacrifice the awakening artifact after some nasty demon surprised me. I defeated it, but it tried to take me with him, Victor said, making the three girls look at him with shock. When? Lily began to ask, then stopped, glaring at Victor. Something didn't add up here, but since he didn't explain any further, she decided not to ask. Wait, you mean the Von Weiss lost their awakening artifact? Elise asked in shock. The families are built around those awakening artifacts. Yes, but don't worry, I plan to steal the Von Sui family's second awakening artifact and then give it to them as a replacement, he said as if this was already a done deal. Oh, that's a good idea, but wouldn't it be better to keep that awakening artifact for ourselves? Lily asked. That thing was really one of the best awakening artifacts. Thankfully the Von Sui family had no idea how to utilize it to its full extent. Yes, it is tempting, but my family needs it more, and I already have the skill to awaken players anyway. What? Lily asked as the other two girls looked at Victor with a frown. What do you mean? Yes, I got a player awakening skill when I awakened my bloodline. You were not the only one who got to use some crazy strong skill, he said mysteriously, making Lily open her eyes after realizing that she totally forgot to ask him about his bloodline. You mean you can awaken players now? Elise asked in a hurry. I haven't tried it yet, and I'm not sure about its result. It is only an F-ranked skill after all, but yes, I see, she nodded as her eyes sparkled. A strategy began to form in her smart little brain. So, about my family, I plan to give the artifact to my brother and let him inherit the Von Weiss family. This is the most direct way to make them my allies. Victor said, taking a purple token and putting it to his side also. Harvey already gave me the entirety of his spy network, so this should act as a backup card to eliminate any resistance. Oh, Elise was a little surprised. Her grandfather seemed to have believed that the Von Weiss family would soon end. He foolishly sacrificed one of his most important pieces cheaply. Somehow she felt sad for him, yet proud that her husband was the one who did it. Okay, then the next thing is the Von Sui family. Victor said, they need to die, those bastards have no bottom line, and would even team with the demons at times. Lily said directly. She had seen their atrocities in the other timeline, she also knew what they did in the basement of Troy's mansion. I am already working on that, Victor said. I already have an agent in there that I plan to use to steal the artifact and then maybe destroy their main base. What? Lily asked in shock. When he said he planned to steal the artifact, she presumed he was going there himself. When did you have the time to do that? She asked. She knew how strong those guys were. 2 months ago, my cousin Rita was taken by them. They planned to use her as a corpse bomb to kill everyone at my grandmother's birthday party. He said. What? Lily asked as Elise also looked at him, trying to keep up with their conversation. At this moment she was 99% sure he was not lying about the time-traveling thing. The party was cancelled, so at the wedding, they sent some men and that priest and tried to kill everyone. They planned to make her detonate at the funeral afterward when all the important people were in one place, Victor explained. We stopped him this time too. And, what should we do about them? Margaret asked. If they keep at this they might succeed. Don't worry, Rita was not overtaken by the exploding corpse demon. She devoured it instead after I taught her the soul-eating art, and now she is acting as if she is already possessed and is waiting for my command, he said. Although we might not be able to completely eradicate them by taking out their base, I plan to slowly chip away at their power until the reckoning. By that time they should be weak enough to not cause too much damage. He added, taking a black token and throwing it to one side. Elise, who took a quick glance at the file in front of her, was in total disbelief. They were discussing the demise of a major family like it is some kind of an easy task. Her grandfather was telling Gary at the wedding that Victor was not to be underestimated, he was the one underestimating him, damn it. The next one should be the Von Rosen, Lily said with a smile. Oh, those ones are interesting. Victor said. Officially they are a separate family, but they secretly work for the Von Sui. They had been having some other thoughts lately though. They are the weakest of the 5 oligarchs. Lily said. They got their seat 20 years ago with the Von Astrom family after the 2 strongest families stepped down. Lily said, not elaborating. They plan to use a parasite to control me, but it seems like some of them are working for some cockroach demon. They implanted Lynn with a demonic seed instead that she transferred to me when I slept with her. Victor said. What? The girls asked. They should really stop getting surprised. Don't worry, I was prepared for this one and I devoured it without letting it cause trouble. This one is not from this world, and it seemed to have made a deal with one of the Von Rosen family elders to help her get stronger in exchange for helping it pass over. Victor said. So, what are you planning to do? Lily asked. Nothing, no one will know if I am possessed or not. And I already have a bottle of rust blood that I plan to pass to the musing Lin. Oh, Lily opened her eyes wide and then nodded. Then that's it for them. What do you mean? Margaret asked. She was feeling a little left out. They will make a mistake and summon a monster that will destroy them, turning their family into an SSS dungeon, Victor explained. We will do nothing. Oh, Elise nodded as she watched Victor take a red token and put it to the side with the black one. This was his imaginary graveyard bin. What's next? Margaret asked as Elise, who seemed to be enjoying this briefing, looked at Victor. The last of the 5 big families, the von Astrum, Victor said. We have to do nothing, they don't have the background to pose a threat. They will also weaken themselves gradually due to internal fighting in a few years. And after the reckoning, they will only survive as a minor force. Even if something did change, their sphere of influence does not overlap with our plans. He said. Elise nodded and watched as Victor put the blue token to the other side. The ignore bin. Wait, did he just finish the 5 oligarchs who rule the world just like that? WTF. Now, let's move to the 3 major sects. Victor said, putting 3 folders in front of him. He had some more folders under the desk. The sects? Elise asked. She was not really knowledgeable about those. Sects are like families, powers who have an awakening artifact, but they don't keep the awakening in their bloodline, but through their trusted disciples. They are basically like a big gang. Victor said. Other than the heavenly sect, we can safely ignore the other 2, Lily said. They will play an important role in fighting the demons, and after that, they will not be strong enough to cause too much noise. Yes, Victor said, putting a stripped token representing the sword sect and a cyan one representing the ice sect in the waiting bin. I already got that girl Windy to the ice sect anyway. Windy, oh, isn't it that girl you cornered and forced to sign some contract? Margaret remembered when Victor scammed some poor lass using his demon disguise a couple of months ago. He really started setting his pieces from the beginning. Yes, Victor said. Wait, Lily said as she looked at Victor. Are you telling me that the Windy you met at that time was the same man-killer Windy of the ice sect? Lily asked. The one who will become their matriarch in a few years. She added, looking at Victor with apprehension. Yes, that's the one. He nodded. Damn, how the hell did you get to her? Lily had to ask. It was a coincidence that I met her. I couldn't just let her leave that easily. He explained. There was also a change in the sword sect, he added in a low voice. What happened at the sword sect? You never went there, Lily asked. Oh, do you remember the pendant Margaret found in the goblin dungeon? Victor asked. No, Lily shook her head. Oh, you were not there. Anyway, she happened to find the pendant of Ahmm's. An artifact that increases authority by 1. He said. What? Lily asked. You gave it to the sword sect's perverted young master. When did you meet him? At some brothel, she asked, getting angry. No, I gave it to my grandmother in exchange for your assassin sisters, Victor said, acting hurt. Oh, my grandmother gave it to the sword sect master. I see, but do you really know what that depraved guy would do now that he has the power? Lily asked with disgust. You should have never helped that bastard. Don't worry, to wield the pendant he will have to use the Mardic curse. Oh, so that's why, he will never touch another girl again, Lily nodded, calming down a bit. In the past lifetime, that guy, knowing that he would not be able to inherit his father, proceeded to rape all the girls in the sword sect after drugging them one by one and then blackmailing them to entrap others. It was vicious that didn't end until one heroic girl stood in his face, not only killing him but also single-handedly defeating the sword sect master and replacing him. Wait, doesn't that mean that? Lily asked, looking at her pervert husband angrily again. Who knows, he said with a depraved smile. You were already planning on your next capture target, aren't you? She asked coldly, making the other 2 girls look at him. Maybe I will not meet her, he said. We will see about that, Lily said, biting her cherry lip. That girl would definitely be at the tournament. We will. Now, the heavenly sect, he said, changing the subject while twirling a white token in his hand. Isn't the heavenly sect the one that Guy Caspian came from? Margaret asked immediately. Now she understood why Victor didn't explain these things before. There was too much to take in. For the first time in her life, she was jealous of Lily. Yes, they are the major controllers behind the Players' Council, and it is the strongest power in the world nowadays, at least if we ignore the hidden ones. Lily was the one who replied. She was enjoying displaying her knowledge in front of the helpless Margaret. The slut was not that scary after all. At least not in bed. Caspian is not what he seems, he is in fact a demon in disguise planning to use the sect after the reckoning to wreak havoc. Victor said. What? Elise was a little surprised. She remembered when Alex screamed at him for being a demon. This triggered a very valiant response from him. Yes, about 50% of the losses after the reckoning were due to his betrayal. Lily said, completing Victor's words. He will get 44 very strong players to assist him as his generals. And one of them is your cousin Valerie, she said to the shocked Elise. What are you planning to do against him? Margaret asked. Oh, I already have some agents there. And didn't you see the fake Nova I sent after him? She works for me and I plan to make her survey the situation of the heavenly sect and perhaps wreak some havoc in Caspian's plans. Victor said, my plan in that regard is not complete yet, so I will not share it with you. That's not like you, why aren't you planning to finish them off? Margaret asked sarcastically. Most of the disciples there are innocent, and I can't weaken the human side too much, or we would be having a real problem getting rid of the demons after the reckoning. He explained as he put the white token in the center, giving it one greedy look before taking out another stack of folders. Now wait, just wait, that fake Nova. She was Tom right? Margaret finally asked. She kept waiting for him to explain this point but he dodged it. Yes, he nodded. He already confirmed this to her earlier. He is working for you. Quote. In a way, he is just being controlled. Oh, since when? How the fuck are you controlling him? She needed to know. More than once she felt as if Tom was doing the exact thing Victor wanted him to. Oh, well, you should probably know this. Keep it a secret, he said with a sneaky smile. I have this skill called blood slave. When someone eats my blood willingly they will become my slaves forever. Or at least until they have more authority than me, Victor said, making the girls look at him with shock. Especially Lily who had no idea all this. Damn it, even with all her knowledge, it was useless in front of his schemes. So can you make him do whatever you want? Elise asked. It depends on the person, but in principle, yes. Victor nodded. How many of those blood slaves do you have? She asked again with scared eyes. I can't get a lot, I just have 6 with an empty 7th slot that I got this morning. Other than Tom there is Rita whom I told you about earlier, and so are Lynn and Alex. Victor explained. The other 2 are not people you know. What Lynn too? Lily asked in surprise. I had to make her drink my blood and become my blood slave to help her become a player. I offered to release her afterward but she would hear nothing of it. He said, shrugging his shoulders. How did you make Tom drink your blood? Margaret asked the question she had in mind. Tom was not an easy guy to fool. In the goblin dungeon, the poor guy drank that elixir without thinking just to cure his balls. That elixir was my blood. Oh, what? When did you have the time to put it there? Margaret asked. Since when were they being manipulated by him? On the first day, I got the dungeon map for discovering the dungeon and on it, there was a secret tunnel leading to the treasure room. I only had to sneak in there and replace the true treasure with a chalice containing my blood and then write elixir under it. He lied. He couldn't tell them that he just dug a tunnel through the impregnable wall. The secret about his authority was to be kept even from Lily. This was his final trump card. Ah, Margaret was shocked. And he is willing to do your bidding without making trouble? She asked. She knew Tom. That bastard definitely hates Victor's guts. Why would he do as ordered without screwing things up? Yes, isn't he a scion? Lily asked, realizing this very important point. He has no idea I am controlling him. I am not making him do anything against his will anyway. I am disguising myself as an omnipotent system that helps him achieve his goals and makes him rich. Omnipotent system? Elise frowned, not getting this. The one we find in stupid web novels. The plot device lousy writers use to keep the plot moving. Margaret asked as Lily looked at her husband with somewhat scared eyes. That's the one, he said. He fell for that? Margaret asked. He acted as if he did at first, but after I made him a fortune more than once while demanding nothing in return he became my best pal. He said. He already had the tendency to consider himself the protagonist of this world after all. Oh, not bad. How the hell did you convince him to disguise himself as Nova then? She asked. Nova is his first girl. He wanted to grab her from my evil wedding, and the system just told him the truth that I am using a fake Nova and then provided him with some very convincing method of turning into her and shaming me in public. Who knew that Caspian might take him away and then fuck him? Fuck what? Lily asked with a wired expression as Margaret and the blushing Elise looked at Victor. Yes, during the wedding, someone cast a curse on me and Lynn, probably Linda. So I could only use my disguise skill to redirect it to Caspian and Tom. It was some kind of sex curse, he didn't elaborate. So, he got it in the butt? Margaret asked as she put her hand on her mouth, hiding the depraved smile on her face. For an entire day and night. Victor nodded. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS me, what exactly is cyan? Elise, who was blushing, suddenly asked. She noticed how Lily's face changed when she mentioned this word earlier. Victor sighed and looked at Lily, who nodded and looked at Elise. Well, I guess I need to explain science. Clearly, Lily said with a sigh, glaring at Victor. What you know is probably 50% wrong anyway. She told him. What? Victor asked as he looked at her in surprise. That can't be true. This was one of the secrets kept by the real-world powers, she sighed. Chapter 333, The Science Dilemma. Rain screamed as he looked around. Moments ago when they were exploring this old dungeon, Ray seemed to have touched something and there was a bright light shooting up through the ceiling. When everything calmed down, Ray was nowhere to be found. Ray, he yelled for her again. Shut up. Your vulgar sound is hurting my noble ears, Tulip scolded as she lightly approached the place Ray touched. There was a strange symbol there. Let me concentrate, she said as she examined everything around it. What is it? Where is Ray? Rain asked. He knew that Tulip had some extraordinary background, she knew many things. This seems to be a teleportation array. The same kind they use in my family, she said as she took a compass and placed it next to the array and watched it for a while. Strange, she said. What? The array target is more than 250,000 miles away in a negative space. Oh, this must lead to some live dungeons. She said, striking her palm with her fist. What? He asked again, but as usual, she only treated him as some bug and ignored him as she took the compass and put it in her ring. Follow me, Tulip said without looking back as she made some symbols with her hand, then stepped into the array and disappeared. Arrogant bitch. Just you wait, one day I will. Rain cursed as he jumped into the array. Nothing happened. Oops, Tulip forgot to tell him how to activate it. Ellipsis. Lily used her fingers to tap at the table as she looked around. Everyone was waiting for her to speak. First, let me ask you this, do you believe in fate? She asked Elise. Elise nodded. All little girls believe in fate. If not for fate, how would they meet their Prince Charming? Good, do you know what fate is? Lily asked. Elise frowned, not knowing how to answer this. Fate is the maximum entropy achievable in a certain set. Lily said. What? Margaret asked. She was trying hard to understand what Lily meant. So was Elise. Victor on the other hand frowned a little then nodded. Technically that was true. Let me phrase it in another way. Imagine there are infinite timelines and infinite possibilities, Lily said. Now, imagine that one of those possibilities has a 90% or even 95% chance of occurring. We call this possibility fate, as no matter what changes it will happen. Oh, Elise nodded. So did Victor. Margaret was still frowning. Now, every moment everyone makes many choices, and those choices affect the fates of everyone around us to some extent, Lily said. Some people's choices have more effects than others. Oh, the three listeners nodded. All creatures in this world have a hidden status called fate power. It is the one that determines how one will change the world. She began to explain. Simply put, the more fate power you have, the easier it is for you to influence a certain fate and affect others' fates too. Elise nodded again, squinting her pretty eyes as she took a notebook and began to take notes. Did she carry that with her? Now, usually the strongest rank someone's fate can be is a ranked, Lily said. They go from F to A? Elise asked. Usually yes, but sometimes, very rarely, some people are born with an S, SS or SSS ranked fates. Lily said, making Margaret squint her eyes this time and glance at Victor, who kept looking at Lily. Those are the scions? Elise asked. Close enough, but not exactly. Lily shook her head. Having an S-ranked fate means that your choices have a major effect on the world. This is as powerful as it sounds, so usually these people are really scary to go against. But, Elise asked as her eyes twinkled, there is no free lunch in this world. But having an S fate is not a good thing. Although you would be able to influence the world to your will, it has one drawback: the world would put a mark up your ass. The world? Elise asked. Yes, we call it the world. It is the collective consciousness or the hidden mysterious force guiding this world to be balanced. Lily said. We don't know exactly what it is, but when something threatens to affect this balance, the world will eliminate it. An S-ranked fates might affect this balance? Margaret asked. Yes. Now, a scion is someone who has both, at least an S-ranked fate power, and a destiny to benefit the world. They are the ones the world approves of their actions. Lily said, so, being a scion is like a blessing as the world would make sure that a scion's fate would be fulfilled. Isn't that what I told you guys that time? Victor asked. No, you said that the world gives a scion his destiny, which is completely wrong. The scion's destiny is born with it following the laws of causality. The world just makes sure that it will be fulfilled. Lily explained. Oh, Victor said. That's what I meant. He lied. So they can't be killed? Elise asked. Not only that, they can't even be harmed in a way that would ruin their fates. Lily added. So by any chance if you go against them you have 3 choices. The first is to run and hide, the second is to overpower them and make a deal, and the last is to find some other scions to fight them. You can also scam them, Victor pointed. What if someone has a fate that goes against the world? Elise asked, ignoring him. Then the world will give them a curse that goes along with their destiny to hamper them. Sometimes it is deadly, but more often it can't finish them off, so it would just turn them into a personified jinx to everyone and everything around them. We call those dark scions. Oh, the third type is those guys whose destinies do not affect the world's balance despite having an S rank. The world usually just ignores those guys, but that doesn't make them any less dangerous. She explained. How common are each of those 3 types? Elise asked. Most normal people would only meet 1 or 2 scions in their lifetime. Lily said. Dark scions are far rarer. As for those who only have S destiny, there are no statistics. We can identify scions and dark scions by their effect on the world around them, but for the other, it is not an exact science as measuring fate power requires very rare skills or artifacts. Wait, Victor, didn't you tell us that you could see our fates before? You have that fate weaver or something class. Margaret turned to Victor who was smiling shyly. Lily didn't tell him anything new. He already figured everything she spoke about out during the last month or so. He was wondering how he should tell her that. He was lying as usual. Lily said. He was just using his future knowledge to fool you guys. She added, looking hatefully at him. He scammed her too. Oh, Elise said, looking at Victor. Ah, Victor cleared his throat. Well, sorry to break it to you, but I was not lying about that specific thing. My class is truly the X-ranked Fate Weaver. It really allows me to see people's fates, Victor said, scratching his nose. What? Lily asked in shock looking at him. You are not lying. How the hell did you get that? You don't have to be so angry. You know how handsome your husband is, so in my ceremony, it just threw itself at me, wiggling its butt. I couldn't refuse. He began to talk nonsense. What exactly can you see? Lily asked, ignoring his ramblings. He was definitely keeping some more secrets. What the hell happened at the ceremony? Everything. I can see fate's power and the strongest destiny. And if I spend some order points I can see the entire destiny list, he said. HSSSSs. Lily looked at him as if he was a monster. Is this really big? Margaret asked. If any of the major powers knows about this, they will kidnap him and keep him in some dark cell for the rest of his life, Lily said. They might also eliminate him, she added, glaring at Victor. The bastard knew about everything she talked about, and had been acting ignorant all the time. Why couldn't she overpower him? Damn it, that's why you should keep this a secret, Victor said, winking at the nervous Elise. Now that you know what a scion is, let us discuss them then. He said with a sleazy smile, grabbing a silver-colored folder from under the table. You have a list of scions? Margaret asked, wondering how many other folders he has there, and whether it would be possible to try some under the desk action after this meeting. Yes, the first is Tom. He has an SS Fate power and a Berserker class. He is destined to defeat demons around the world and help take down Caspian. Victor said, making Lily nod. He is a big shot. Margaret said with surprise. She had no idea, but her intuition about him was right. Yes, in the future he will go on to build a grand harem and a porn business empire. Thankfully right now he is under my control, so no need to do anything about him. Victor added. The next one is Zoe. Fate power is SS+, she has a hero class. She is destined to be one of the world's gate guardians. Victor said, making Lily nod again. They were a group of scions. They formed this small sect that had one goal, which was to stop the demons from entering this world. Later they got the approval of the Emperor and were given the authority over the world's gates. Lily explained, looking at Victor, who was not really privy to this matter. He only knew some random info. Oh, good, we shall ignore her for now, Victor said. Weren't you planning on adding her to your harem? Lily asked. On the waiting list, he said too casually as he flipped to the next paper. The next one is Oliver Goodman. He has a gunslinger class and he is Zoe's childhood friend. His fate's power is S, Victor said, making Lily frown and then sigh. The one I castrated, she admitted. She was really lucky as she knew what it meant to be an enemy of a scion. Thankfully it seemed that Victor managed to repel him for her. Yes, the one you castrated, Victor nodded. Thankfully after I humiliated him he turned into a dark scion. His anger must have changed something in his destiny, Lily said, shaking her head. I have never heard of him in my past life. He escaped somewhere to join the army. I guess we can ignore him for now, Victor said, flipping the page. The next one is Sebastian Silver, class is Battle Mage, and fate power is S+. I never heard of him, Lily interjected. Too bad, Victor said. I met this one more than once, and although I didn't really get to read his full destiny, I sure did screw him a lot. Victor pondered, not explaining, but he has something to do with the von Richter family, he said finally. What, you mean Alpha? Lily said. Yes, Hannah too, they were destined to be his mistresses, but I stole them. Victor said. Oh, Lily frowned, not knowing how Victor did it. This might have something to do with a sect called the Immortal Abode. They got a guy who named himself the Eternal Lord. Alpha and Hannah were working for him, but I didn't really investigate him as he was in another continent and really kept to himself. Oh, Victor said, pondering. I will just keep him on the watching list for now. He will surely find me again for Hannah. I will just have to make her fall for me before he returns, Victor said, making Lily look away angrily. Damn, pervert. Excuse me, Elise suddenly asked. How can you make her love you if a scion already had his eyes on her? By any chance, are you a scion too? She asked, making Lily and Margaret both look at Victor. The little girl had a point. Ah, no, my fate power is a ranked. He shook his head. I forgot to tell you, but my class makes me resistant to others' destinies and my actions are usually free from others' interference. He said. How else do you think I managed to marry the twins? I just had to make Tom hate them. Oh, Lily looked at him, squinting her eyes. Didn't his class mean that he was the natural enemy of her stupid family? Cool. The next one is Alex. Victor said. What? Both Lily and Margaret were shocked this time. They should really stop getting shocked after everything Victor told them, but the idea of Alex being a scion was that absurd. Yes, Alexis Donner, a female, age 19, 3 sizes 34, 23, 35, likes strawberry ice cream. Victor paused. Sorry, wrong document, he said as he quickly flipped the page. Here it is, Alexis Donner, fate power S, Victor said, ignoring the glares of the girls around him. Alex is a female? Elise asked timidly. Yes, Victor nodded, though she is acting like a male for some stupid reason, and I am not planning to tell her that I know anytime soon. And she is a scion? Margaret asked. Didn't you tell us that she was meant to marry some other scion before? I lied. In fact, she is a dark scion, Victor corrected her. A dark scion, Lily gasped. No wonder every time she was involved things went south. You have been keeping her in the house knowing that? Lily asked in disgust, as if Alex was some dirty dog. It's not her fault, but she has seen what dark scions are capable of. Yup, don't worry, as long as we keep her miserable no bad luck would hurt us. He said as Margaret finally got her answer. No wonder Victor kept torturing the poor girl. Lily thought that poor Alex was just some side project of his, a revenge from his previous lifetime. It seems like I need to up my game. Margaret nodded to herself. Why keep her in the first place? Lily asked. A few reasons. I really feel sorry for her on one hand, and I want to test if I can change her fate. Victor said. Does her being a beauty play any part in your decision? Margaret asked with a smile. Ah, I can't deny that I like her, Victor said. She is also very strong. Without her, I couldn't have really scammed Hannah out of Sebastian's hand. Only a scion might rival another. You got a point there, Lily said. But what is her destiny? Why is she a dark scion? The world hates her just because she does not belong here. Victor said. Alex is not human, but a phoenix. What? Lily asked with a frown. Are you sure? Yes, why would the celestial cock try to fuck her if she wasn't? Victor said. When she awakened her bloodline, another phoenix clone seemed to have been summoned and tried to kill her. If my guess is correct, this must be some family feud. Oh, Lily frowned. Do you know where she comes from? The Thunder Sect dungeon is my best guess. I plan to go investigate it. It might contain a gate to another world. Victor said. Oh, Lily nodded. She didn't know a lot about the Thunder Sect. I plan to take care of Alex by myself for now, so you don't need to worry, but just in case something were to happen to me, keep in mind to keep her unhappy, but not sad, Victor said finally, and if you ever feel that something is wrong around her, send her on some stupid mission somewhere. The girls nodded. Now, the next scion I met was Rain Cleaver. SS ranked, class as Arcane Knight, Victor said. He was accompanying two girls. An unawakened scion called Ray who has an S-ranked fate power, and an arrogant bitch called Tulip, he added looking at Lily, your sister. Lily nodded. He already mentioned meeting Tulip before. I know about those. They will form a team called the Ace Rangers who raid dungeons and hunt demons across the world. What's Tulip's fate power and destiny? Tulip's fate power is SSS ranked. I didn't get to see her destiny as she attacked me immediately. Oh, what were you doing? Lily asked. Stealing an edict shard, he said casually. You got one of those? Lily asked in shock as she leaned onto the table and looked at him. I got 4, how do you think I managed to guarantee the wedding's safety? He asked. Do you know how much trouble we would have encountered if we didn't have those? Oh, Lily opened her eyes wide. She had no idea he went to that extent. To tell the truth, she was really amazed. No wonder he went adventuring before the wedding, he was collecting those. What is an edict shard? Margaret asked. Just an overpowered artifact. I will tell you about what they do when I install them around the mansion, Victor said. I have a question, Elise asked again. If scions are as strong as you say they are, why aren't they ruling the world? She asked something that Victor was not really sure about. After the reckoning, they will. Lily said, my family has a lot of scions after all. But why not now? Elise asked. 2 reasons. Lily said. A scion who is destined to rule the world would turn dark the moment he decided to upset the balance, and the second reason is scions are rare. Only recently as the world is preparing for reckoning are they beginning to be born. Then are there old scions? Elise asked. Yes, Lily replied, looking at Victor who had no idea. In fact, many scions who accomplish their destiny will sooner or later begin to feel that the world is rejecting them, so they will choose to leave this world. Leave? Margaret asked. Gates to other worlds are very rare, but with a scion's destiny, it is never hard to find one. Lily said, looking at Victor who didn't know about this. In fact, after the reckoning, many old scions will return to this world. Some are to help, but many others to help the invading forces or build a fortune. Wouldn't the world reject them? Elise asked. No, after the reckoning, many rules will change, and as long as those guys keep their ambitions in check the world will tolerate them. Lily replied. Yes, Victor nodded. This brings us to the real trouble and the most problematic bunch. First is the last one I met. Before Victor continued what he wanted to say, he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Victor, you have to see this. Suddenly Lynn called to him from outside. The moon, there is a strange symbol on it. Chapter 334, Blood Moon Dungeon. Ah, I may have changed enough things to have pushed some events forward, Victor whispered to Elise and Lily who ran to his side as they went outside, into the balcony to look at the bloody moon. It was 2 times larger than usual, with a red halo around it as if it was dripping blood, and in its center, there was a strange red glowing men symbol that only Victor and Lily knew what it meant. It was a gate. What is this? Mira, who was already on the balcony, asked. A dungeon gate, the Blood Moon Dungeon. Victor said as he took his phone and dialed Alpha's number. It didn't work. He cursed and disabled the mansion's protective barrier, then dialed again. What is that thing? She asked immediately. It's a dungeon, Victor said, making sure his wives who had all gone outside and were standing around him were listening. Did you finish with the warehouse? Affirmative. Some girls may have unique bloodlines. You tasted it. Aha, bad girl, he scolded. Bring them to the factory base, check their background, then head here immediately with Yin and Nightshade. I will give you only 2 hours. This is not enough, I need 4 at least, she said coldly. Then I will depart before you. Leave the command there to Camellia and get your sorry ass here. I will leave you the instructions on what to do with Hilda. He said, this is a chance you don't want to miss. He said before hanging up. We are not going with you? Mina asked, biting her lip. No, it was Lily who replied. The moon is a dungeon, a very dangerous SS rank one, only I and Victor will go. she said, making the girls pout and look at their husband, pleading to take them along. Sorry, Lily is right, Victor said. Lynn and Alex, you two will also come. Me too, Alex asked as Lynn smiled. Yes, you two are powerful enough to protect yourselves, but the rest of you have to wait here, Victor said, giving Alex, who was standing to the side, a nod that meant, you are the man I can count on. Alex, who was feeling a little sad for being ignored for the past few days, nodded back. She really liked how he trusted her. Little did she know that he didn't want her to stay in the mansion with the girls. I want to go too, Margaret complained. No, this is very dangerous for your level, and I need someone to stay in command in case this dungeon takes more than expected to clear, Victor said, and to lie to my family in case they came looking for me. Margaret frowned. How long will this take? Didn't teacher Isabella say that S-rank dungeons take years to clear? She asked. This one is not a normal dungeon, but a trial left by an ancient civilization. It won't take that long, Victor said. I should be able to clear it in a week at the earliest, and 2 months if things don't work out as I expected. That long? Monica asked. Yes, he said. He was not really sure, but he couldn't delay this. So make sure to find a way to hide my departure, and go with Elise and check the plans I left in the study if needed. The moon dungeon could only be accessed when the moon was full. And this was only 3 days every 4 weeks. Today was the last day of this cycle. In his previous lifetime, it appeared 5 years before the reckoning and stayed in the sky for 9 months before it disappeared. Unfortunately, at that time he was not in a position to inquire about it, and he had no idea who cleared it. In the Royal Library, only the dungeon's characteristics were recorded, not the one who cleared it. And even those were sparse as the families only learned on how to enter the dungeon a little too late, and from those who tried to enter it, only 1/10 survived. Lily, you take care of the preparations, Victor said. For 6. Oh, Lily nodded, then quickly left after she watched him take his phone and make another call. Zoe, are you in Vane City? He asked directly. Ah, yes, she answered in a little surprised voice. She just finished her evening training and was prepared to go take a bath. Can you be here in an hour? Here, my mansion. Why? A rare opportunity. This might take a month, and you can't tell anyone. Quote. How rare. Once in a lifetime. Quote. Fine. She hung up. Victor sighed and looked down at the mansion's grounds, where the girls from the other building walked out to watch the moon with the chicks. It was time to upgrade their bloodlines before he left. He had 3 hours until the moon was in an optimal position anyway. Esteemed father, is everything all right? Lara asked as she tilted her cute head. Her father asked her earlier to show him her new martial arts taught by her esteemed brother, but for some strange reason, he kept making strange faces and stranger noises as he watched her perform it step by step. Ah, yes, Theodore said as he looked at the stone slab that Lara crushed using 2 fingers. Sure, he could do this too, but the damn little girl was not a player. So what kind of pill did Victor give you? He finally asked. He wanted to act all mysterious, but he really wanted to know. Ah, you knew he gave me a pill. He told me not to tell anyone, Lara said nervously. I am your father, not anyone, Theodore said. And I already knew everything. He lied. Damn, that Victor, teaching his little sister to keep secrets from her father. Oh, well, Lara was nervous. Quote. Please don't punish Brother Rex, he didn't know that his training method was hurting me, she said, pleading for her brother. This was the thing she was most concerned about. What? Who said anything about Rex? Theodore asked in shock. Ah, didn't esteemed father already know? Lara asked, looking nervously at Theodore. Of course, I know, I am just not asking about Rex now, but about Victor. Theodore said, we will talk about Rex later. He added, ah, I see, Lara nodded. For her, her father was the wisest man in the world, that was after Victor of course. Well, esteemed brother gave me this pill that was prepared by Sister Hannah, then my entire body began to hurt, but my brother had already warned me so I just focused on practicing the art he taught me. Then I don't remember what happened, she said, frowning. When I woke up the next morning, I was in my bed, and my body felt very light. My practice seemed to have advanced a lot, and I seemed to have become a little taller too. She said, oh, what did Victor tell you the pill was for? Theodore asked. Ah, he said it was a blood restoration pill. He told me that the art that I was practicing before had ruined my bloodline and I needed to fix it before my ceremony or I would fail, she said. Esteemed father, Do you think it is good now? It is perfect. I am sure you will fare magnificently. Theodore nodded, not telling her that if they couldn't find a new awakening artifact by the time she was an adult, she might not get any ceremony. The art you had been practicing before, could you explain it to me? He asked. The one Rex taught you, he added, squinting his eyes. Oh, Lara nodded and slowly began to explain the standard family practice. It was not until the end when Lara began to explain concentrating her energy in one spot that Theodore found the problem. He was not sure if this was malicious, but this deviated from the family practice. He should have noticed before, as Lara did practice it in front of him a few times, but he was not focused enough to notice the small details back then. Are you sure Rex taught you that? Theodore asked. He could easily connect some dots. Father, please do not punish him. I am sure he didn't know, she pleaded, biting her lip. She didn't want her esteemed brother to end up cut into pieces. Don't worry, I am sure this is just a misunderstanding. Did Victor tell you anything else about the art you were practicing before? He mumbled something about it burning my pure blood instead of the impurities, she frowned. He added that this made me look healthy, but be sick at the same time, she said. She was not sure what those contradicting sentences meant. Oh, I see now. Don't repeat anything you told me to anyone, other than me and Victor, Theodore added, squinting his eyes. Usually, he trusted his wives and sons, believing that although there would be some troubles here and there, they would never truly harm each other. He believed that the frictions were only minor and that they were beneficial for them, building their character and making them stronger and more wary. He had trouble with his brothers after all, and although they were not on the same page most of the time, they would always help each other in their time of need. But now it seemed like he needed to re-examine some things. And if this was really on purpose, he needed to prepare a very pointy screw, maybe more than one. Esteemed father, what is that red symbol on the moon? Lara suddenly asked, making Theodore frown and look up then gasp. What the fuck is that? He asked just as his phone began to ring. The family elders were being invited to meet about the moon. Why are we standing in line like this? Wasn't this mansion sealed? Hannah asked after she yawned. She was awakened after ordering the girls to gather in the basement, and they were now standing in line. I have no idea, Theta said. Ruby was not with her, as only the girls with bloodlines were allowed to come. So the only people here were Hannah, the 7 alphabet sisters, and Nora, one of the assassin girls whom Victor seemed to have asked to stay after the wedding. Be sure to find suitable maids among them. Victor suddenly entered the basement with Hilda and Margaret behind them. And give that girl Nightshade the letter I gave you. I understand, Hilda said. Anything else? Nothing for now. Just make sure to arrange the rooms as I told you, and send Zoe to me as soon as she comes. Hilda nodded then turned and left. Sorry for the wait, Victor turned to the girls and said. They didn't respond. They were in shock as they gasped involuntarily. Did he become hotter after marriage? They did hear that married men became more confident and charming, but Victor seemed to have doubled his charm a couple of times. Why are we here? Hannah asked to distract herself from looking at his handsome face. And what is that? She asked as she noticed the huge black bag in his hands. We need to upgrade your bloodlines. Behind that door, there is a noble beast who will help you guys become stronger. Victor said, just wait for me to call your names. He added before disappearing behind the door with Margaret, who seemed to be a little nervous as she followed. Kya. The next moment an angry screech could be heard from the inside. Ellipsis. Calm down, pal, Victor told the cock that was arching its back and spreading its wing defensively as it glared at Margaret, who in turn was absolutely shocked by the huge cock. Caw, the cock said. Get that slut away from me. The cock seemed to have gone defensive the moment he noticed her. That hurts, Margaret said. This was a new low even for her, getting called a slut by a damn cock. For some strange reason, she could fully understand it. Easy, this one is my slut. She is not allowed to touch you. Victor said. KWA. The cock replied. Then get her away from me. Come on now, she will be running things here while I am away, so treat her nicely. Victor said. Look at the offerings she brought you. He added, gesturing to Margaret to give the cock the plastic bag. She hesitated. Don't worry about that, it is a friendly cock, just don't touch it. Victor said. It comes from a conservative family, you know how prejudiced some can be. He added as the cock nodded solemnly. She nodded and slowly approached the cage as the cock eyed her. She sighed and slowly began to dump the bags and sides on the cage's floor. 171 panties collected from Horizons Media and its affiliates, virgin female artists. Collecting those on short notice was definitely a hassle, but money could really move people. The cock. Angry face changed in an instant as he sniffed them, then it jumped into the mound of panties and began to flap its wings as if it was swimming. Its face displayed a depraved expression that no member of a conservative family should ever have. "We will get you more during the next week," Victor told it. "Now, I brought you some more girls to drink their blood, are you ready?" "KWA. Highs," the cock said. "Bring them, this cock is in a good mood." "Good, go call the girls," Victor said as he watched Margaret, who headed to the door. She seemed to be able to understand the cock's language, and this meant that she either had some type of chicken bloodline or a really powerful soul. It was definitely the latter. Chapter 335, Moongate. Zoe was in total shock after she finished eating the pill the cock spat at her. In the last 30 minutes, she had no idea what happened. First, Victor invited her to his mansion, citing some great opportunity. Feeling that Victor would definitely not harm her, and maybe wanting to see him again, she accepted his invitation. She had an intuition that it had something to do with the moon. Her first shock was Victor himself. How the hell did he become more charming? Are married men really more handsome than others? Was she that kind of a woman? She quickly forgot about her stupid thoughts when Victor grabbed her hand and dragged her into the basement of his mansion, wanting to show her his giant cock. She had no idea why she went along, maybe because he was holding her hand. After what happened in the skeleton dungeon, where he showed his courage facing that demon and saved her life, she seemed to have begun to trust Victor a lot. She had one thought in mind though: if Victor were to try anything funny, she would leave immediately and then report him to his father. What happened next was beyond her wildest imagination. In the basement, she stood in shock as she looked at the giant rooster that was waiting for her. Victor's giant cock. She blushed thinking she misunderstood Victor earlier. Damn it. He was definitely doing this on purpose. No wonder everyone called him a pervert. Why couldn't he act like a gentleman? Damn it, he fooled her. After that, the rooster, who was seemingly busy arranging some female underwear according to some incomprehensible logic, agreed to give some of its precious time to her after Victor promised him some benefits and told him that more girls would be arriving later. Was he really talking to that cock? Zoe had no idea. After that, Victor took a drop of blood from her finger using a needle and then fed it to the rooster, who licked the blood with relish and then began to crow in a perverted way before he spat a red pill as on its head a purplish gold feather grew like a new leaf. Victor quickly told her to eat the pill as he shoved it in her mouth. She had no choice but to swallow, then she felt it. It was as if every part of her body began to hurt. This only lasted 5 minutes though, as the pain soon faded and a new sense of energy began to spread in her body. According to Victor, her bloodline was upgraded, and he made her promise not to tell anyone, not even the family. Why was he keeping this a secret from the family? She was not stupid, of course. She realized that he was building his own force. "Why are you spacing out?" Victor asked as he finally let go of her hand. "Ah, nothing," she said, shaking her head. "Let's go, the girls are waiting for us," Victor said as he led her inside the gym building. Once inside, the first thing Zoe noticed was that the gym's retractable roof was slit open, and the blood moon was visible through the opening. "Is this about the moon?" Zoe asked as she walked in. "Yes," Victor said as he moved forward to meet with the others who seemed to be ready. Lily, Lynn, and Alex were standing there waiting while dressed in full gear. They looked like some kind of soldiers. Wait, didn't Alex die at the wedding? And why does he look more charming like some male model? Damn it, she even shed a tear for him. This must have been one of her cousin's schemes. Uncle Falcon was right, Victor was a fox disguised as a pervert. "Listen up," Victor said as he gave the distracted Zoe 2 huge camping bags. One was filled with camping equipment and the other was empty. "The moon dungeon that we are about to enter is not normal. Artifacts don't work there, so if you have any weapons or pills, put them in the bag," he said as he put them in his bag. Zoe opened her eyes wide, then quickly began to unload her ring in the bag before putting one on her back, and carrying the other with her hand. "Can I not go, young master?" Alex, who was begging not to go for the last 30 minutes, asked again. "No," Victor shook his head. "Now, the moon dungeon is not natural, but an artificial S or SS rank dungeon. Long ago it was meant to be a trial by blood for some sect that is long dead." "Oh," Zoe nodded. "This dungeon is composed of many levels, like a maze inside a tower. The only way to clear it is when someone reaches the top. It is like some cheap video game plot. Victor said, but don't let the fact of it being a trial fool you. This place is very dangerous. He said. He was not really worried about Zoe who was a scion, but about Lin and Lily. We can't leave until it is cleared. Zoe asked. Not exactly, there are only 3 ways to leave before the trial is cleared. The first one is getting killed. Unlike normal dungeons, your corpse would be ejected outside. This is how most of the people inside would leave, he said. The girls nodded. Take note to make sure that if you kill anyone to make it that it is not traceable to you. He added. Zoe frowned. Why did he just sound like some mafia boss? The second method is collecting 3 jade tablets inside. You can use them to leave immediately in case of emergency. Victor said, ignoring Zoe's gaze. And the final way is when the gate opens again next month. He added. Every level has different rules. Zoe asked. Yes, sadly, I am not sure about them, he said, but I can tell you that on the first level, there would be a jade tablet hidden under the first step, so make sure to take it, it will save your life. First step. How do you know about all this? That's irrelevant, you will know when you see it. But it is vital to get it. Victor said, warning again. If my guess is correct, although we are early, there will be many others inside, coming from other places and continents, from hidden families and secret sects who have the old records. So be careful and wear a mask to hide your face and identity. You don't want those guys coming for you with their armies once you exit. Victor said, pointing to a mask at the side of the bag. Oh, Zoe nodded as she looked at the girls, who had their masks ready on their necks. They must have been briefed before. What if we encountered some old player who comes from one of those sects? Zoe asked. Don't worry, there is an age limit, only those below 25 can enter. He said, looking a little worried. Oh, Zoe said, now let's go. Victor said, it's about time. Where? Zoe asked. Did they need to fly? There, Victor said, pointing to the swimming pool. It was filled to the brim with the huge bloody moon reflected on its clear surface. Wait, the symbol was there, but it was not a mirror image. This is the gate, Zoe asked. Yes, it might take the others a month to discover it, and hopefully, we would have secured all the benefits by then. He said as he approached the gate. Can I not go? Alex asked nervously for the 100th time. No, Victor replied. Do I really have to repeat this? Just make sure to hide your identity inside. Don't tell anyone your real background or where you come from. He said as he prepared to jump, then paused, turned, and grabbed Alex's arm. What? Alex asked nervously. Good luck, he said, then threw the poor Jinx, who was considering her escape route, into the gate head first. Alex disappeared the moment she hit the water's surface without making a splash. It was as if there was a gate there. It's working, Victor nodded, then jumped after a moment of hesitation. He disappeared too. Lily sighed in relief and then looked at Zoe and Lynn. A word of advice, if you see a rabbit inside, run and hide as your life depends on it. She said as she adjusted her mask and then jumped. Lynn nodded to Zoe, then quickly followed, disappearing into the gate. Does Alex and Victor know about the rabbit thing? Zoe, who was left alone, asked herself, then bit her lip and jumped. Ellipsis. In the middle of a desolate field covered with ice in the far north, a group of disciples stood as the elder threw a ton of fireballs on the frozen lake to melt the ice. It took him 30 minutes to make a decent-sized hole and then look at the moon, making sure it was reflected on the water. Now go, the elder said. Remember to hunt for benefits. This is our chance to rise again. The lords have heard our prayer. The disciples nodded, then one by one jumped into the lake. Ellipsis. In the center of a jungle, a group of dark-skinned, lightly dressed men finished digging a hole in no time, then started filling it with water. Remember, an old woman said, you must get the moon bead. Our ancestors failed 5,000 years ago and this must never happen again. For the tribe's glory, the men yelled. Ellipsis. In the middle of a grand ocean, an old man looked at the moon reflected on the seawater. Should we go? A woman behind him asked. Send some of the new ones, he said. And give each of them a soul bottle. Oh, understood. Ellipsis. In the middle of a forest, a lone girl took off her clothes to take a bath under the moonlight. The second her feet touched the moon's reflection, she disappeared. Ellipsis. In a silver palace that floated in the middle of nothingness, a young man with long white hair opened his eyes and frowned. My lord. A woman appeared out of nowhere and bowed as if she was summoned by his thoughts. Are your hemorrhoids acting again, master? Shall I invite the healer? She asked. No, he said dismissively. Call my daughter, and tell her there is a new chance for her to redeem herself, to get me the moon tear. Quote, I understand. Tell her that this is the last chance that I will give her. No mercy if she fails. He said, squinting his eyes. And call the healer on your way out. He added, sitting on a throne made of hell steel for a long time comes with a price. Ellipsis. In a grand hotel on the side of a grand city, a very fat young man was enjoying his time in his infinity pool, surrounded by a C-tier slutty models. Young master, one of them said, look what I found, she said, taking out his floral decorated swimming trunks from the water. She took it off him a few minutes ago with the help of her friends, and they needed a few minutes to catch their breath before they continued with their play. He didn't mind. He knew most of those bitches were after his money, but he didn't mind. That's the way he liked relationships. All clear. Too bad he could only become a semi-player, unlike his lousy little brother who was set to inherit the family after becoming a player with the help of some young master from the oligarchs. Damn, those von Sway. The patriarch's seat was supposed to be his as the elder brother. He struck the water with his fist, scaring the girls away. That's when he noticed it. The bloody moon reflects on the water. It was right in front of him. He touched it. The next moment the young master disappeared, leaving some naked models alone gasping in shock. Where did their sugar daddy go? Chapter 336. The trials begin. 1 hour after Victor left on his adventure, Alpha arrived at the mansion with Nightshade, Mimi, and Candle. She just finished transporting the girls she found in the warehouse to the factory as Victor had instructed her to do. Camellia was now screening them and running background checks on them with the help of the chicks. However, Alpha already knew the results from what the girls had told her. All of the girls were taken from orphanages around the country or sold by their parents. The only reason that they were transported to Vane City was that Caspian was supposed to go get them, but he didn't for some very strange reasons. When she reached the door, Alpha was greeted by her sisters who seemed changed. It was as if they grew 2 times prettier. When asking them, they answered that the young master showed them his cock. It took the shocked Alpha a few minutes to realize that it was a joke when Theta couldn't help but start laughing and tell the truth that their bloodlines were enhanced by some crazy rooster in the basement. Those damn girls were definitely being corrupted by that Victor. They were getting cooked slowly, but the fools had no idea that they were about to get eaten. She really wanted to warn them, but the girls were too lost to be rescued. Alpha wanted to go meet that damn cock, but she was interrupted by Hilda who handed her Victor's letter. Feeling the urgency, Alpha quickly read it and then left the Nightshade and the girls for Margaret to manage before she quickly headed to the gym, where a camping bag was waiting for her. She considered her options for a second, but seeing that the moon was going down beyond the gym's roof, she only had a few minutes to make up her mind. Cursing at Victor, she quickly took the bag, then plunged into the pool. She passed right through the gate into the cold water. It took her a second to realize what happened, then swim to the surface where to her surprise, the gate that was there a moment ago seemed to have vanished the moment she touched it, turning into a normal moon reflection. Looking up, the moon was still bloody. Why did the fucking gate disappear then? Was this some kind of a prank or was she rejected? She had no idea. Ellipsis. When Victor opened his eyes, he was laying on the surface of a lake that seemed to be as solid as glass. Am I dead? He asked as he looked around. No one responded. Of course, no one would respond, but he had to make sure he was alone as he stood up and adjusted his clothes. Where he was can only be described by the word strange. It was like some part of a surreal painting. The kind you find videos online of people painting them with kitchen utensils. He was standing on the water of an infinite lake that went in all directions. He knew that it was a lake because of its clear water. He could see the bottom where all kinds of strange stones were placed. Above him, there was a cloudless and sunless dawn sky that had colorful stars clearly visible. Now what? He asked. Welcome to the moon trials. All artifacts are disabled. Reach the top and achieve greatness. You are on level 1. Level task. Climb the infinite stairs. Time limit. 3 hours. Termination upon failure. As if waiting for him to ask. A message suddenly appeared in front of Victor. The moment he read it, behind him, from the lake, a long flight of revolving stairs rose to the sky in a split second. It was as if it was made of a single sheet of folded paper. It went up without any support. Each of its marble fan-shaped steps was 1.5 feet high, and 5 feet deep. Victor knew about this one. It was the preliminary assessment of the trials. But he couldn't help but frown a little as he read the prompt. Something. He squinted his eyes and then opened them in shock before his expression quickly returned to normal. So that's it. So a test. I am always ready, he said as he flexed his muscles and then quickly approached the stairs. He carefully inspected it, making sure to look below the first step. There it was, a small fist-sized jade slab. He quickly took it and began to inspect it before a prompt appeared. 1 jade token acquired. Jade tokens can be used as sacrificial pawns in case you fail some level. Reading the prompt, Victor nodded. This thing was an extra life in this place and also a big headache. The prompt didn't say it, but this thing was important for many things later on and others might be able to find his location because of it. He tried to put the slab in his storage ring, but it didn't work. He tried again but still failed. Storage rings were useless in this place. All artifacts were. He had to try though, just in case. He nodded and placed it in his newly acquired storage space. It worked as the slab disappeared from his hand. Now, no one can track him using it. Looking at the stairs he began to inspect it again, searching for more treasures and pondering if it was possible to dismantle it. Sadly no, it was made of one huge piece of stone that would definitely not fit in his storage space. What a shame. Victor shook his head and decided to start climbing, so he quickly put all his bags in his storage space, took an energy bar, and stuck it in his mouth before taking his first step. It was easy, so was the next one and the one after, though he was beginning to notice something different. Victor knew about this, but many would not notice until the 10th step. As they climbed the steps one by one, their weight would slowly increase by 10% on every step in relevance to the one before. So Victor carried on climbing and only began to feel a little tired after reaching the 25th step, where he was carrying 10 times his weight. Passing conditions met. Do you want to travel to the next floor? A prompt appeared when Victor paused for a moment to assess his position. He ignored it as he continued to climb. This was a trial after all, and the more he could go on, the more rewards he would get. On the 50th step, he was carrying his weight 100 times, so he had to take off all his clothes and the mask on his face before storing them in his storage space. On the 65th step, he was carrying his weight 500 times and began to sweat. His power as a player was reaching its limit. He knew that his body would not be able to carry on. But he couldn't give up. He frowned as he took some rest on the steps where he ate another energy bar before he stood up and activated his bloodline. His body changed as he grew taller, his skin paler, and 2 long horns grew from his head which was now covered by long silvery hair. The feeling of heaviness disappeared as he carried on. By the 70th step, he was carrying his weight about 1,000 times, and he was fine, but he knew this would not go for long as by the time he reached the 90th step he was carrying his weight about 5,000 times, and he was truly exhausted. Looking up he noticed that the stairs only reached the 100 steps, so he knew he only had a few more, but he was truly out of energy. Passing conditions met. Do you want to travel to the next floor? The prompt appeared again, maybe because Victor didn't move a muscle for the last 15 minutes. Victor shook his head and then took a berserker pill from his storage space and ate it. Then in one swoop he decided to run to the last step, knowing that he might regret it. Poof. He failed. He only reached the 97th step and then collapsed down again. The weight here was 10,000 times his weight. He knew his body would not take it anymore. He had to either find a way to reach the top, or just give up. But he needed to go there. He looked at the nearby last step with a greedy look, as if she was a naked woman wiggling her butt at him. He considered using the shadow shifting skill, but he didn't dare to go into shadow space in this dungeon, as he had no idea if he would be able to return if he did. Thinking for a moment, he had an idea and activated his flight skill. Of course, it didn't work, but it reduced the weight on him somehow by 20%. Damn it, he should have thought of this earlier. He quickly used all his power to climb on, then got stuck again at the 99th step, where he was pushed to the ground again. Damn it, he cursed. Why was this going like some lousy B-movie plot being performed by a lousier actor? If he was at some cinema he would have long demanded his money back and then sued that damn production company for wasting his time. Victor sighed and decided to use all of the rest of his power to climb onto that last step and finish with this, but the moment he prepared to crawl his way up slowly, he paused after noticing something. In his body, his blood seemed to be reacting by vibrating at a strange frequency. This was totally unexpected. He quickly sat down on the step and began to relax. He could feel it, something was transforming. A sudden thought suddenly struck him, he needed to try this. He took a deep breath and then began to make the blood in his body float according to the eternal arts he got when Alpha merged with the bead. And it worked. Slowly, Victor began to feel that his blood was getting thicker and more powerful. He could see it in his analysis skill as his primordial demon blood's purity climbed from 25% to 43% and then stopped. During this, he could feel it as his body transformed. His muscles that were already rebuilt when he awakened his Chaos Dragon bloodline, seemed to have begun transforming again, getting slimmer and more refined. Too bad this stopped pretty soon when the gravity outside was no longer enough to stimulate his bloodline. He slowly stood up, then crashed again to the nearby step. Although the weight was much tolerable, it was still too much for him to stand up. He cursed silently, then like a dehydrated slug, he crawled his way onto the final 100th step, where the weights on him were suddenly lifted and a bright light began to shine around him. One level past 100%. Reward. A jade token. Just a jade token. Victor sighed as he grabbed the token that appeared from thin air. Could this have some other use later? He pondered as he felt a sense of weightlessness. He was getting transferred to the next level. He smiled as he felt it. He was right. Warning. You are getting appraised. Request header. Origin. Obfuscated. Get property name, class, level, authority, strength, agility, intelligence, luck, charm, order, fate. Do you want to allow it? Victor, who was ready for this, quickly activated his disguise skill, changing his stats before allowing the appraisal. Name. Vic Volt. Class. World Master, X. Level. 143. Authority. 30. Strength. 638. Agility. 559. Intelligence. 773. Luck. 19. Charm. 80. Order points. 105. Fate. SSS. Rule the world. He couldn't think of a more suitable disguise. He even made up an all-powerful class for it. Even his looks now, from the moment he removed the face mask at the stairs, were completely fake. From the moment he stepped into this dungeon, Victor noticed that something was very wrong. The welcome screen that usually appeared when he entered the dungeon was not a system notification, as his screen should also display the dungeon's map. Here, it was an illusion, the same kind he uses on Tom. Someone was using some kind of skill to fake this entire place as an authentic dungeon, and this could only be for one purpose, to scam players. And if Victor's guess was correct, whoever is behind this, one or more entities, are probably searching for a suitable body to take over. This was the oldest trick in the book. He heard of this many times from adventurers visiting other worlds. There might be other reasons, of course, like searching for an heir or passing some old grudge, but the black fate thread that was hovering over Victor's head proved that this was not the case. The moment he was appraised, it got a lot thicker, but it is like a snake, still probing, not knowing where to bite. From the moment he felt that something was wrong, Victor decided to act as the greatest bait, and lure whoever is behind this, not only to distract it from looking at the girls but to attract it to him instead. And after that little theatrical play on the stairs, he seemed to have succeeded in earning that person's attention. Now, it was time to impress them so much that they would have no choice but to come and try to take a bite. Then whoever comes, would be the one getting eaten. Chapter 337, Moon Fruit. Victor slowly opened his eyes and sat up, confirming that he crossed to the second level. Brave player. You are on level 2. Level task. Eat 9 moon fruits to advance. Time limit. 3 months. Oh, Victor squinted his eyes as he stood up, then looked at the lush jungle around him and the same dawn sky from before above. No, its color was a little brighter, just a tiny bit. He needed to chart things around. So he used his flight skill to start ascending, but as he expected, as soon as he reached a few feet above the height of the treetops he could go no further. It was as if there was an energy barrier above him. Thankfully, this height he reached was enough for him to try and map the area around him. The jungle was vast and featureless, stretching in all directions without any visible boundaries or landmarks. In the distance, his vision was obstructed by a thick fog. He slowly floated downward, realizing that he had to depend on his luck here. It was completely useless to draw a map. Not really. He could feel Alex, Lynn, and Lily's approximate locations around him. Alpha was not here. Didn't she make it in time? Regardless, Victor, who already decided to act as bait, decided to move in a different direction from his wives. He didn't want to implicate them. He quickly took his bag out of his storage space, then put it on his back, and then took a long silver sword and hung it on his belt. It was one of those weapons he got from his ancestors' hideout. Although he couldn't activate its thunder strike effect, it was sharp enough to be used as a normal sword. After that, he looked casually around, then acted as if he chose some random direction and began walking in it while inspecting the trees. Strangely enough, the system appraisal didn't work on them. They should be normal trees, but Victor had never seen anything like them before. Walking around, although, for 30 straight minutes, there was nothing of interest, Victor kept his vigilance. When this dungeon opened up in his past lifetime, it was a couple of years before the reckoning, and Victor, who was busy picking up trash at that time, had no access to info. Just like others, he was curious about the Bloody Moon. It was later, in the Royal Library, that he learned about it after reading a bestseller book called The Moon Dungeon, Between Myth and Reality. A record of the survivors. According to it, it is estimated that more than 900 players managed to access the dungeon during its opening period after its access method was leaked to the public. Though there are other reports that the real number was higher than that. Only 99 people were recorded to have returned from the dungeon. All of them suffered from the same symptom. They lost parts of their memories, both from the dungeon and before it. It was estimated they suffered some sort of soul damage. Many of them seemed to have become better with time, remembering many things gradually. Yet no matter how much time passed, all had a completely blank memory about what happened inside after passing the first level. Other than that, the only records available were the nightmares that some of the participants suffered during the first few weeks after they returned. Most of what they screamed about was incomprehensible, yet all seemed to say some similar sentences in their nightmares. Flee for your lives, the rabbits are here. Stop the rabbits. Please, not the rabbits. Spare me, Mr. Rabbit. Rabbits. Run. They screamed in their sleep and then woke up shivering without knowing why. They also seemed to have developed a condition called leporophobia. Victor had never heard of that term before, but it seemed to mean fear of bunnies. After that, the world slowly forgot about this dungeon, especially with the reckoning happening a couple of years later. According to the book author, he went and tried to track all the players who were recorded as Moon Dungeon survivors, and to his surprise, not only did they all survive the reckoning, they all began to level up rapidly, becoming high members of their respective forces. The book's author interviewed some of them, and although they could still not remember what happened, they could tell him that after returning they had all gained some amazing secret skills, and noticed that whenever they leveled up, the chance of gaining an authority point had increased, and while normal people had an average chance of gaining 7 random attribute points on every level up, they gained 9 to 10. The author theorized that this was because their souls seemed to have become stronger. Victor also believed the same back then. It had been proved that a stronger soul did increase the chance of gaining more attributes. However, now Victor was beginning to have some other thoughts. He had some really bad premonition. He shouldn't have brought Lily and the girls here with him. This place was evil. Lynn was the slave, no one would be able to take him away. Lily, on the other hand, might be in slight danger, but Victor had a hunch about her bloodline and she should be able to survive this. Zoe was the only one who must be in real danger, but with her cyan luck, she would definitely survive. As for Alex, Victor shook his head after quickly checking on her. She had to go and anger the rabbits. She will live, regardless. If all things went south, he doesn't mind revealing his power and flattening everything to the ground. Victor sighed and looked up, locating the first golden-colored moon fruit and activating his appraisal skill where 2 different appraisals appeared. One fake and one true. Moon fruit, A open hollow corner bracket cursed soul cherry, S close hollow corner bracket. Eat and get stronger. Open hollow corner bracket soul liquefier, may convert some soul energy into physical energy. Now he was sure that this place was not good. It was a damn trap. This thing was a kind of soul fruit, as the one he found in the skeleton dungeon. That fruit was given to the elves there by a demon. He decided to ponder on this later as he quickly began to inspect the area around the tree, acting as if he was both cautious and excited. From one branch above, something suddenly attacked him, forcing him to dodge to the side. It was a giant snake that had 2 heads. Less than mutant, greater than steel skin snake, B. Victor frowned. It was just a normal monster. Well, as long as it was not a rabbit, he knew what to do. He just stepped back while using his sword to protect his vitals. The snake didn't follow with another attack. It just stayed on the branch eyeing him. Victor pondered on how to get rid of her, then shook his head, and turned around, exposing his back to it. It attacked again, but this time Victor, who was ready, used his sword to slay it, displaying his exquisite swordsmanship by cutting it in half. Each head finally got its own body. Victor made sure that the 2 parts were dead before he jumped to the tree to grab the moon fruit before suddenly moving to the side. Narrowly dodging an arrow that was aimed at his heart, he grabbed the fruit with one hand and then used the other to swing on the branch, pulling himself behind the tree's trunk and looking at his assailants. It was a burly dark-skinned man holding a crossbow who was standing near a nearby tree. He was eyeing Victor for a while now. Name: Simon Opfer. Level: 34. Class: Wood Archer, D. Authority: 4. Strength: 103. Agility: 100. Intelligence: 89. Luck: 10. Charm: 10. Order: 0. Skills: Marksman, B. Trace, B. Crossbow Arts, C. Cooking, C. Survival, C. Lying, D. Rape, E. Bloodline: Demon Dog, A. 24% Purity. Light Parrot, S. 1% Purity. Fate Status: Fate's Power, D. Summery, D+. Defined Fate: Be eaten by the demons. Destiny List less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Drop that fruit and I may spare your life, the man said in a foreign language while knocking a new arrow in his weapon. Victor could tell that it was poisonous. Paralysis poison, C. The Emperor doesn't understand what you are saying, Victor lied. The man was using a language that was only common in the Western continent. Victor expected people from all around the planet to appear here, so he was not really surprised at all. Damn it. The fruit. Drop the fruit, the man said slowly, as if Victor would be able to understand him somehow if he did. He was aiming at the tree, at a small part where Victor's hand was supposedly exposed. Victor watched him jump around while pondering how to get rid of him without using his disguise skill. You can shout all you want, but this Emperor still can't understand you, Victor said casually. As he decided to reveal some more skills, he waited for the man to raise his bow. Damn it, the man cursed and stopped talking, realizing that Victor didn't understand him. He wanted to trick him and save an arrow, but it seemed to be useless. He walked to the side, adjusting his angle as Victor moved his exposed hand slightly, then retracted it as if adjusting his grip, forcing him to take a few steps forward. The man had no idea that Victor was waiting for the man to get close enough. The man finally found a good angle. He aimed his crossbow and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. The man looked at the crossbow in his hand, and the arrow didn't move. Neither did his finger. Why was his finger not moving? He frowned as his head slid down to the ground, followed by his headless body. Victor, who used his new teleportation skill for the first time, appeared behind him and slowly returned the bloodied sword to its sheath. Damn it, why is this inferior skill's range too small? He lied. The real teleportation maximum range was 10 times the one he used. Teleportation skills were very rare, and whoever is watching him would surely focus on him now. Victor was sure of that as he was appraised 3 more times. It seemed his enemies were more than one as he expected. If his guess was correct, this place was meant as some kind of an old body abduction trap, and his enemies are most likely to be demons. Victor slowly knelt next to the man inspecting him, then suddenly remembered something. He almost forgot. In the next moment, Victor fell to the ground gasping for breath as if he was out of energy. He must not appear to be too overpowered. He thought for a moment, then slowly took the moon fruit in his shaking hand and ate it. Then smiled as he was feeling the energy fill his body as he watched the stupid prompt appear again. Moon fruits eaten 1/9. You are on your path to greatness. The fake system had no idea this was all an illusion. Victor was, in fact, eating a normal apple. The real fruit was in his storage space. Ellipsis. Damn it. Alex cursed as she ran through the dense jungle, ignoring all the twigs that hit her as she passed by them. Why does this keep happening to me? She asked herself after running for 3 hours straight. Behind her, there was a fluffy white rabbit following. It had deep red eyes that focused on its target as it leisurely hopped without getting tired. Calling it a rabbit might be a mistake though. Despite its shape, sound, and smell appearing 100% like a rabbit, it was not. Alex learned that the hard way when she tried to hunt it using her spear. It was a mistake. The damn monstrosity opened its mouth in a strange manner, revealing a 3-parts angular jaw that had 10 rows of sharp consecutive spiral teeth that lead to a hole in the end that should be its true mouth. From the center, 3 sharp flat steel tongues that acted as whips sprung forward at Alex. She didn't fear it. She just struck the mouth with the spear, but a second later she realized that this was a mistake, as the spear quickly got sucked inside that mouth and shredded by the tongues. If she didn't let go in time, she would have been eaten too, as one of the tongues passed by her face, cutting a few strands of her hair. At that moment she knew that she should run, and running was the only thing she did for the last hour. She thought that this place was peaceful after passing the 50th step on the stairs and reaching this level. Damn it, she cursed as she made a left turn and then bumped into something, or rather someone. She tripped and fell, pushing him down. Ah! The man screamed from underneath her. A tall young man, who had tan bronze skin and a handsome face was there, collapsed under her weight as she sat on him. He was looking at her in shock. "Ah, sorry," Alex said as she stood up in a hurry and looked behind. The rabbit was not there. Did she lose it at some time? Wait, what direction did she come from? She began to look around frantically. Ah! The man didn't know what to say as he slowly stood up while keeping his eyes on her. She was the prettiest girl he had ever seen. "Did you see that damn rabbit?" Alex asked him as she turned to look at him. He was tall and muscular. The black leather jacket he wore made him look domineering. Why was he looking at her like that? Is he an idiot or something? No, he shook his head. "Ah, my name is Roy," he said, extending his hands and flexing his muscles. "I didn't ask about your name," Alex said frantically. "Where is the rabbit?" she asked again. "Rabbit," he asked. "If you are hungry I have some food here," he said, showing his bright teeth. Alex didn't care, she was fanatically looking around searching for that damn rabbit. It was definitely there bidding its time. "Lady, I think you should calm down," Roy finally said. "Don't call me a lady, I am a man," she said directly. She made sure to wrap her breast tight and tie her hair after arriving here. Was this not enough? She quickly touched her mouth. The mask she was wearing was no longer there, it must have fallen when the rabbit attacked her. "Be careful, the rabbit must be nearby," she quickly said, changing the subject. The young man frowned, not caring about the rabbit. He just kept inspecting Alex for the third time. She was definitely a woman, a hot woman. Was this some kind of a game? "Do you like to act as a man?" he had to ask. She was wearing male clothes. "Don't look at me like that. I am a full-fledged man," Alex repeated with annoyance, patting her crotch twice as she saw those hunks do in movies. She was never going to admit that she was a woman. Not to this stranger anyway. She promised her father. Oh, the man took a step back. He remembered something important. His tribe's chief, who was one of the few who left the sacred village, had told him once about the outside world, where some call themselves the transgenders roaming the earth. He also told them that he almost kissed one of them if not for a timely warning from a friend. If the kiss landed, he would have turned into one of those, switching his gender forever. He warned them not to try to escape the village, or they might really fall into the hands of one of those who hunt handsome men. "Damn," Roy said as he took another step back. He didn't want to be turned into a woman. This damn freak has touched him before, was he contaminated? "What's wrong?" Alex asked fearfully, thinking that the man saw the rabbit. It was definitely nearby. "Stay away from me," the man said as he stepped back again, stepping into some bush behind him. This was a mistake, as the next moment a steel tongue sprung like a snake from behind the bush and penetrated the man's stomach. It was aiming for his heart, but the man managed to dodge it just in time to save his vitals. "Damn," Roy cursed as he took a strange-looking axe that was on its back and hacked at the tongue. The sound of metal striking metal rang, then the axe fell to the ground after getting cut into two pieces. Alex, who saw this, didn't wait and started running in the opposite direction. "Wait," the man screamed hatefully, "help," but Alex, who saw the thing that began to appear behind the man's back, could only ignore it and run. The man struggled and looked back. An innocent rabbit was standing behind him, looking at him with empty eyes as if he was inspecting him. The rabbit said distastefully, then opened its mouth wide and swallowed the man full. Alex, who was a few miles away by now, only heard a desperate scream from behind her. She felt sorry for the man, but she knew that she had to run for her life. If only she could bump into Victor, he would surely be able to save her as he did in the skeleton dungeon. Chapter 338, Juicy. Although the dungeon didn't have a sun, it did display a day-night cycle. The sky altered between a dusk light and a very dim night, and it happened in a mere second. Zoe discovered this the hard way when it went dark pretty quickly just after she found a moon fruit on a grand tree surrounded by wolves. The only light source was the moon fruit itself, as it shone with a dim light, allowing Zoe to barely win the fight. After that, she climbed into the tree, and after picking up the fruit, she used the net bed in her camping bag to make a temporary camp over a thick tree branch. Thankfully, Victor gave her those things before coming here. Although she didn't have a very good sleep by the time the sky became bright, her body was rested enough, and she quickly dismantled her camp and descended to the forest floor after a quick scan to make sure it was safe. Zoe took the fruit from her pocket and looked at it. Should I eat it? She wondered. This thing could be very useful at night, but thinking that it was a system mission, she decided to put it in her mouth. Woosh. Before she could bite on it, something pushed her from behind, making her spit the fruit to the ground. Before she could reach for it, the person who pushed her stepped on the fruit and then slipped and fell face down. My fruit! Zoe yelled angrily at the pretty girl who stood up in a hurry, then slipped again and fell on her butt. Sorry, the girl said. Alex? Zoe asked in shock, forgetting about the fruit. Zoe, what happened to you? Zoe asked. Why was Alex looking like a girl? A very hot girl. Nothing, Alex said as she scrambled to her feet again. Are you a girl? Zoe asked. She guessed something. She was not stupid. No, it is. It is a curse, yes, a curse. I ate some strange fruit that made me like this. I am sure I will return to normal once we leave. Alex answered immediately. Aha! Zoe raised one eyebrow, then noticed the squashed fruit on the ground and got angry again. That was my moon fruit you squashed, she said, looking at Alex hatefully. You owe me one now, she added. She really wanted to kick Alex's ass at this moment, but it was not the time for this. Sorry, I was just. Alex remembered why she was running. We should run, she slowly said as she looked to the side, and it was there looking at her. The rabbit is here, Alex said, then began to run. Zoe was shocked but quickly began to run. If experience had taught her anything, it was that when Alex runs, she better run too. Lily did mention something about running from rabbits though. Looking to the side, Zoe noticed it. A fluffy rabbit was watching them peacefully. It didn't seem dangerous, but Zoe's instinct told her that this thing must not be provoked. Ellipsis. You bastards. How dare you touch me? The naked girl cursed as the dark-skinned man roughly pushed her forward. Shut up, bitch, another skinny man said, hitting the girl's naked butt with the umbrella he took from her. Although I don't understand anything from what you are saying, it reminds me of my annoying mother-in-law, he said as the group reached a clearing. If you were not this pretty, I would have already cut you into pieces, he added, shaking his head. Boss, stop talking to the girl, she doesn't understand our language, a man walking beside them said. Do you think I don't know? The skinny boss said, hitting his man's calf with the umbrella. I am just trying to scare her, but this girl must have some screws loose in her mind. Boss, it should be dark in an hour or two. This place is not bad for a camp, another man said, licking his lip. You are in a hurry to taste the girl, huh? The boss said. Boss, you know the tribe's rules. We can't touch her before you finish with her, the man clarified embarrassingly. It's good to know your place. I am pretty sure this girl has a very strong bloodline, the boss said. Then let's make a camp here. I can feel 2 more of our men are nearby. I need to meditate a little to call them before we have fun, he said, making the 7 men who accompanied him nod and then scramble to build a temporary camp. Tulip, who was watching what happened nervously, was quickly taken and tied to a lonely tree on the side of the clearing as others began cutting some lumber to build a rudimentary fence. Damn it, Tulip cursed again as she began to kick around. This was her 3rd day here, and it didn't go well from the start. After reaching this place, she was first shocked that her storage ring didn't work, nor did any of the magical treasures she was wearing. So naturally the imperial armor and flying shoes she was wearing regained its real weight. Those things were made out of orichalcum, they were not light at all. So to scale the stairs at the first level, she had to take them off. She was not afraid of losing them as they were connected to her. Once the dungeon was conquered, they would return to her. So after reaching the 55th step, she decided to pass to the next level when the dungeon offered her that. She ended up here, a lone inexperienced girl in the middle of the forest without food or tools. She was not an idiot, she knew she needed to hunt and secure a shelter. She had seen Rain do those things for her before, she could do it too. It was easier said than done, so by the end of the 2nd day, the sleep-deprived girl exhausted herself fighting a giant crocodile, and then was captured by those lowly guys who waited until she defeated it to attack her from the back. Hateful, those men have no honor. The first thing they did was to feed her some ugly herb that rendered her powerless. She couldn't use her teleportation or void dance skill to run away. Then they peeled the clothes of her like Wei would do to a banana, taking all her treasures and storage ring while touching her noble body all over. Those men were so thick-headed and dumb that she couldn't even bargain with them and explain that those of low birth like them should not dare to harm an imperial figure like herself. Her mother would be furious if she knew that her daughter was touched inappropriately like this. Tulip knew that she would also take a portion of the punishment. Her mother was very strict regarding such matters as social status and etiquette. Yes, she was more scared of her mother than the prospect of those men raping her. She really wanted to cry and beg them to leave her for a second at first, but remembering her mother's lessons, she decided to act as a dignified lady to the end. Maybe if she took her own life her mother would not punish her. She cursed again then frowned. Why did those guys stop shouting? Did they finally realize how vulgar and unpolished their primitive language was? Looking around she almost gasped. The two men who were at the clearing were dead with arrows sticking from their foreheads. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the others who went to collect materials were the same. This was fast. A man who was holding a crossbow slowly entered the clearing. He was tall, muscular, and had flowing silvery hair. He was easily dragging a headless dark-skinned man's corpse. He threw the man to the side after taking something from him. He stood up and looked at her. He froze in shock. What? She asked as she tried without success to cover her naked body by trying to turn around. She didn't usually feel shy when insects looked at her, but even though she couldn't see this guy's full face that was covered partially by a black mask, she could tell that he was damn hot as he looked at her with his golden eyes, inspecting her body. It was as if all her secrets lay bare in front of him. Pretty, he said a little absent-mindedly, then shook his head. Ah, can you untie me? She asked, her face blushing like a tomato. What is wrong with her? She quickly tried to remember her mother's mantra. All men are insects, all men are insects, all men are insects, handsome men. No, all men are insects. She stopped when the young man finished approaching her, then stopped. He didn't untie her, but just squatted and began to inspect her body. What are you doing? She yelled angrily as she tried to kick him away. Too bad her legs were tied firmly to the tree trunk. Her desperate struggles let him see more. Considering what this emperor should do with you, he said, pondering as he stood up and looked at her. This one is really considering his options, he said, telling the truth. Emperor, can't you just release me? She asked. I would be really thankful. No, this emperor would never do such a stupid thing. What if you decided to kill this emperor because he saw you naked? He said as if he was reading her mind. We can tell that you come from some good family. I would never do such a thing. She lied. We will see. What's your name? He asked. T. It's a secret, she said after hesitation. She was really considering killing this guy, but in case she couldn't, she had to make sure that this shame would be buried here forever. No one must know what happened to her, especially her mother. Oh, then this emperor shall name you. Let's see, he said as he inspected her as if he was naming a puppy. Yes, Juicy, it suits you, he said, squeezing her butt. Juicy, fuck you, let go you beast, she flared angrily. This was the first time in her life she used such vulgar words, but she couldn't help it. No one had ever dared to call her something that shameful before. No one has ever touched her like this before. No, those guys earlier did the same, but those were not considered humans. Yes, Juicy, I will give you two options, either to become this noble one's slave or to die, he said as he slowly let go of her, glaring her in the eye. I would rather die, she said directly. Okay, he said, raising his sword and bringing it down on her. She could only close her eyes shut and look away as a single tear fell on her cheek. Nothing happened. She opened her eyes and saw the sword standing an inch away from her neck. You are too pretty to kill, he said, pondering. Still, this emperor can't let you go. How about this proposal? For the duration of this dungeon, you will act as this emperor's maid, he said, watching her facial expression. Don't worry, this emperor will not violate you. You are not my type after all. Fuck you, she cursed again. Just being near those peasants had already started affecting her. Damn it. This is your only option, he said. After you die, I am sure some pervert would find your corpse and violate it. Maybe one of those rabbits would. He paused as he watched 3 rabbits enter the clearing, hopping innocently. What? She asked and noticed the rabbit. What's wrong? She asked again, seeing the fear reflected in his charming eyes as if he was reading something horrifying. We need to run, he said as he cut the rope in one move, then carried her like a princess and jumped away, quickly leaving the clearing. Tulip gasped in shock as she felt his body embrace hers and then speed up. She could only look back and notice the rabbits. They slowly approached the corpses of the dead men, and then transformed into grotesque nightmare monsters before beginning to feast. A shiver ran through her back, thinking what would have happened if he left her there. Listen, Juicy, you have 2 choices. Sign a contract and become this emperor's maid for a few days, if not we would let you go play with those nice demonic rabbits. Ah, bastard, how dare you, she tried to kick him, but his strong hands stopped her from moving. This emperor will give you 10 seconds, he said, looking at her eyes so close she could smell his scent and feel her bloodline begin to boil. It was as if her body was submitting to his aura. Fine, she screamed finally as he noticed one of the rabbits had finished feasting and was looking in their direction. For the first time since her mother discovered her cookie stash, she felt fear. Let's find a safe place then and sign the contract, the young man said with a smile that was visible despite him was wearing a mask. He squeezed her tighter as he sped up again. Chapter 339, Important Matter. Victor sighed as he put Tulip down on the soft grass a few miles away, after making sure that no rabbits followed them. Those things were dangerous, but they didn't seem to have traced him like they were doing with Alex and Zoe at the moment. Name, race, blood demon rabbit. Authority, 69, abnormal state, cauldron slave, X, level, 699. Strength, 1999. Agility, 1999. Intelligence, 1999. Skills, immortality, SSS. Lightning travel, S. Extract bloodline, S. Charm, S. Iron tongue, A. Crush, A. Unbreakable fur, A. Bloodlines, 3SS, 7S, 10 AAA, 12A, 29A, 71B. Fate, unavailable. When he saw the rabbits eat those men, he felt strange. Didn't this trial throw out the corpses when it was over? Victor frowned. He had a hunch. Maybe those rabbits only attack those with bloodlines. One of the men earlier didn't have a bloodline when Victor appraised him. The rabbits seemed to have ignored that guy's corpse. Victor wasn't sure though, and those dark-skinned men were also strange. Victor had never heard of anything about them before, and although he recognized their language, he couldn't pinpoint their dialect. The strange thing was that most of them had 3 or 4 bloodlines at very low purities, and those bloodlines were different from each other. Didn't they belong to the same group or tribe? That boss guy had a bloodline identification skill. He realized that Tulip had a bloodline, and made sure to mention that to his men as if this was important. Victor frowned as the big picture began to form in his mind. But still, there were some missing pieces. Why weren't the rabbits attacking him? He already displayed his bloodline. In fact, this was the first time he faced them since entering this place. Could it be that they only attack dead people? No, Alex was still getting bullied by them. Wait, it may be a combination of bloodline and fate. Oh, what are you mumbling to yourself about? Tulip suddenly shouted. Did you get possessed or something? Possessed? Victor opened his eyes wide as it struck him. He turned and looked at Tulip from head to toe. She was pretty, about 95% on the old trusty Lily scale. She must have been using some kind of skill or talisman to reduce her charm before. In the beginning, he really wanted to bully this girl and take revenge for what she did in his past life, but when he raised his sword to hit her earlier, and she closed her eyes in fear, what he saw was not a bitch, but a scared little girl. This reminded him of a very important fact. Tulip now was not the 90-years-old bitch he encountered in his past life, but a loli could still be fixed. Whether this would go the easy way or the hard way would fully depend on her cooperation. Why are you looking at me like that? Tulip said as she pouted and tried to cover her naked body with her hands. Just pondering how a girl's chest could be this flat. Fuck you, she cursed at him again. Whatever, sign this so that we can discuss the important matter at hand. He said as if he was in a hurry. What important matter? She asked as she watched the contract form in midair. She finally realized what he meant by a contract earlier. Later, he said, pointing to the contract. Tulip frowned and read the carefully crafted words slowly, making sure that there were no loopholes. As a noble lady, she had been trained to distinguish fraudulent contracts and avoid scams from a young age. So basically, I will be your maid until the moon dungeon is conquered. That's when this contract will conclude, she said. Yes, serving this emperor is an honor. He nodded. He really needed to develop this emperor persona. Maybe it would be useful later. That wouldn't work. What if this dungeon is not conquerable? It did state that it was a trial at the start. Tulip said, make it so that the contract ends the moment we return to the real world. She added, ah, okay, he said as he silently cursed. This girl was not stupid. The second clause is that you will remove the seal on my power and I will never harm you. Yes, he said. Can you cure me? She asked. I got the antidote for the herb they fed you from one of the men. He told the truth. Oh, then, the third clause is that you will not force or make me do anything but my responsibilities as your maid, she read. And that you will not sexually violate me, she continued. Yes, this is not good enough. I need you to add that you will never harm me or abuse your powers. No, he interrupted. This one is not negotiable. Then I will not sign it. She said. Then I will take you back to the rabbits, he responded. I am sure they will have some fun with you before eating. She glared at him. He glared back. I can add that I will try my best so that you leave this place alive and unharmed. He finally said. This is extortion. A contract should be a fair exchange. She said. It is a fair trade. This emperor saved your life here. Being my maid for a few days is the simplest thing you could do in return. He stated coldly. Damn it. Fine. She cursed, finally knowing that this guy would not concede more than that, but I need you to add a fourth clause to not tell anyone about what happened here after we exit. That's fine by me, he said, adding the clause. Tulip gave the contract one final look, then paused. She was really hesitant. No, she must not be fooled. She kept telling herself, thinking of a way to add a new clause. Sign it, Victor ordered, slightly releasing some of his Chaos Bloodline's power. As someone who awakened her Sea Dragon bloodline, Tulip would definitely be affected. He was right. She suddenly felt her blood begin to boil, and without even thinking she signed the contract. It was as if his command was something she couldn't resist. She only noticed what happened when the contract shone with a bright light and disappeared. No, she said, but it was too late. She looked at him hatefully. Now the cure, she commanded while biting her lip and extending her hand. Is that how a maid talks to her master? He asked. Quote ... ellipsis ... She couldn't say it, and the next moment she felt something squeezing her heart. She fell to her knees. It hurt. Her soul hurt. Biting her lip harder and with tears in her eyes she could only say it. Master, can I have the cure? She spat softly. What did you say? He asked. Speak louder. Quote ... Master, can I have the cure? She shouted as tears fell from her eyes. This was too humiliating. She should have never signed that contract. Damn it, just you wait, when we exit this place I will find you and cut you into 1,000 pieces. She was cursing silently and Victor didn't need to read her mind to know that. No need to shout, and this is not good enough. He said while shaking his head. You must realize this noble one is not an ordinary man, so as my maid you should call me by the right pronouns, like, Your Majesty, or, Your Highness, Your Imperial Highness, is also acceptable. He said, nodding to himself. Ah, she looked at him with a frown. Understood, he asked her. Are you a real emperor? She had to ask. It doesn't matter, this emperor self-identifies as one. He nodded. And again, use the right pronoun. Self-identify. She looked at him wondering if this guy was in his right mind. No wonder he kept calling himself this emperor and such. Was he a lunatic? Yes, he nodded. It is my choice and you should respect it. I am destined to be the emperor in this world. He added. Ah, she nodded. This one was a lost cause. It was her fault for considering him a real royalty for a moment there. Then, can I have the cure, Your Highness? She asked with sarcasm in her voice. Of course, he said as he took a small gourd and gave it to her. This should remove the mana-depleting poison from her bloodstream. She quickly took it. Glaring at him she quickly drank the liquid in the gourd and in the next moment, she could feel that her body was filled with energy again. The damn poison was purged. She sighed in relief and looked at him only to see him throwing something at her. It was a fluffy maid uniform that had a very short skirt. What is this? She asked, noticing that he didn't have it before. A storage ring? No, storage space. She pondered but didn't let it show. Your maid uniform, of course. This emperor wouldn't mind it if you want to serve naked, but what if others saw us? My imperial reputation would be damaged. He said as if just the idea of someone seeing them together was very repulsive. Looking at his expression she was really getting angry again. For some reason what he said really got on her nerves. Your Highness has a better dress, something suitable for a jungle? She asked flatly. She hated that she had to rely on him, but her rings didn't work. Wait, they were left with those men, damn it. Yes, but as a maid, you should dress like one. This emperor can take it back if you don't need it. Victor flatly refused her request. Quote ... Oh, she cursed silently. Then slowly began to put the dress on. This thing was humiliation, but it was better than being seen naked. Victor smiled as he watched her struggle with the buttons, then try to pull the mini skirt down to hide her exposed thighs. It was futile. This thing was custom made for twins. It was a spare in case one of the uniforms they used on their first night got shredded. Why would someone design something this short? She asked as she finished. For practical reasons. Some tasks are easier performed with short skirts, Victor said with a smile. He was sure she was considering how would she torture him after they exit, but he didn't care. Now what? She asked. Wear those, he said as he threw her a couple of boots. He considered giving her some high-heeled shoes first, but in case they wanted to run, she had to be ready. Now, let us discuss the really important thing, he said. What? She asked nervously. Our sleeping arrangement, he said as he took out his giant sleeping bag. It is almost night, and as this emperor's maid you have the duty to warm my bed, so do you want to sleep on the right or on the left? He asked. Ellipsis. Raise your arms up, Hilda told the little girl who quickly nodded and obeyed. They were now in the backyard and the head maid Hilda was taking her measurements for a new maid uniform for her and the other new maids who were standing beside her. 3 days ago, they were saved from the hands of the bad men by Big Sister Alpha who gave them a choice to either bring them to a safe place to live or to stay and work for her. She warned them that working for her is not easy, but it was worth it, and it would be a chance for them to become stronger. As most of the girls were orphans, they chose to follow Alpha. She was one of those. After that, the other girls with her were taken to a grand building on the top of a mountain where a lot of construction was being done. It looked as if they were digging the entire mountain. There, the girls were cleaned and questioned before some nice burly men there gave them a hot meal and a place to sleep. It was the best sleep they had in a few months. This morning, Big Sister Alpha chose 15 of them and brought them here saying that from now on they will work as maids to serve the young master. She was curious and a little afraid of this young master like the others. The one the bad men were going to sell them to was also called a young master. Her fears were quickly dispelled by the warrior girls who worked for Alpha. They reassured the little girls that the young master, although a little scary, was a very nice man. He was a real prince from a very powerful family and he treated all girls nicely. So, after that, they were brought here to this grand mansion and then led to the basement by a very pretty red-haired girl. She took them to see the magical giant cock. For a second the girl thought that they were fooled. And that the magical cock was referring to the young master Alpha mentioned. They almost surrendered to their miserable fate. Oops, it was a really magical cock. This was embarrassing, but that red-headed girl, Margaret, was definitely teasing them on purpose. Alpha had warned them that this place was magical, but they didn't believe her until they saw the rooster who seemed to be busy arranging some clothes. After scolding Alpha out of the room, it drank some blood from each of them and gave them a pill in return which they were ordered to eat. That pill was really magical. Ever since she ate it she could feel as if she was full of energy. She even ate 5 full bowls of rice when head maid Hilda took them to eat in the servants' building while informing them about their future maid training. What kind of garbage is this? Someone suddenly shouted, making the little girls look up. It was Alpha who was reading a paper with 2 very pretty girls who stood on the balcony over them. Wait, isn't that Mira? She was here too. It is what Victor gave me before he left, Mira said. It is the new song I am supposed to perform in the idol group announcement ceremony next month, she said with a blush. This is very interesting. The one who said it was Margaret. The girl who took them to see the cock. Interesting my ass. Is there a single verse in that song that doesn't perfectly work as a porn movie title? Alpha asked. Just look at those damn lyrics. Quote. You don't have to say it. Mira said with a heavier blush. That's the beauty of it. Margaret interjected. This song will definitely be a big hit, I am sure of it. Come on, sing it for me, she said with a knowing smile as she looked at the paper. But, Mira hesitated. Come on, you will have to sing this in front of an audience later. Margaret said in anticipation. Even Hilda, who was taking the girls' measurements, stopped working and waited to hear. Fine, Mira said. She cleared her throat, took a deep breath then began to sing. I rode the young master train. It took me to heaven. Choo, choo, I felt your love tonight again. Please touch me and let it rain. Choo, choo, ... It sounded like a nice song, the little girl thought. The tune was really catchy. Wait, why was head maid Hilda's face all black? Chapter 340, Cyan Harem. Tulip abruptly opened her eyes and looked around. The sky was bright and something smelled really fragrant. Ah, she quickly let go. She was hugging that crazy self-identifying bastard emperor with her face resting on his chest. She was even drooling on it. How dare he make her drool all over him? She wanted to back off, but she was quickly hit by the reality that they were sharing a sleeping bag that was hanging from the top of a tree like a cocoon. She had nowhere to run. Last night, it took her a few hours to sleep, as she was really nervous about the existence of another guy near her. She tried to refuse to sleep with him at first. But confronted with the contract, she had to do it. Who knew that being his maid allowed him to spank her? That bastard didn't keep his hand, using the excuse of educating a disobedient maid to take liberty with her. Damn it, when she was young, she heard that her imperial grandfather used similar excuses in his palace, but she never thought of this when she signed the contract. Anyway, in the end, she had to obey. But having never slept with a guy before, she was very nervous. Her mother had warned her about it. Thankfully her imperial mother was not around. In the end, nothing happened. That guy truly only let her warm his bed as he slept. She couldn't though, not for a few hours. She had no idea when she dozed off. At that time she was thinking about his smell, it was really nice. She quickly shook her head as she pushed her body away from him. What was she thinking? Stop making trouble, the emperor said as he seemed to have woken up. He yawned and began to stretch his hands out of the bag. Get us down, she ordered, trying not to look at him. So close, he looked really handsome. Is this how you ask your master? Do you need this emperor to spank your little butt again like last night? He asked. Can your highness put us down? She asked sarcastically with an angry blush. Yes, he said, grabbing the rope that was tied to the side of a tree, then began to lower the bag until it was on the ground. He set this entire thing last night, and it really surprised her. He seemed to be more proficient than Rain in regard to survival techniques. Why was she comparing them? Tulip quickly slipped away, then began to adjust her uniform, especially the very short skirt. Who sold those things? Don't they have any shame? The emperor ignored her as he slowly rolled the bag and put it in his storage space. This skill was really useful. She needed to ask her master to find her a skill book for one when she exited this place. Tulip watched as he took a bottle of water and then drank from it before emptying it over his head. He looked like a model. Was he doing this on purpose? She wanted to ask him for some, but she couldn't make herself do it. Suddenly there was a sound of something growling. Tulip blushed and looked away. It was her stomach. She was hungry. Damn it, this was humiliating. Now, Juicy, do you know how to cook? The emperor, as if he heard nothing, looked at her and asked after finishing washing his hands. No, she answered truthfully while glaring at him. Damn it, did he have to keep calling her by that stupid name? She tried to ask him to change it, but he refused, saying that first impressions were very important. Useless, he scolded, shaking his head. Let this emperor teach you, he said, taking an entire grill from his storage space and then beginning to set it. After that, he took some meat and began to arrange them. Take this, he said, throwing her another bottle of water and a new toothbrush. Wash up then come help, he ordered. Tulip looked at the things in her hand in surprise. She hesitated for a second then nodded and ran behind a tree as she wondered how many things he got in that storage space of his. She also couldn't help noticing that the water bottle was from the Trahorn Republic, at last some clue about his identity. This hateful guy was hiding it behind his stupid facade, but she was not a fool. A strong guy like this would never be a nobody. She now had an idea where to begin searching for him after exiting this place. Just wait. No one touches this princess's butt without paying the price. She swore as she touched her butt. Ellipsis. Please spare me. I already told you everything. The man said then went silent as his head rolled. What did he say? Lynn asked. She didn't understand a word of what the man said. The same old thing. They belong to the Blood Moon tribe and are here to meet their ancestors. Lily said as she wiped the blood off her blade. The self-cleaning feature does not work here. Oh, Lynn nodded. Let's go. That girl should be nearby, Lily said as from the corner of her eye, she spotted two rabbits slowly approaching. They didn't seem hostile, but Lily could feel their eyes on her as if they were pondering if she was prey or not. Once the rabbits finished with the dark-skinned men, it would probably be their turn. Lynn quickly arranged her backpack, then the two ventured forward according to Victor's instruction. He had been communicating with them through the husband-wife connection. Earlier, Victor connected with Lily and ordered her to camp and wait for Lynn who was nearby and was getting guided by him. After they met, he told them to seek out a girl named Ray who was near them. According to him, the rabbits only attacked people who were weak and had good bloodlines, and they never attacked Scions. Having Ray with them would guarantee their safety to some degree. He also told them about the moon fruits and instructed them not to seek them out on purpose, telling them that he had a plan for this dungeon. Lily frowned as she looked at the fruit in her hand. She got her from that man, and now she needed to get rid of it. Lynn, you eat this, she said, nodding to Lynn, who nodded back, then ate the fruit. That's what those who watched them thought. The truth was that Victor used his disguise through her to exchange the fruit with an apple. Lily watched the exchange and then nodded. She was really tempted to make herself also one of Victor's blood slaves. It would allow her to use his skill and exchange things with him through the storage space. Too bad she needed to wait until her family's ritual was finished, the slave seal would disturb it. So basically, those men are bred to wait for the moon dungeon throughout 100 generations or so, Lynn said after finishing eating the apple and putting her face mask back on. Yes, they were meant to collect bloodlines and bring them here when this place opened. The one behind their wicked tribe is probably the same behind this place. Lily said she had never heard about those guys in the other reality, so they would all probably die here. But are they telling the truth? If there are more than 500 of them here it would be a headache. Those guys are very hostile and not friendly to women. They view us as breeding material. Lynn sighed. Yes, Lily began to say when they heard something. It was a sound from a nearby bush. They stopped as the bush was pushed away and a pretty girl walked out. According to her look, she was definitely Ray, whom Victor told them about. Before Lily could say a thing, the bush was pushed again and a handsome young man appeared. Ray, wait for me, he said, then paused and looked at Lily and Lynn. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Despite the mask on their faces, the two girls were definitely hot. Ah, excuse me, pretty ladies, would you happen to have some food? He asked with a bright captivating smile. Ellipsis. Victor smiled as he watched Tulip slowly flip the steak on the grill with a serious look on her face. After burning 3 poor steaks, she seemed to have gotten the feel for it. When she worked, all the arrogant air around her seemed to vanish as she concentrated on her task. This was proof that she was acting arrogant on purpose to fool others. This girl is not that bad after all. It was her B*TCH mother is ruining her. Maybe he shouldn't call his mother-in-law a B*TCH. Nah, she was a B*TCH. But taming Tulip was not easy, and it would take a while, and he didn't have the time. Maybe he should use that method to scam her, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He looked around, searching for any rabbits or monsters, but there were none nearby. As he expected, the monsters on this floor only roamed around the fruits, and the rabbits seemed to not be interested in him. He was not really 100% sure about what was happening, but if his theory was right, he would benefit a lot from this place. He shook his head. First, he needed to make sure of something. Victor slowly activated his appraisal skill, looking at Tulip. Name: Tulip von Krona. Level: 101. Class: Void Rider. Abnormal status: Void Lord's Greater Blessing. All attacks have a chance to break space, 10 to 70% of any damage can be diverted into the void. Cannot be affected by space locking. Authority: 16. Strength: 331. Agility: 350. Intelligence: 362. Luck: 36. Charm: 50. Order: 71. Skills: Void Strike, SSS. Banishment, SS. Void Dance, SS. Soul Instillment, S. Hiding, S. Soul Suck, S. Death Shrill, S. Swimming, A. Elemental Energy Strike, A. Limited Dive, A. Limited Flight, A. Charm, A. Camouflage, A. Survival Instinct, A. Sweet Tooth, A. Sword Arts, A. Trident Arts, A. Needle Arts, A. Spear Arts, A. Perfect Memory, A. Dancing, A. Painting, A. Piano, A. Strategy, B. Regeneration, B. Minor Teleport, B. Hate Resistance, B. Mocking, C. Acting, C. All Elements Resistance, D. Poison Resistance, E. Sewing, E. Stun Resistance, E. Talisman Making, E. Pain Resistance, F. Leadership, F. Cooking, F. Equipment, none. Bloodline, Crowned Craw, SAWAKENED. Sea Dragon, AAAWAKENED. Fate Status, Fate's Power, SSS. Summary: Scion, Defined Fate. Scion, the world bends to your will. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil greater than. Oh, she has risen 2 levels since the last time he saw her. Not bad. What about her fate? Destiny list. Greater than less than world fate greater than Scion, the world bends to your will less than SSS greater than less than birth fate greater than the natural enemy of all demons less than SS greater than less than birth fate greater than build a kingdom less than A greater than less than birth fate greater than Mary Sebastian Silver less than A greater than Greater than less than birth fate greater than Mary Rima's Ling less than A greater than. Greater than less than birth fate greater than Mary Paulmeyer less than A greater than. Greater than less than birth fate greater than Mary Rain Cleaver less than B greater than. Greater than less than birth fate greater than Mary Altair V less than SSS greater than. Greater than less than birth fate greater than Mary Curious Tar less than S greater than. Greater than less than birth fate greater than Mary Asura Simon less than S greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than, eat all the sweets I want less than SSS greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than, make my mother proud less than SSS greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than, collect 3 void crystals for master less than SSS greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than, cut this fucking emperor guy into pieces less than SSS greater than. Greater than less than self set greater than, learn how to cook less than SSS greater than. WTF. Victor almost gasped loudly. Was she going to marry those one by one or was she destined to make a male harem? Victor unconsciously stepped back. This girl was definitely a bitch in the making. He shook his head. Can her destiny be changed? Maybe. In his past life he never heard of her marrying anyone. Did she do it in secret, or was it yet to happen at that time? He had no idea. And there was that relationship with the Void Lord. She needed to collect 3 void crystals for her master. Could her master be the Void Lord? This made sense. He needed to inquire about this from Lily. He was about to ask her about them when the meeting was interrupted. Now he had to ask himself a very important question. Did he still want to tame this bitch? No, that was the wrong question. The real question was, would his fate class level up if he did get her and stop her from getting all the other guys? Hey, Tulip suddenly yelled and threw the skewer in her hand, hitting something behind a bush. Ah! Someone screamed. Victor quickly looked, fearing it was a rabbit. He didn't want to end up like Alex and Zoe. It was not a rabbit, the rabbits were not that big. Come out slowly or die. Tulip said coldly, taking a sword and aiming it at the bush and making a strange ball-shaped animal slowly walk out from behind the bush with his hands above his head. Victor was about to use the crossbow at him but paused. It was not an animal, but a haggard naked fat young man. Ah! Tulip squealed and looked away. She would never be able to remove the memory of that thing from her mind for the rest of her life. The word fat was not sufficient to describe this guy. He was a giant ball of fat, a very indecent ball of fat. Victor sighed as he watched him approach. That guy appeared careless, but Victor could tell he was extra cautious as he positioned himself so that he would hide behind a nearby tree if someone attacked. Although he appeared to be shaking in fear, making the fat flaps around his body wiggle disgustingly, his eyes were on the grill, and his mouth was drooling. He must have not eaten a thing for the last couple of days. But that was not the most important thing. What really mattered was this guy's appraisal results, which left Victor sighing. Damn it, this one too.